Chapter 301 The Feasibility of Fusing Soul Bones and Transferring Knowledge Through Spiritual Connection. 19/20. 2 Life Flower Shadow. Reaching out his hand to summon the Moyun Vine, Bai Ji shouted and activated the 5th soul skill, the 2 Life Flower Shadow. This special skill from the Vastaya hero Nico in the League of Legends world can differentiate a real phantom clone after being transformed into a soul skill, with 60% of Bai Ji's current strength, and at the same time, Bai Ji's body will enter the invisible state. After launching the 5th soul skill, the 5th soul ring around Bai Ji's body glowed with a deep black light, and Bai Ji's body slowly entered the invisible state. At the same time gradually, a phantom clone that looked exactly like Bai Ji emerged. Is this the feeling of a clone? After activating the double flower shadow, Bai Ji suddenly had 2 perspectives in front of him, one was the perspective of the original body, and the other was the perspective of the clone. Bai Ji felt that he could switch between the 2 perspectives and control both bodies at the same time. Okay, let's start. After getting familiar with the clone, Bai Ji solemnly controlled the clone Bai Ji to slowly pick up the illusion wisdom soul bone. With the injection of soul power, the illusion wisdom skull suddenly bloomed with dazzling 7-color brilliance, and then instantly turned into a stream of light and drilled into the body of the clone, and finally merged with the skull of the clone Bai Ji. The fusion of the illusion wisdom soul bone is similar to the fusion of the 8 spider lance. Bai Ji only felt that the skull of the clone seemed to have suddenly become heavier, and then an inexplicable message came, which was the ability of the environmental wisdom soul bone. The ability of the illusionary wisdom soul bone is just as Bai Ji knows, it can expand an illusionary space. The coverage of the illusionary space is determined by the amount of input soul power. At present, the soul power of the clone can almost expand an illusionary space covering an area of more than 400 meters. In the illusionary space, the friendly units recognized by the soul bone owner can increase their mental power by 20%, and at the same time establish a mental network to make each other's minds communicate. The illusionary space will have a psychedelic effect on the enemy. Not only will there be a sense of direction error, but also will weaken the enemy's mental power in the continuous psychedelic effect, which can be said to be both offensive and defensive. But for Bai Ji, what enhancement and weakening of mental power are secondary. Bai Ji's main focus is the ability of mental connection that can make each other communicate with each other. Since the mental connection can make each other communicate with each other, can each other's knowledge be passed on to each other? This is a point that Bai Ji wants to experiment. Controlling the clone, Bai Ji left the reception room number 3 and walked all the way to the castle. In the hall, Bai Ji saw Ning Rongrong. Compared with Zhu Zuqing, Ye Lingling, and Meng Yuran, Ning Rongrong was the least attentive in her cultivation. At this time, while Zhu Zuqing and the other 2 girls were practicing hard, Ning Rongrong was still playing games on Bai Ji's Hawaii Honor Max. She was not playing other games, but Poca Copyright Monday. Compared with other level-breaking and turn-based games, Ning Rongrong was instantly fascinated when she discovered the cultivation game Poca Copyright Monday. However, because of Bai Ji's restraint, Ning Rongrong did not become an internet addict. Rongrong, what are you doing? Seeing Ning Rongrong playing games on the sofa, Bai Ji suddenly said while controlling his clone. Ah! Ning Rongrong was startled when she heard Bai Ji's voice, and quickly hid the crystal board behind her. Nothing, just tired of practicing, take a rest. Ning Rongrong said with a red face. Rest? Why are Zhu Qing and Yuran not tired and want to rest, but you want to rest? Bai Ji asked in a pretended stern manner. Zhu Qing and Yuran are both combat soul masters, I am a support soul master, it must be different. Ning Rongrong argued. What about Lingling? Why didn't Lingling rest with you? Bai Ji continued to ask. You haven't been allowed to play in recent games. You don't know how to practice when you have time. You play games every day. You are almost an internet addict. Bai Ji shook her head helplessly. No, I really play because I am tired of practicing. Seeing Bai Ji's expression of disappointment, Ning Rongrong hugged Bai Ji's right arm with a blush, but for some reason, Ning Rongrong felt that Bai Ji in front of her was a little strange. I'll trust you for once. Bai Ji touched his chin. This time I need your help. What help? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. I got a soul bone. Bai Ji leaned close to Ning Rongrong's ear and whispered. Soul bone? Ning Rong couldn't help but exclaimed when she heard Bai Ji's words. You know, soul bones are extremely precious treasures in Douluo continent. Even their Kai Bao Liulai sect doesn't have a soul bone. I didn't expect Bai Ji to get a soul bone. Bai Ji, where did you get your soul bone? Ning Rongrong asked in a low voice. You don't need to know this. I just want you to test the ability of this soul bone. Bai Ji shook his head. He asked Douluo to kill Shinian to get this soul bone. He didn't want Ning Rongrong to know about this darkness yet. Maybe Ning Rongrong will inevitably come into contact with such things in the future, but he hopes that Ning Rongrong can still have a pure heart at an innocent age. Okay. Since Bai Ji didn't intend to say it, Ning Rongrong didn't continue to ask, but asked curiously, what ability does your soul bone have? This soul bone can open a fantasy space. In the fantasy space, the mental power of the friendly party will increase by 20%, and at the same time establish a mental network to make each other's mind communicate, and it will have a psychedelic effect on the enemy, not only interfering with the enemy's sense of direction, but also weakening the enemy's mental power in the continuous psychedelic effect. However, I don't want to test these abilities, but I want to see if we can transfer memories and knowledge to each other in this state. Bai Ji explained. Transferring memories and knowledge. Ning Rongrong was a little surprised when she heard Bai Ji's words. Yes. Bai Ji nodded. Although I can also use mental power to transfer some knowledge to you, such as Yin Yang Yu Xianju, but this consumes a lot of mental power. If I can transfer knowledge through the mental connection of the illusion space, I think it will be easier. And if the knowledge can be uploaded to the soul bone through the mental connection, then everyone can get the uploaded knowledge. For example, if I upload a basic knowledge of alchemy, through the mental connection, can I quickly create a large number of primary alchemists? The mental connection of the illusion space is very valuable for development. Bai Ji couldn't help but get excited. It seems to be true. Listening to Bai Ji's words, Ning Rongrong also became interested. Chapter 302 The experiment was successful, fighting against Tian Shui College. 2020ths. Then let's try it. I will now open the illusion space. Pay attention to the feeling and see how it goes. While speaking, Bai Ji manipulated his clone to inject soul power into the illusion wisdom soul bone. With the injection of soul power, the illusion wisdom soul bone suddenly burst out with a strong soul power fluctuation. As the soul power fluctuation spread to the surroundings, with Bai Ji as the center, the entire hall suddenly turned into pure white. But Bai Ji knew that this was just an illusion, just like the star illusion that teacher Liu Kaiban performed when he was in Shrek College. How do you feel? Looking at Ning Rongrong beside him, Bai Ji asked. It feels good, as if the whole person is much more energetic. Ning Rongrong quietly put the crystal plate back into the storage soul guide, and answered while thinking. Well, then I will start the mind connection. Nodding, Bai Ji activated the mental connection again. With the activation of the mental connection, in an instant, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong seemed to be connected in thought. Bai Ji could vaguely feel Ning Rongrong's thoughts, and Ning Rongrong could also vaguely feel Bai Ji's thoughts. However, because Bai Ji's mental power is strong, with the current mental connection in the illusion space, if Bai Ji wants to, he can still easily block it. Rongrong, can you hear me talking? Through the mental connection, Bai Ji shouted to Ning Rongrong in his heart. Yes, I heard it, this feeling is so wonderful. Ning Rongrong did not speak, but also admired in his heart. Well, then let's try to see if we can pass knowledge to each other through this mental connection. I will pass on my experience of practicing the Spiral 9 Shadows to you first. Bai Ji nodded and thought. Yet. Hearing Ning Rongrong's agreement, Bai Ji slowly closed his eyes, began to relax his body and mind, and recalled his experience in practicing Spiral 9 Shadows. Through the current state of telepathy, when he let go of his body and mind, Ning Rongrong should be able to feel his memories at the same time, which is equivalent to him passing on his experience in practicing Spiral 9 Shadows to Ning Rongrong. When Bai Ji recalled his experience in practicing Spiral 9 Shadows, Ning Rongrong really felt what Bai Ji was thinking at the same time. And in the current state of mental amplification, she is also a genius with photographic memory, so as Bai Ji recalled, Ning Rongrong quickly remembered Bai Ji's experience in practicing Spiral 9 Shadows. How is it? Bai Ji asked after recalling his experience in practicing Spiral 9 Shadows. I remember it, it seems to be really possible. Ning Rongrong nodded excitedly. It seems feasible to transfer knowledge through spiritual connection, but there is still a lack of a carrier to store knowledge. It would be great if there was a carrier to store knowledge. As long as the knowledge is uploaded to this carrier, others can directly obtain knowledge from this carrier. After thinking about it, Bai Ji still shook his head. Don't worry, it's good enough to be able to do these. Take your time in the future. Seeing that Bai Ji was not very satisfied, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but comfort him. I know. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Bai Ji also nodded. Although the soul bone cannot be used as a carrier to store knowledge, there may still be a chance to get what he needs through the system's lottery. Now that the experiment is completed, the illusion space does not need to be maintained any longer. With a thought, Bai Ji directly released the two-life flower shadow. As the two-life flower shadow was released, the Bai Ji in front of Ning Rongrong suddenly exploded into black light spots all over the sky, which scared Ning Rongrong. What is going on? He looked at the Bai Ji clone in front of him. Ning Rongrong looked at the place where she disappeared, and then looked at Bai Ji who appeared from the invisible state. Ning Rongrong was still a little confused for a while. This is my fifth soul skill, the two-life flower shadow. Haven't you always been curious about what my fifth soul skill is? Now you see it, right? Looking at the dazed Ning Rongrong, Bai Ji smiled. Two-life flower shadow? Is it a soul skill of the clone type? Thinking of the soul skill of the clone that is standard for the spirit master of the agile attack system, Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking. Yes, almost. Bai Ji nodded. By the way, you have been playing games every day recently, and you have been a little slack in your practice. Come over tonight and I will help you catch up. Looking at the dark sky outside the window, as if thinking of something, Bai Ji couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Ah! I know. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned red, but in the end Ning Rongrong nodded shyly. The next day, the 27th round of the Tiandu Imperial City Division qualifiers of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, as expected, Shrek Academy ushered in the last opponent Tian Shui Academy. Without the opportunity of Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, Tang San's Blue-Silver Grass did not have the ability of Fire and Ice immunity as in the original book. And because Fire and Freezing are the nemesis of plants, Tang San did not play in this game as he did against Blazing Academy, but Bai Ji played. Although Tian Shui Academy ranks 4th in strength among the 5-element academies, and only defeated Xiangjia Academy in the competition with the other 5-element academies, it is still a very strong opponent for Shrek Academy. Although Tian Shui College does not have the burst of Blazing College, the flexibility of Divine Wind College, the defense of Elephant Armor College, and the attack power of Thunder College, Tian Shui College has the strongest overall strength and poses a greater threat to Shrek College. Although Bai Ji's Moyunteng is immune to ice attribute attacks, it is only immune to energy attacks. Although Moyunteng has excellent tolerance, it is almost unaffected by ice attribute physical attacks. However, if it faces attacks such as freezing, Moyunteng will still be frozen. Unfortunately, Shui Binger's first soul ring level is freezing, and other members of the Tian Shui team also have similar skills, which actually has a certain impact on Bai Ji's control. So Bai Ji is more serious in the battle against Tian Shui College than in the battle against Blazing College. In the battle against Tian Shui College, Tai Long and Zhang Zhu still appeared as usual, followed by Bai Ji. Because they were facing Tian Shui College, Ma Hongjun still appeared as usual. As for the last 3 candidates, Bai Ji chose Xiao Wu, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing. In fact, if Daimyo Bai played, the Shrek team would have a greater advantage over the Tian Shui team, but according to the master's requirements, the team must defeat the opponent with the lowest strength, so Daimyo Bai did not play. After deciding the lineup for the match against Tian Shui College, Bai Ji began to discuss the tactics of the match with everyone in the lounge according to the information of Tian Shui College. Finally, as the loud voice of the host came from the competition venue, Bai Ji stood up and said that it was their turn to enter the venue. Yan Zhai, ask for recommendations and rewards. 20 more bursts completed, ask for recommendations and rewards. Chapter 303, Battle of Tian Shui, Shui Yuer has taken a fancy to Daimyo Bai? 1/2. Now, please invite all participating teams to enter the venue. As the loud voice of the host came from the competition venue, Bai Ji stood up immediately. Let's go, it's our turn to enter. With the players on the field, they left the lounge and entered the competition venue. Because the match was against Tian Shui College, this time the match was naturally arranged on the main fighting spirit stage in the center. When Bai Ji led everyone to the fighting spirit stage, on the other side of the fighting spirit stage, the Tian Shui team, or the Tang Shui team, had already arrived and was waiting. Among the 5 elemental colleges, the application requirements of Tian Shui College are the most stringent, because in addition to requiring students to have water-attributed martial spirits, Tian Shui College has several additional requirements. First, only female students are accepted, and second, only beautiful women are not accepted. It is precisely because of the stringent requirements that in order to prevent the college from having too few students, Tian Shui College has also relaxed the scope of enrollment and opened enrollment to all civilians. It is the only college open to civilians among the 5 elemental colleges. As a college where all students are beautiful women, the students who can be selected for the Tang Shui team are the most powerful and beautiful group in Tian Shui College. Looking at the girls of the Tian Shui team, Ma Hongjun simply couldn't take his eyes off. While Ma Hongjun was looking at Tang Shouchuan was also looking at the Shrek team, to be precise, Beg, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing. Because they had come to Dan Pavilion to learn dancing before, during the time they were learning dancing, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Suo had already met Ning Rongrong. Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing became friends. As for Bai Ji, although he went to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings and stayed in the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire during that time, as the head of the Dan Pavilion and the youngest Soul King, and with Bai Ji's good looks, Bai Ji has always been a long-lasting topic in the upper circles of Tiandu Imperial City, especially for girls. Boys are interested in beautiful girls, and beautiful girls are naturally interested in handsome and excellent boys. Bai Ji is the best and most handsome one, so he naturally received the most attention. Wow, look, is that Bai Ji? So handsome! I heard that Bai Ji is not only handsome, but also very powerful, and he has also established his own power. This is a huge potential stock. If you can marry him, you don't have to worry about the future. In the sugar water group, seeing Bai Ji, a girl with long golden hair said excitedly. 5th sister, please be careful. Didn't Suo say that Bai Ji is a married man, and there are more than 1 or 2 of them? Among them, there is the eldest daughter of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the granddaughter of the titled Douluo. Are you sure you can succeed? On the side, Shui Yuer with short dark green hair said speechlessly. What are you afraid of? I don't plan to be his wife. Isn't it good to be a lover? Anyway, he is so handsome, so rich, and so powerful. I won't suffer any loss. Hearing Shui Yuer's words, the golden beauty pouted. You think it's beautiful, but there are so many beauties around him, and they may not be attracted to you. A girl with short silver blue hair said. 4th sister is right, but although Bai Ji is handsome, he is not my type. I still like those who are unrestrained and uninhibited. For example, I think Daimyo Bai, the evil-eyed white tiger from Shrek Academy, is very good. I may meet him after the game. When mentioning Daimyo Bai, Shui Yuer couldn't help showing a little expectation in her eyes. Okay, stop being crazy. Although we have little chance of winning this game, we still have to go all out anyway and not lose face for Tian Shui College. Finally, Shui Binger spoke. Yes, big sister. Hearing the big sister Shui Binger speak, the girls immediately shut up and began to adjust their status one by one to prepare for the upcoming game. Please ask both teams to come on stage. On the other side, seeing that both teams came to the fighting spirit stage, the referee announced on the fighting spirit stage. Hearing the referee's words, the 2 teams boarded the fighting spirit stage from both sides of the central main stage. When the Shrek team and the Sugar Water group came on stage, each team on the other 4 fighting spirit stages also boarded the fighting spirit stage. As the last round of the preliminaries, the host in the sky also began to explain hard. The highlight was undoubtedly the match between Shrek College and Tian Shui College. Please salute both teams. It was the same process. At the signal of the referee, the players of both teams saluted each other. Rongrong, Yuran, and Beg, although we are friends, I will still go all out in this game, and I hope you can go all out too. After saluting, Shui Binger said very seriously. Of course, but even if you go all out, the winner of this game will definitely be our Shrek Academy. Meng Yuran said confidently. Then let me see your strength. A smile appeared on Shui Binger's pretty face. Hey, Yuran, why didn't your Daimyo Bai play? Suddenly, a very curious voice interrupted, it was Shui Yuer. Hearing Shui Yuer's words, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help showing a few weirdness on her face, and Meng Yuran was the same. Why are you asking him? You don't like him, do you? Meng Yuran was a little surprised. Shui Yu'er blushed and was about to speak, but Shui Bing'er suddenly interrupted her. Yu'er, the game is about to start, some things can be discussed after the game. Looking at Shui Bing'er's cold face, Shui Yu'er stuck out her tongue. Please prepare both teams. The next minute will be the time for you to summon your martial spirits. 1 minute later until you fall off the fighting spirit stage. Now you can release your martial spirits. After the two teams saluted, the referee had retreated to the fighting spirit stage and said loudly. Hearing the referee's voice, the two teams retreated a distance and summoned their own martial spirits. Powerful Gorilla, possess. Evil Fire Phoenix, possess. Soft Bone Rabbit, possess. Each stood in position. As Beast Martial Spirit Masters, Tai Long, Ma Heng-jun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuoqing summoned their martial spirits at the first time and entered the martial spirit possession state. Meng Yuren, Bai Ji, and Zhang Zhu also summoned their own martial spirits. Meng Yuren stood in front holding the black jade snake spear, while Bai Ji summoned the Moyun Tang to stand in front. In the middle of the team, behind Bai Ji was Jiangzhe holding the healing scepter. Shui Binger looked at the 5 yellow, purple, black, and black soul rings rising under Bai Ji's feet, and her face was very heavy. As a soul king, Bai Ji's strength exceeded theirs by 1 realm. Even if ice restrains plants, the difference in strength made Shui Binger dare not take it lightly. And until now, Bai Ji has not used his full strength. According to Shui Binger's observation, Bai Ji only used the first and second soul ring skills in all the games he played, but no one could force Bai Ji's third, fourth, and fifth soul ring skills. The asymmetry of information made Shui Binger feel very uncertain. But no matter what, even if she lost more than she won in this game, she would definitely go all out with the Tang Shui group for the glory of their Tian Shui College. Chapter 304, Ice Control, the perfect rhythm of the Tang Shui group. 2 halves. Ice Phoenix, possess. When the Shrek team summoned their own martial souls, Shui Binger shouted and summoned her own martial soul, Ice Phoenix. With a crisp cry, a gorgeous ice blue phoenix instantly emerged from Shui Binger's body, and then suddenly sank into Shui Binger's body. As the ice phoenix possessed the body, a deep blue light suddenly burst out from Shui Binger's body. However, it may be because the more powerful the martial soul, the less change it will bring to the soul master after possession. Although Shui Binger entered the martial soul possession state, her body did not change much. She was just wrapped in a circle of dazzling blue light, and a faint phoenix shadow floated behind her. After Shui Binger, the other girls in the Tang Shui group also entered and summoned their own martial souls. Among them, Shui Yuer's martial soul was the Ice Elf. After entering the martial soul possession state, a layer of bright ice blue enamel appeared on her skin, while Shui Wu's martial soul was snowflakes. As for the other 4 girls from the sugar water group, 3 of them have fish spirits. After entering the spirit possession state, a layer of fine ice blue scales suddenly appeared on their bodies. The 4th spirit is unknown, but it should also be a beast spirit. After entering the spirit possession state, the skin turned ice blue. The game begins. After both sides summoned their own spirits or entered the spirit possession state, the referee announced the official start of the game under the fighting spirit stage. Charge! At the moment the referee shouted the start of the game, Shui Binger shouted in a low voice, and then rushed out with the girls from the sugar water group. Unlike Bai Ji and Tang San who rely on summoned plants for control, Shui Binger's control relies on freezing, and does not need to fight a positional battle, so compared with defending, she prefers to charge and attack. Strangle with thorns. Looking at the girls from the sugar water group rushing over, Bai Ji quickly used the most practical first spirit skill to try to disrupt the formation of the sugar water group. But it was different from the blazing fire team at the beginning. The blazing fire team had already deployed the flame field. In the flame field, no one expected that plants could be summoned, so they were caught off guard. But Shui Binger had already prepared for Bai Ji's routine. Freeze. While feeling the fluctuation of soul power, Bai Ji's Moyun Tang had not been summoned yet, Shui Binger shouted and activated her first soul skill. As the first soul ring of the body rhythmically bloomed with dazzling brilliance, a burst of ice blue light flashed by, and in an instant, with Shui Binger as the center, the ground around was all frozen, and the Moyun Tang that had just emerged like a bamboo shoot was frozen in the ice before it came out. In the air, Ma Heng-jun, who was about to launch the Phoenix Fire Line attack, was instantly frozen, and the whole person turned into a piece of ice and fell on the fighting soul stage. With the strong tolerance of Moyun Tang, it will naturally not be affected by freezing. However, although it can resist the erosion of cold air, it is frozen by ice. Even Moyuntang has no good way. The power of Moyuntang itself cannot break free from the shackles of ice. After solving the threat of Thorn strangulation, seeing that her own soul master is about to arrive in front of the Shrek team's formation, Shui Binger shouted again and activated her second soul skill again, Ice Ring Armor. As the second soul ring lit up, a total of 5 ice rings were released from Shui Binger's second soul ring, covering the 3 strong attack soul masters and 2 agile attack soul masters of Tian Shui College. Crack! With a freezing sound, the 5 soul masters covered by the ice rings suddenly had a layer of crystal clear ice blue armor on their bodies. Looking at Meng Yuran, Tai Long, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing who were waiting in front of the formation, the 3 strong attack soul masters suddenly jumped up and pounced on them. On the other side, Shui Yuer and another agile attack spirit master rushed towards Bai Ji and Zhang Zhu respectively. Spirit Snake Stabs. Looking at the tall silver-haired female spirit master rushing towards him, Meng Yuran shouted and directly activated the first spirit skill, raised the black jade spirit snake spear in his hand and stabbed it. However, the silver-haired female spirit master was not weak, her own strength was level 42, Ozus a semi-defense spirit master, and with the ice ring armor equipped by Shui Binger, the silver-haired female spirit master did not dodge Meng Yuran's black jade spirit snake spear, but directly went forward with her chest raised. Puchi, puchi, puchi. The sharp black jade spirit snake spear fell on the silver-haired female spirit master's ice ring armor like raindrops, and with a crisp sound of breaking ice, it pierced holes in the ice ring armor one after another. However, the silver-haired female spirit master herself also had the fish scale armor after the martial spirit possessed her body. After piercing the ice ring armor, the black jade spirit snake spear was already somewhat powerless, and it was simply unable to pierce the silver-haired female spirit master's fish scale armor defense. On the contrary, when Meng Yuran launched the spirit snake stab, the silver-haired female spirit master instantly launched the second spirit skill. In an instant, a burst of ice blue light suddenly burst out, directly freezing the tip of Meng Yuran's black jade spirit snake spear. Not good. Seeing that the black jade snake spear was frozen, Meng Yuran immediately activated the fourth soul skill again, the black jade spear light. As the fourth soul ring lit up, a burst of dark spear light suddenly shot out from the tip of the black jade snake spear, instantly turning the ice that froze the tip of the spear into powder, and then directly shattered the ice ring armor of the female soul master into fragments all over the sky, and knocked the silver-haired female soul master out. On the other side, Tai Long and Xiao Wu also met their respective opponents. Although in terms of offense, the female soul masters of the Tang Shui group did not have the powerful explosive power of the Blazing team, nor the flexibility and speed of the Kamikaze team, but the ice ring armor combined with various freezing skills was both offensive and defensive, and with the help of Shui Binger, it was extremely difficult to deal with. While the 3 strong attacking soul masters held back Meng Yuran, Xiao Wu and Tai Long, Shui Yuer and another agile attacking soul master went straight to Bai Ji and Zhang Zhu. Facing the situation of being cut off from the back row, Zhu Zuqing rushed over instantly and stopped the blue-skinned agility attack spirit master, but Shui Yuer still rushed towards Bai Ji. Through her sister Shui Binger's research, the core of the Shrek team is the control spirit master. When the blue-silver grass spirit master Tang San came on the field, the core was Tang San, and when Bai Ji came on the field, the core was Bai Ji. So as long as they solved Bai Ji, they could say that they won half the battle. While Shui Yuer rushed straight towards Bai Ji, behind the Tang Shui Tuan, Shui Wu also moved, tiptoed and began to dance. The long skirt fluttered, the black hair fluttered, and as the 4 spirit rings on the body shone alternately, circles of blue halos spread out from Shui Wu as the center. Soon, above the main fighting spirit stage, a dark cloud gathered unconsciously, and then, bean-sized raindrops suddenly fell from the sky, and then quickly turned into a large piece of water curtain pouring down. In this rainy environment, the fighting spirit arena was full of water, which was the perfect place for the sugar water group to fight. The 3 strong attacking spirit masters who were at a disadvantage under the attack of Meng Yuran, Xiao Wu and Tai Long suddenly regained their momentum after receiving the support of the rain curtain. It's the new year, so I'll adjust and update. I thought that the upper limit free version would increase the performance, but I didn't expect that I was kneeling down and even my mother didn't recognize me. Perhaps part of the reason is that Yanjai is on the iOS version of the limited free version, but Yanjai can't wash it off if it's badly written. However, although it's badly written, it's still the same as the previous book. As long as someone reads it, Yanjai will continue to write it. Unless something like the mirror network happens to mess with people's mentality, Yanjai will still finish this book. I will try not to be a eunuch, and I won't say anything. My mentality collapsed because of this matter, and it was the new year, and I had to visit relatives and didn't have much time to write. Maybe I will update twice in the future. As for when to resume 4 updates, well, Yanjai doesn't know. Because the results are too bad, it is better to open another book instead of 4 updates for this book, so Yanjai should open another book during this period. There is nothing to explain about this. After all, people always need to eat. I can only promise to try not to eunuch, and that's it. That's all. Chapter 305 Anxious Situation, Dance, Moyun Teng. 1/2. The violent rain curtain kept pouring down from the dark clouds. The bean-sized raindrops would slide quietly when they fell on the girls of Tian Shui College, but it was not so good for the members of the Shrek team. After being soaked by the heavy rain, not only their own movements were affected, but it also became more difficult to avoid the freezing soul skills of the girls of Tian Shui College. In the sky, Ma Heng-jun, who broke free from the ice, flapped his wings behind him, looking confused. He was fat to begin with, and his flying speed was slow. Now that he was soaked like a drowned chicken, he could not fly even more. Moreover, in this environment, the power of his Phoenix Fire line was reduced by more than half, and it had no power at all against the girls of Tian Shui College who were covered in ice ring armor. However, seeing that his side was in a difficult battle, and the reason was precisely because of Xuewu at the end of the Tang Shui group, as the only free fighting force of the Shrek team at present, Ma Heng-jun could only grit his teeth and forcefully break through the dense rain curtain and fly towards Xuewu, trying to interrupt Xuewu's control with an attack. But when seeing Ma Heng-jun flying over, a soul ring lit up on Xuewu's body, and a flash of ice blue light passed by, instantly freezing Ma Heng-jun in the air. Although Xuewu's freezing soul skill was not as powerful as Shui Binger's freezing, in this rain curtain environment, it was the perfect place for their ice-attributed martial souls to exert their power. With his whole body soaked, Ma Heng-jun could not avoid Xuewu at all. Wu's freezing skill. On the other side, Shui Binger was still helping her team members suppress the Shrek team members. In terms of overall strength, Tang Shui group is still far inferior to Shrek team. If Shui Binger hadn't been controlling the field, Tang Shui group would never be the opponent of Shrek team in a frontal battle. Strangle with thorns. Looking at Shui Yuer rushing over, Bai Ji manipulated Mo Yuntang to attack Shui Yuer while manipulating Mo Yuntang to block Shui Yuer's dodge position. However, for Bai Ji's Mo Yuntang, Shui Binger launched the freezing soul skill again and again, freezing Bai Ji's Mo Yuntang and creating opportunities for Shui Yuer. Shui Binger's freezing soul skill has 2 activation modes. One is the locking mode. As long as the mind locks the target can be instantly frozen, but this mode has a distance limit. Now, because the 3 strong attack and 1 agile attack soul masters of the Tang Shui group are at a disadvantage under Tailong, Xiaohu, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing, Shui Binger must equip the 4 girls with ice ring armor in time, and use the ice light resistance to give them a chance to breathe when they are in danger. Therefore, Shui Binger can only move in the middle of the fighting soul stage and cannot lock Bai Ji to launch freezing. The second mode of Shui Binger's freezing soul skill is range freezing. Because it is range freezing, the range freezing mode is far inferior to the locking mode in terms of power and speed. However, after Sui launched the rain curtain to control the field, with the help of the rain curtain, Shui Binger was able to make the range freezing mode reach the speed, effect and power of the locking mode, so the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ji had no time to grow and spread, and would be instantly frozen by Shui Binger. Bai Ji was a little confused. Why did Shui Binger's first soul skill have such a short cooldown time? It was even shorter than his Thorn Stranglehold, and the cooldown time was almost no more than 5 seconds. On the other side, because the opponents they faced were all ordinary colleges, although it was the last game and all the teams had given their all, the Blazing Fire College and the Divine Wind College still ended the battle quickly. However, after the battle, the 2 teams did not leave the field, but began to watch the game between the Shrek team and the Sugar Water group on their respective fighting spirit stages. Xiao Wu, have you really joined the Dan Pavilion? Huo Wushuan asked while watching the game. Yes, when I challenged him, we made a bet. He agreed to my challenge, but as a bet, if I lost, I would have to join the Dan Pavilion. In the end, I lost. Huo Wu nodded gently. Brother, you don't know how deep this guy hides. This guy looks like a control-type soul master, but in fact, his strength is just like that of a power-type soul master of the same level, and his reaction and agility are also very strong. He was almost defeated in one move when I fought him in close combat. As if she remembered something, Huo Wu couldn't help but sigh. This guy is still using his martial soul to slowly grind with Shui Binger and the others. If he showed the strength he showed when he fought me, he would have defeated Shui Binger long ago. He probably wants to hide his strength, but although you know it, since you have joined Dan Pavilion, don't tell outsiders anymore. After thinking for a while, Huo Wushuan said. I know this. Huo Wu nodded. On the other side of the Divine Wind Academy, Feng Xiaotian looked a little melancholy while watching the game. He recently heard that Huo Wu had joined Dan Pavilion, and thinking that Dan Pavilion was Bai Ji's power, he felt a little uneasy. Is his goddess going to abandon him and throw herself into the arms of another man? Seeing Huo Wu paying attention to the Shrek Academy's game, Feng Xiaotian was even more uneasy when he thought about how the big figures of his father's generation in the upper circles of Tiandu Imperial City wanted to befriend Dan Pavilion. Huo Wu. My goddess, you can't be the same as those mediocre fans. Feng Xiaotian thought silently in his heart. While Blazing Fire Academy and Divine Wind Academy were paying attention to the game between Shrek Team and Tang Shui Group on the main Fighting Spirit stage, Bai Ji also planned to show some real skills. He didn't have the excellent control ability of Tang San. In addition, facing Shui Binger's freezing, although the Moyun Vine would not be directly frozen into ice, it was frozen by the solid ice. It was impossible to break free by the Moyun Vine's own power unless he launched an Ice and Fire Thunder explosion. But with the power of the Ice and Fire Thunder explosion, it is likely that it will not only blow up the solid ice. With the number of Moyun Vines summoned by Bai Ji, it is estimated that half of the Fighting Spirit stage will be ascended, which is definitely not advisable. So Bai Ji could only use the second method, that is, since the Moyun Vine can't break free of the ice, then I will do it. He summoned 2 Moyun Vines again, but this time, Bai Ji did not summon Moyun Vines to attack, but summoned 2 Moyun Vines of moderate thickness in his hand, and as for Shui Yuer, he still manipulated the summoned Moyun Vines to block her approach. As a spirit master of the agility attack system, Shui Yuer could not resist the Moyun Vines summoned by Bai Ji, so it was always Shui Binger who cooperated with Shui Wu's Rain Curtain to launch the Ice Seal to resist the attack of Moyun Vines for Shui Yuer. However, despite this, with Bai Ji's strong soul power can still summon a large number of Moyun Vines to block Shui Yuer's approach, but Shui Binger wants to help Shui Yuer. After reducing the help to the other girls in the Sugar Water group, even with the Rain Curtain of Snow Dance, in front of Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing who showed their true strength, as 2 female opponents, the 2 female soul masters who were originally at ease still gradually fell into a disadvantage. Just when Shui Binger was anxious, Bai Ji manipulated the Moyun Vine to attack Shui Yuer while holding a Moyun Vine and swung it towards Shui Yuer. Chapter 306 Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Ice and Snow Flying Ice Phoenix. 2 halves. Yuer, be careful. Seeing that just when Shui Yuer was avoiding the entanglement and strangulation of the Moyun Vine, Bai Ji swung a thick Moyun Vine violently. In a burst of breaking air, the Moyun Vine covered with sharp spikes went straight to Shui Yuer's back, and Shui Binger couldn't help but screamed. Hearing Shui Binger's voice, Shui Yuer immediately fell on the Fighting Soul stage, and with a flexible roll, she slid out a path of ice on the Fighting Soul stage full of water, and then jumped up instantly to avoid Bai Ji's blow. Heavenly Net. But when Shui Yuer dodged, Bai Ji's heart moved, and he directly activated the second soul skill, launching the Heavenly Net in the direction of Shui Yuer's dodge. With a wave of soul power, countless Moyun Vines quickly condensed and formed in front of Shui Yuer, and intertwined into a net, and at this time, Shui Binger also reacted. Freeze! Looking at the heavenly net that was taking shape, Shui Binger first shouted in her heart, and the first soul ring suddenly lit up with the rhythm of her body. In a burst of ice blue light, the heavenly net that was about to take shape not far in front of Shui Yuer was instantly frozen into the ice. Do you think it's over? Seeing the net frozen, Bai Ji sneered in his heart. With the thought, he once again launched the cooled thorn stranglehold on Shui Yuer's position. At the same time, Bai Ji manipulated a large number of Moyun Vines to wrap around Shui Yuer, while waving the Moyun Vines in his hand. Ice Cone. As a sensitive attack spirit master, Shui Yuer immediately sensed the danger when she sensed the soul power fluctuations coming from her feet, and quickly dodged. However, facing the large number of Moyun Vines that followed like poisonous snakes, Shui Yuer quickly used her best spirit skills when she could not dodge. As the third spirit ring around her body lit up, in a burst of ice blue light, several dark blue ice cones quickly took shape, and then shot towards the oncoming Moyun vines under Shui Yuer's control. Puff! The ice cone emitting extreme cold air exploded the moment it touched the Moyun vine. The low-temperature freezing air and the rain curtain falling from the dark clouds instantly froze the Moyun vine, but Bai Ji's attack was not over yet. Just as Shui Yuer launched her soul skill to freeze the large number of Moyun vines that were entangled, the Moyun vine swung by Bai Ji also instantly whipped Shui Yuer's body. Even though she was covered with Shui Binger's ice ring armor, the thickness and toughness of the Moyun vines combined with Bai Ji's powerful strength instantly whipped the ice ring armor into ice cubes all over the sky, and through the remaining force of the ice ring armor, Shui Yuer was completely knocked out. Yuer. Seeing Shui Yuer being knocked away, Shui Binger was full of anxiety. However, because the ice ring armor had just been used up and was still cooling, Shui Binger could not add another set of ice ring armor to Shui Yuer. Seeing that Bai Ji's second whip had already arrived in front of Shui Yuer with a sound of breaking through the air, Shui Binger could only grit her teeth and leap up suddenly to block Shui Yuer. Snap! A powerful blow directly hit Shui Binger's body, and the powerful force burst out and instantly broke the ice ring armor on Shui Binger's chest. Even if the ice ring armor was broken, the remaining force still flew Shui Binger and Shui Yuer out together. Big sister! Seeing Shui Binger and Shui Yuer being beaten away by Bai Ji, the other girls of the Sugar Water group couldn't help but shrink their pupils and shouted hurriedly. But seeing that the girls were distracted, the members of the Shrek team immediately took the opportunity to launch an attack. Meng Yuan wielded the Black Jade Snake Spear, and used it like a stick to pull the silver-haired female soul master off the fighting stage with a fierce jerk, while Xiao Wu also took away a girl with a teleport and waist bow. However, Tai Long and Zhu Zuking's opponents reacted in time at the critical moment and did not fall into the fate of being knocked off the fighting stage. But even so, with two players suddenly off the stage, in the eyes of the surrounding discerning people, the Tang Shui group was almost doomed to lose. However, Shui Binger did not admit defeat. After getting up, she found that two of her team members were knocked off the stage. Shui Binger made up her mind, gritted her teeth and ran straight towards Shui Wu in the rain. What is she going to do? The audience around was a little confused, but Bai Ji guessed Shui Binger's thoughts. They are going to use their last trump card. Bai Ji, take it, this is our last attack. A crisp voice came, and in the dazzling ice blue light, Shui Binger and Shui Wu's figures finally reunited. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Ice and Snow Flying Ice Phoenix. In a loud shout, blue hair and black hair instantly merged into one, and a dazzling blue-white light column suddenly bloomed and rushed into the dark clouds in the sky. In the dazzling blue-white light column, Shui Binger and Shui Wu's bodies disappeared at the same time, and a gorgeous blue bird was gradually taking shape. Fuck, what is this? After melting the ice again, Ma Hongjun looked at the blue-white light column at the end of his sight with a confused face. In this competition, he felt that he was just playing soy sauce, and he was always wandering between being frozen and thawed. He also wanted to help, but he couldn't do it to such a beautiful lady. After the ice phoenix was activated, the raindrops falling from the sky had already turned into sharp snowflakes, flying all over the sky in the icy cold wind. It looked beautiful, but it was full of murderous intent. Gather, come quickly. The cold wind whistled in his ears. Looking at the sharp snowflakes raging in the fighting arena, Bai Ji protected Jiangzhi behind him while calling everyone back, and at the same time launched the Thorn Stranglehold and the Sky and Earth Net, directly forming an airtight prison around. The snowflakes were flying wantonly in the fighting arena. In the paleness, no matter the audience around or the many strong men on the rostrum, no one could see the specific situation. They could only see a black and purple house building standing on the fighting arena. Looking at the snowflakes flying all over the fighting arena, they gradually formed an ice and snow tornado in the piercing cold wind, and in the ice and snow tornado, a gorgeous blue and white divine bird was gradually taking shape. The martial soul fusion skill that has not yet been fully formed has such a powerful power, so how powerful will the martial soul fusion skill be after it is formed? Is the undefeated Shrek Academy finally going to lose? Looking at the situation on the fighting soul stage, many people couldn't help but have this thought in their minds. On the other side, on the fighting soul stage, although the flying snowflakes were constantly cutting every corner of Beg Moyun prison like a meat grinder under the traction of the tornado, even the snowflakes that were sharper than a blade were still helpless in the face of the extremely tough Moyun vine. In the blue-white light column, seeing that the first stage of the ice and snow Piaoling Ice Phoenix was perfectly resisted by Beg, Shui Binger's face became a little ugly. Is it only possible to use the second stage of the ice and snow Piaoling Ice Phoenix? Shui Bing'er felt a little helpless, because the ice and snow Piaoling ice phoenix was so powerful that even in the first stage, she and Swo could barely control it, and in the second stage, they could hardly control it after using it. But looking at the Moyun prison standing firm under the ice and snow tornado, the skeleton formed by thorns, the protective net formed by the net, the sharp snowflakes can't penetrate it at all. Gritting her teeth in her heart, Shui Bing'er decided to activate the second stage of the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix arrives. Chapter 307, Net and Ultimate Absorption, Devouring the Ice Phoenix. 1/4. Don't worry, these snowflakes can't get in. Seeing that Jiangju's face was a little pale and seemed a little scared, Bai Ji couldn't help but comfort her. Don't worry, Bai Ji's Moyun vine is very hard. Even if I use the spirit snake to pierce it, I can't pierce it. These snowflakes are definitely impossible to penetrate. Meng Yuren also laughed. Wait, you see, it seems that the snow has become smaller. Through the gap in the prison, Ma Hongjun suddenly noticed that the ice and snow tornado outside seemed to have become smaller, and the previous harsh sound of snowflakes cutting the Moyun vine was almost gone. Ice Phoenix. Just when everyone was surprised, a clear and loud shout suddenly came from outside the prison. Feeling that the snowflakes that kept cutting the prison outside Moyun prison had almost completely disappeared, Bai Ji released Moyun prison. As Moyun prison dissipated, everything in front of him suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji. In the blue-white light column in the distance, the snowflakes that were flying all over the sky had completely condensed together and turned into a huge ice blue phoenix with a body length of nearly 7 meters. The huge ice phoenix condensed by the ice and snow and ice attribute soul power looked extremely clear, just like a real entity, with bright eyes, slender neck and gorgeous tail feathers, looking as beautiful as a real ice phoenix. Descend world. As the ice phoenix completely condensed into shape, Shui Bing'er finally shouted the last 2 words. With a loud cry, the dazzling ice blue phoenix suddenly spread its white ice wings, and in an instant, a biting cold wind swept out. Give up, Bai Ji. The second stage power of this ice and snow Piaoling ice phoenix has reached the level of the 5th soul ring skill, and you can no longer resist it. Ice blue ice phoenix Jingjing stretched out her wings and floated in the air. In the blue-white light column, Shui Bing'er's crisp voice came. 5th soul ring skill? But I am also a soul king. I also have a 5th soul ring skill. Why do you think I can't resist it? Bai Ji asked with a chuckle. You are a control-type soul master, not a defense-type soul master. How can you resist the offensive martial soul fusion skill of the Soul King level? Shui Bing'er's somewhat embarrassed voice came from the blue-white light column. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? You probably didn't think we could resist your first stage martial soul fusion skill before. Bai Ji shook his head. You are stubborn. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Shui Bing'er became even more embarrassed. It was the first time she spoke to a boy so kindly, but she didn't expect Bai Ji to be ungrateful. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. With a delicate shout. In the air, the eyes of the ice phoenix flashed an ice blue light, and then accompanied by a phoenix cry, the ice phoenix slowly raised its slender neck, lightly fluttered its ice wings, turned around, and in a gust of cold wind, the gorgeous ice phoenix floated down and headed straight for the Shrek team. If you feel you can't resist, just admit defeat. When the ice phoenix was still in the air, Shui Bing'er's slightly embarrassed voice came again. Don't worry, I'll show you what the real strongest martial spirit is. Looking at the ice phoenix swooping down with a biting cold, Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly. Heavenly Net. Ignoring the raging cold wind, Bai Ji shouted and directly activated the second soul skill, the Heavenly Net. As the second soul ring of the body rhythmically bloomed with shining brilliance, countless Moyun vines rose from the ground in front of Bai Ji, and instantly intertwined in the air to form a huge vine net, and then covered the ice phoenix. The biting cold current surged, and ordinary vines would probably be frozen into ice blocks within 10 meters of the ice phoenix, but the extreme ice attribute of the Moyun vine gave it the characteristic of ignoring any ice attribute energy attack. It was restrained before because Shui Bing'er's ice soul skill was a physical attack, but although the ice phoenix was also physical, the cold it emitted was an energy attack, so the Moyun vine directly ignored the chill around the ice phoenix and covered the ice phoenix directly. What? Seeing that the net was not frozen after approaching the ice phoenix, Shui Bing'er opened her mouth in surprise. But what surprised Shui Bing'er even more was still to come, because ignoring the chill around the ice phoenix, the net directly covered the body of the ice phoenix, and instantly tightened and bound the ice phoenix tightly. However, the powerful potential energy brought by the swooping down of the Ice Phoenix could not be blocked by the soft vines, so even though it was bound, the Ice Phoenix still drove the Moyun vine net on its body to swoop towards Bai Ge and the others. But just when all the audience around him were clenched, Bai Ge's mouth curled up again. Ultimate absorption. Looking at the flying Ice Phoenix, Bai Ge shouted and activated the third soul skill again, ultimate absorption. This soul skill, which was transformed from the ultimate absorption skill of the grass-type Poka Copyright Monday in the Poka Copyright Monday world, has the ability to absorb any energy. While absorbing energy to cause damage to the enemy, the Moyun vine will also feed back part of the absorbed energy. It is a soul skill that combines attack and endurance. As the third soul ring of Bai Ge's body rhythmically bloomed with a deep purple light, the Moyun vine that bound the Ice Phoenix also bloomed with a faint purple light. In an instant, a strong suction force suddenly came from the Moyun vine, and the Moyun vine that entangled the Ice Phoenix began to quickly devour the huge ice attribute energy in the Ice Phoenix. What's going on? Suddenly, she felt that the ice attribute energy contained in the body of the Ice Phoenix was rapidly dissipating, as if it was swallowed by something, and Shui Binger was full of shock. Looking at the Ice Phoenix again, Shui Binger suddenly found that the Moyun vine that bound the Ice Phoenix was growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the sparse vine net covered the entire body of the Ice Phoenix, and at the same time, the ice attribute energy was dissipating faster. Is this Bai Ge's third soul skill? Seeing that Bai Ge's third soul ring was blooming with dazzling purple light, Shui Binger suddenly knew the reason, but it was too late. Because the ice attribute energy in the body had been absorbed by the Moyun vines crawling all over the body, the remaining ice attribute energy could no longer maintain the shape of the Ice Phoenix. As the ice attribute energy continued to dissipate, cracks began to appear on the body of the Ice Phoenix. Finally, accompanied by a shrill phoenix cry, under the restraint of the Moyun vine, the body of the Ice Phoenix instantly shattered and turned into ice cubes all over the sky, falling on the fighting spirit stage like rain. Chapter 308, First place in the preliminary round, Viscount obtained. 2/4. As the Ice Phoenix was destroyed, the martial soul fusion skill Ice and Snow Piaoling Ice Phoenix was officially declared to be cracked. As the blue-white light column dissipated, Shui Binger and Shui Wu fell to the ground with pale faces. Why, your martial soul can ignore my Ice Phoenix. With the support of Shui Yuer, Shui Binger walked to Bai Ge with some difficulty and asked with complicated eyes. The reason is very simple, my martial soul is ice immunity. Bai Ge whispered as he leaned close to Shui Binger's ear. Ah! Shui Binger looked at Bai Ge in shock. Okay, I know, it turns out that I am just a frog in the well. After a long time, as if she had figured it out, Shui Binger couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. We admit defeat in this game. Taking a deep breath, Shui Binger turned her head to the referee under the fighting spirit stage and shouted. She consumed almost all of her soul power and performed the martial soul fusion skill Ice and Snow Piaoling Ice Phoenix with Swu. Now the soul power in her and Swu's bodies has been almost exhausted. In addition, 2 players have been eliminated, and the Tang Shui group has no hope of winning. Although she wanted to win, Shui Binger could also let go. In the case of losing, Shui Binger would not choose to hold on to face and refuse to admit defeat. Stepping on the snow all over the ground, with a series of crackling sounds, the referee stepped onto the fighting spirit stage cautiously. Even though he was also a soul king of more than 50 levels, he was still a little scared of the previous Ice Phoenix in the fighting spirit stage. The young people nowadays are really getting better and better. With some sighs in his heart, the referee slowly walked to the side of Bai Ge and Shui Binger, then picked up the loudspeaker soul guide in his hand, coughed a few times, and said loudly, in this competition, Shrek Academy vs Tian Shui Academy, the winner is Shrek Academy. As the referee shouted, the surrounding audience seats suddenly burst into cheers like a landslide, and all the audience watching the game shouted and cheered. On the rostrum, all the nobles and strong men, including Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi, stood up and applauded. For this match between Shrek Academy and Tian Shui Academy, it can be regarded as the highest quality match in the preliminaries, both in terms of visual effects and combat effects. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, the players of the Shrek team all waved their hands around with smiles on their faces. Among them, Ma Hongjun was even more exaggerated. Not only did he wave his hands, but he also smiled with layers of fat stacked on his face, almost like a chrysanthemum. After getting off the fighting stage, he returned to the lounge through the player channel. In the lounge, Master, Flanders, and Zhao Wuji were all smiling. Shrek Academy was able to win the first place in the preliminaries with a perfect record. This is absolutely the supreme honor for them. Teacher, what's the matter? Seeing Master suddenly coming over, Bai Ji was a little confused. You performed very well in this game. With your strength, it's simply a foul in this kind of game. Patting Bai Ji on the shoulder, the Master said with some emotion. But it's also because you performed so well when you were on the court, especially in this game, someone must have noticed you. Although you have the protection of Senior Meng Shu, you should still be more careful in the future. When the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy in the whole continent is over, you should concentrate on practicing well. When you are strong enough, you don't have to be so cautious again. Looking at Bai Ji, the Master said very seriously. Well, teacher, I know. Bai Ji nodded. You too, do you know? After speaking, the Master swept his eyes over Tang San and other Shrek students. Well, we know, Master. The students responded in unison. Although the game is over, because it is the last round of the preliminaries, according to the process, after the game, an award ceremony will be held immediately to issue the qualification certificates for the promotion match to the top 5 teams in the preliminaries. As the first place in the preliminaries, Bai Ji and his team will naturally not leave. After waiting for more than an hour, the last round of the game was finally completed. All the teams that failed to make the list gathered at the venue under the Fighting Spirit stage to watch the ceremony, and the top 5 teams in the preliminaries lined up in a vertical row in an orderly manner and boarded the Fighting Spirit stage, standing in front of the host from left to right according to their ranking. Next, Your Majesty, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Ning, and the Platinum Bishop of Saras will personally issue the qualification certificates and bonuses for the 5 teams that entered the promotion match. Holding the loudspeaker Soul Guide, after speaking, the host respectfully handed the right to speak to the Emperor Shuiye behind him. First of all, children, I want to congratulate you. His eyes slowly swept over the 5 teams, and after staying on Bai Ji for a moment, the Emperor Shuiye smiled gently. You have successfully qualified for this year's All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. As the High Ruler of the Tiandu Empire, I am proud of you. You are the hope of the Empire's future. As the captain and vice-captain of each team, your strength has played an important role in the competition, so I decided to confer the title of Viscount on the 10 of you, and the title of Baron on the other participating students from your 5 academies. When you graduate from now on, the door of the Imperial family will be open to you at any time, and your fiefdom will be uniformly distributed after you graduate. Slowly opening his arms, Emperor Shuiye said in a deep voice. Viscount title? Hearing the words of Emperor Shuiye, Bai Ji couldn't help but be refreshed. In addition to the system's task, the other purpose of his participation in the elite exchange competition of Soul Masters of the continent was to obtain the title awarded by Emperor Shuiye. The titles of the Tiandu Empire were the same as those in Bai Ji's previous life, arranged in the order of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Except for the Baron, who had no fiefdom, the other titles had their own fiefdoms. In their own fiefdoms, as long as they did not violate the laws of the Tiandu Empire, the lords could do whatever they wanted, including collecting taxes and raising servants. It was a country within a country, and this right was exactly what Bai Ji wanted. Although the Viscount was the lowest rank among the nobles who could own fiefdoms, the fiefdom was as big as a small city. The small city here did not just refer to a city, but included all the villages and towns belonging to the city within the radiation range of the city, so the actual range was actually very wide. As long as Bai Ji knows how to develop, he can expand his fiefdom to a very large size. As long as the area does not exceed the radiation range of the city, it will be no problem for Bai Ji to build his fiefdom into a city like Tiandu Imperial City. Your Majesty, isn't this bad? But just when Emperor Shuiye finished speaking, Platinum Bishop Saras suddenly interrupted. Chapter 309 The Open and Secret Struggles at the Award Ceremony. I'm really having a hard time. 1/2. What's wrong, Bishop Saras? After being interrupted by Saras, Emperor Shuiye frowned. If anyone else dared to interrupt him when he was speaking, he would definitely have someone take him down immediately. However, the person who interrupted was Platinum Bishop Saras of the Spirit Hall, and Emperor Shuiye could only suppress his unhappiness. Your Majesty, there is no precedent for rewarding titles in previous competitions, not to mention whether the titles are too high. Saras said indifferently. There was no intention to give face to Emperor Shuiye in his words. Then may I ask His Excellency Bishop Saras, when will the Spirit Hall have a precedent of allowing people to enter the Spirit Hall directly? Emperor Shuiye said with a smile. Besides, the award of titles is an internal affair of the Empire, and has nothing to do with the Spirit Hall or this competition. It is just that I appreciate the reward given to these children. They represent my Tiandu Empire to participate in this Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Here I have to make a promise to them. If any of your teams can win the final game, the team's titles will be promoted by one level, and the word royal will be added to the prefix of the academy, and it will be supported by the Empire's finances. Looking at everyone again, Emperor Shuiye continued. Hearing Emperor Shuiye's words, Bai Ji was even more determined to win the final victory of the elite exchange competition of Soul Master colleges across the continent. The Viscount will be promoted to Earl, and the Earl's territory is more than just a small city. Seeing that the 5 teams in front of him who had won the right to qualify for the Tiandu Imperial City qualifiers were all dizzy with the title of Emperor Shuiye, Saras's face gradually became gloomy. If these Soul Master geniuses all went to become nobles of the Tiandu Empire, what would happen to their Wuhan Hall? The open and secret struggles between Emperor Shuiye and Saras were not concealed at all. As Soul Masters of noble birth, both Hua Wushuan and Feng Xiaotian vaguely sensed the gunpowder smell between Emperor Shuiye and Saras. And Emperor Shuiye and Saras represented the Tiandu Empire and Wuhan Hall respectively. This conflict was not good news for them. However, compared to the worries of Hua Wushuan and Feng Xiaotian, Bai Ji didn't care. He had known about the conflict between the Tiandu Empire and the Spirit Hall for a long time. He didn't intend to get involved in the conflict between the Tiandu Empire and the Spirit Hall. Anyway, he didn't feel a sense of belonging to either of them. He just wanted to play by himself, quietly grow crops, and as long as he was strong enough, who would dare to mess with him, regardless of whether it was the Tiandu Empire or the Spirit Hall. Douluo continent is an extraordinary world, where strength is supreme. As long as his strength is strong enough, he can get absolute freedom and absolute rights. As a supporter of the Tiandu Empire, Ning Fengzi just stood aside and smiled silently about the conflict between Emperor Shuiye and Saras, as if all this had nothing to do with him, and he was very good at cultivating his energy. The next promotion match will still be held in the Empire, but the venue will be changed from the Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena to the Royal Hunting Ground. At that time, the 10 teams from the 5 principalities and kingdoms that passed the preliminaries will come to compete with you in the promotion match. I hope that all 5 of your colleges will rank among the top, so that you can have an advantage in the finals. Ignoring Saratha's gloomy face, Emperor Shuiye continued. The promotion match is the best stage to show your personal strength. At that time, the top 3 students who win the most promotion matches will be provided with the soul beasts needed for the next title upgrade by the Empire. You can choose the type of soul beast by yourself. Soul beasts with a cultivation level of less than 30,000 years will be given a chance to win. The Empire can guarantee all beasts. Emperor Shuiye continued to win people's hearts with benefits. Except for Bai Ji, other students, even Tang San, were a little tempted. 10,000-year soul beasts are rare. Even if you are lucky enough to meet a 10,000-year soul beast, it may not be the soul beast suitable for you. Emperor Shuiye guarantees that you can choose any type, and the cultivation level is below 30,000 years, which is very rare. Okay, the promotion competition will be held in a month. Children, I hope you can make another breakthrough within this month. I won't say much else. You children are very smart. I believe that you will make a smart choice. Emperor Shuiye smiled, but his eyes seemed to turn inadvertently and swept across Saras' face, which was meaningful. Seeing Emperor Shuiye's actions, everyone understood that the conflict between the Empire and the Spirit Hall had reached an irreconcilable point. They could only choose one between the Empire and the Spirit Hall. After speaking, Emperor Shuiye distributed the notes representing the qualification for promotion one by one. When Bai Ji, the captain of the Shrek team, stepped forward to receive the promotion notes, he clearly felt the scrutiny of Emperor Shuiye. To be honest, Bai Ji did not like this feeling. After distributing the promotion notes, Emperor Shuiye left accompanied by a group of ministers and officials. The host announced the end of the final award ceremony, and all participating teams could go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. After leaving the Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena, Bai Ji was still thinking about the choice of future fiefdoms, while beside him, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling were discussing where to go to relax in the next few days. Bai Ji. A voice suddenly came from behind, and Bai Ji turned around and saw that it was Huo Wu. "What's the matter?" Bai Ji asked with some confusion. "Have I finished memorizing the book I gave you before?" "What do you mean I have finished memorizing it? There are so many words on it, how can I finish it so quickly?" Huo Wu glared at Bai Ji angrily. "My father wants to invite you to my house." After taking a few deep breaths, Huo Wu said with a complicated look. "Go to your house?" Hearing Huo Wu's words, Bai Ji narrowed his eyes. He didn't think Huo Wu's father was simply inviting him to sit down, but he just happened to need a lot of fire attribute soul masters, and it wouldn't be a loss if he could really reach some deals with the Huo family. "Okay, I'll visit tomorrow." Bai Ji nodded. "Then I'll go." After getting Bai Ji's answer, Huo Wu turned around and prepared to leave. "Hey, Huo Wu, remember to finish the book early." Before leaving, Bai Ji added. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Huo Wu suddenly stumbled and almost fell flat on her face. She turned back angrily and glared at Bai Ji. Huo Wu walked forward angrily and soon disappeared from Bai Ji's sight. On the side, in a hidden alley, Feng Xiaoshan's face was full of sadness after listening to the conversation between Bai Ji and Huo Wu with the help of the wind. Hearing that Huo Wu's father was going to invite Bai Ji to his home, he understood that his goddess might be stolen away by someone, and it was the goddess's father who took the initiative to hand over the hoe. "Oh. It's really hard for me." Shaking his head, Feng Xiaotian walked into the depths of the alley a little lonely. Chapter 310 Gold Level Reward, The Seed, Alliance with Shiwo. 2 halves. After saying goodbye to Huo Wu, Bai Ji was about to leave, but suddenly saw 2 familiar figures not far away. One was Dai Mubai, and the other seemed to be Shui Yuer. Because the preliminaries were over, and the promotion games would not start until a month later, the master gave everyone 3 days off, and then the training before the finals would be held 3 days later. Because of the holiday, Bai Ji did not leave with Dai Mubai and Tang San. But Bai Ji remembered that Dai Mubai was going to take Ma Hongjun to visit the most famous Fenjihu Tower in Tiandu Imperial City, so how could he be with Shui Yuer? Although he felt a little strange, thinking that Shui Yuer seemed to be quite interested in Dai Mubai before, and Dai Mubai had no resistance to beautiful women, it seemed very likely that the 2 of them would get together. A man who is not handsome will never think how active a woman will be when she takes the initiative. Thinking of Ma Hongjun being stood up, Bai Ji shook his head with some emotion in his heart. He returned to Dan Pavilion with the 4 girls. Because he attended the award ceremony, it was already noon when Bai Ji came back, and the maids had already prepared the meal. After dinner, Bai Ji returned to his room alone because he no longer had to think about his opponents, various lineups, and tactical issues. When he won the first place in the preliminaries, the task reward for the first place in the preliminaries issued by the system had already been issued in his mind. The reward was a gold level lottery opportunity. System, use this gold level lottery opportunity. Sitting on the bed, Bai Ji said to the system in his heart. Gold level lottery, the opportunity has been used, and the system is extracting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the virtual world seed, the seed. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. Virtual world seed, the seed? Hearing the system's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel moved. Virtual world seed, the seed, it seems to be quite powerful, but it seems to be the virtual reality game development environment package in Sword Art Online, but an ordinary game development environment package, even if it is a virtual reality game, can't be said to reach the level of gold level rewards, right? Could this the seed be a real virtual world seed? Thinking of some anime he had read in his previous life, Bai Ji couldn't help but think in his heart. System, check the information. After checking the information of the seed through the system, Bai Ji was somewhat shocked. This thing is actually a seed of a virtual world. As long as it is planted on an item, a virtual spiritual world can be derived. Virtual spiritual world, this just happens to match the illusionary wisdom soul bone that he recently obtained, because the environmental wisdom soul bone just lacks a carrier that can store information, and the virtual spiritual world plus the spiritual network login is almost similar to the virtual world. If the soul power of the soul master and soul beast can also be logged into this virtual spiritual world, will the soul master not have to kill soul beasts to obtain soul rings? For some reason, this question suddenly emerged in Bai Ji's mind. In the room, Bai Ji thought about this question for a long time, but still had no idea. Putting this idea aside for the time being, Bai Ji left the room and took a walk in the back mountain. Back to the castle, Zhu Zuqing was practicing in the quiet room, Ye Lingling was studying medical skills, and Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran went to play in Tiandu Imperial City. Maybe it was because Ning Rongrong was not allowed to play in the preliminaries, and there was no pressure from the competition. Ning Rongrong had been playing like crazy during this period, which gave Bai Ji a headache. Originally, Meng Yuran was the kind of person who was easily influenced by the environment. In the learning atmosphere created by Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling, Meng Yuran would also work hard to practice. But Ning Rongrong, a playful girl, really affected the cultivation atmosphere at home. Ning Rongrong must be given something to do. Bai Ji thought. Thinking that Ning Rongrong seemed to have a talent for financial management, Bai Ji couldn't help but have the idea of letting Ning Rongrong learn management and financial management from Malena. With the fiefdom in the future, he can only control the overall situation in the direction of development, but he will not have time to grasp the more detailed aspects. If Ning Rongrong can learn something, then these can be handed over to Ning Rongrong. As for Ye Lingling, Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran, Bai Ji has almost thought about what Ye Lingling will do in the future, but for Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran, Bai Ji has not thought about it yet. But these can be discussed later. But tonight, Bai Ji must make up lessons for Ning Rongrong. You can play, but you can't fall behind in cultivation. If you fall behind in cultivation, you have to go to his room to make up lessons at night. Yes, it's the kind of make-up lessons in the literal sense. In the evening, after Ning Rongrong came back, Bai Ji seriously made up lessons for Ning Rongrong all night, and passed on all the knowledge to Ning Rongrong, which made Ning Rongrong exhausted. The next day, Bai Ji rubbed his sore waist muscles and left the castle. Today, he was going to visit Huo Wu's father at Shuo Academy. When he came to Shuo Academy, perhaps because he became famous in the preliminaries, Bai Ji actually had many fans in Shuo Academy. It took a lot of effort for Bai Ji to get rid of the entanglement of the fans and followed a teacher to the single-family courtyard where the dean lived. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Ji knocked on the gate of the courtyard. Who is it? Accompanied by a sound of footsteps, the door was opened. It was not someone else who opened the door, but Huo Wu. You are here, come in. Seeing that it was Bai Ji, Huo Wu invited Bai Ji in. Come with me, my father is waiting for you in the quiet room. Entering the courtyard, under the guidance of Huo Wu, Bai Ji walked through the cobblestone path in the courtyard, passed through a corridor, and finally came to a room. My father is inside. In front of the room, Huo Wu stopped and said to Bai Ji. Pushing open the door, Bai Ji walked into the room. Compared with the quiet room in his own castle, the quiet room in front of him is undoubtedly much less refined, but although it is not very luxurious, looking at the various simple decorations and the beautiful landscape paintings hanging on the wall, a careful appreciation can find that this quiet room is full of antique meaning. In front of Bai Ji, a middle-aged man in red clothes and red hair was sitting at a wooden table and looking at Bai Ji with a smile. Meet Dean Huo. Looking at the middle-aged man, Bai Ji bowed slightly. There's no need to go through all this formality. Our identities aren't that different. We're meeting in a private capacity. My name is Huo Xiaotian, you can just call me Uncle Huo, sit down. Huo Xiaotian waved his hand. I wonder what Uncle Huo wants me to do. Hearing Huo Xiaoshan's words, Bai Ji sat in front of Huo Xiaotian and asked. It's nothing big. I have long admired young talents like Bai Ji, and today I see that you are worthy of your reputation. Huo Xiaotian laughed. Uncle Huo, you didn't ask me to come here just to praise me, did you? Bai Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Ahem, that's not the case. It's just that I heard Xiao Wu say a few days ago that you recruited her into the Dan Pavilion and wanted to train her to be an alchemist. I don't object to Xiao Wu joining the Dan Pavilion, but now we are also a family. In the future, can our Shuo Academy buy more elixirs from your Dan Pavilion, and at a lower price? Huo Xiaotian coughed a few times and said. It can be cheaper, just sign a longer order and pay a deposit, but Uncle Huo, I think your academy should not be short of this money, right? Hearing Huo Xiaoshan's words, Bai Ji chuckled. Short? Why not? Huo Xiaotian said confidently. Our Shuo Academy is not a royal academy, with royal capital injections every month. The price of a bottle of elixir in your Dan Pavilion is at least 10,000 yuan. Even our old academies can't afford it. Huo Xiaotian complained. It's not impossible to reduce the price, and it's not impossible to increase the supply, but... Bai Ji's words suddenly stopped. But what? Huo Xiaotian asked hurriedly. But the pills are not so easy to refine. Even if our Dan Pavilion has been developing rapidly in the past few months, the number of alchemists is still far from enough. If you want to increase the supply, you must increase the number of alchemists. If you can help, Uncle Huo, we can sign an alliance with Shuo Academy to supply you with more pills at a lower price. Bai Ji said slowly. Help, how can we help? Huo Xiaotian frowned a little. This is very simple. Uncle Huo, you should know that the alchemists in our Dan Pavilion must be soul masters to be competent. In order to become a qualified alchemist, in addition to the most basic condition of soul masters, it is best to have a martial soul with fire or wood attributes. Our Dan Pavilion is now lacking such soul masters. Since your academy is a fire-attributed extreme flow soul master academy, there must be many fire-attributed soul masters. If your academy can sign an alliance with us and supply a sufficient number of fire-attributed soul masters to our Dan Pavilion in the future, we will naturally give your academy the same courtesy. Bai Ji said with a smile. This uncle can't guarantee it. Bai Ji, you should know that those who can afford to go to an academy like ours usually have a background, and even I can't decide whether they stay or go. Huo Xiaotian shook his head. I know this, but there should still be some students that uncle can help, and in the future uncle can open the Blazing Fire Academy to civilians and recruit fire-attributed soul masters from civilians. Wouldn't that be natural? Bai Ji chuckled. For civilians. Huo Xiaotian was a little moved when he heard Bai Ji's words. Although their Shuo Academy only recruits nobles, this is not a hard and fast rule. It is just because the martial spirits of nobles are indeed of better quality than those of civilians, and the probability of strong people appearing in the future is higher. Moreover, because of the ideological problems that have always existed, nobles will choose to throw their offspring without potential to Tiandu Royal Academy, while their offspring with potential will be thrown to the corresponding Five Elements Academy. This leads to a better source of students for their Five Elements Academy, and it is easier to get good rankings in various competitions, thereby gaining more attention, attracting more students and injections, and forming a virtuous circle. Because only recruiting nobles can gain greater benefits, they gave up facing civilians, but if recruiting civilians can gain benefits, Huo Xiaotian does not mind facing civilians like Tian Shui Academy. Thinking that in the past few months, the cultivation progress of students with elixir supply has far exceeded that of students without elixir supply, Huo Xiaotian made a decision in his heart. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 311, Going to the Training Camp, Multiple Martial Souls Merged Skills. 1/2. After signing the covenant with Huo Xiaotian and exchanging pleasantries again, Bai Ji left Shuo Academy. In the next 2 days, because of the upcoming training camp, Bai Ji did not spend all his thoughts on cultivation, but took the 4 girls to play around in Tiandu Imperial City to relax the tension during the preliminaries. 2 days later, the 3-day vacation finally ended. On the morning of the 3rd day, Bai Ji took the 4 girls out of Dan Pavilion and went to Shrek Academy. Because there are Master Lu Erlong and Flanders in Shrek Academy, after Master's martial soul evolved into Ziyu Holy Dragon, Master's strength has reached more than 30 levels. Now the strength that the Iron Triangle could exert when launching the martial soul fusion skill Golden Holy Dragon has reached the level of titled Douluo, so Bai Ji did not bring Mengshu with him. All the way to Shrek Academy, when Bai Ji arrived, everyone was also there. Under the leadership of the Master, the group left Shrek Academy and finally came to a remote place in the back mountain of Shrek Academy. Okay, this is it. After choosing the place for training, the Master stopped and asked everyone to sit on the ground. Do you know what the purpose of my training for you this time is? Looking at everyone, the Master asked slowly. Is it to stimulate our potential and improve our strength? After thinking about it, Bai Ji said. Yes, but not entirely. The Master shook his head. I do have this idea to stimulate your potential, but to improve your strength, in just this month, you can only improve 1 level at most, which is not very useful for your competition in a strict sense. Then teacher, do you have any other purpose? Tang San couldn't help asking. Yes. The Master nodded. With your strength, I have no doubt that you can enter the finals, but your current strength is not enough to face the Spirit Hall team. The Master sighed. Master, the Spirit Hall team, is the Spirit Hall team really that strong? Ma Hongjun couldn't help asking. Yes, they are very strong. You may not know that the Spirit Hall, as a Soul Master organization with power across the entire continent, is responsible for the awakening of the souls of all civilians and some nobles. Although the probability of civilians awakening powerful souls is very low, if the scope is placed on the entire Douluo continent, there will always be a few monsters that will appear, and these monsters will almost all be recruited by the Spirit Hall and enter the Spirit Hall's exclusive Soul Master School to study. With their own extremely powerful talents, coupled with the full resource supply of the Spirit Hall, can you imagine their current strength? The Master said with great emotion. In every session of the All-Continent Soul Master Elite Exchange Competition, the Spirit Hall team will shine in the competition. I have studied the strength of the Spirit Hall team in the past few competitions. Through the data, we can see that in every session of the Spirit Hall team, all the players have reached the level of Soul Sect, and they are not low-level Soul Sects of level 41 to 43, but middle-level Soul Sects of level 43 to 46. Moreover, the captain and vice-captain of each Spirit Hall team are Soul Kings. Although Bai Ge is also a Soul King and has strong strength, Bai Ge's fourth soul skill is too powerful to use, and he is at a disadvantage in the competition. In addition, it is a 1-on-2 situation, so your hope of winning can be said to be very low. The Master shook his head. And I heard that the strength of this generation of the Spirit Hall team is far beyond the previous ones. It is called the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall and is the future Master. Maybe the Spirit Hall team you are facing this time has 3 Soul Kings, and there is a great possibility that one of them can perform the Spirit Fusion technique. This has happened before. With your current strength, even if you play with the strongest lineup, the winning rate against the Spirit Hall team may be 30 to 70, 70 for them and 3 for you. Ah! Then we are doomed to lose. Hearing the Master's words, Oscar couldn't help but say with a bitter face. Lose? How can you be so dejected? The Master must have called you here to give you advice. Also, do you know what the reward for this competition is? On the side, Flanders said with some regret. What is the reward? Ma Hongjun asked curiously. The reward for this competition is soul bones, and not just 1 soul bone, but 3 soul bones. Flanders slowly stretched out 3 fingers and said seriously. 3 soul bones. Hearing Flanders' words, everyone except Bai Ge opened their mouths in surprise. These 3 soul bones should be accumulated by the Spirit Hall, from the deceased elders. This time they took them out just for show, because the champions of every previous competition were the Spirit Hall team, and this time they must think it is no exception. However, even so, being able to take out 3 soul bones as a reward shows the absolute confidence of the Spirit Hall in its own team. But this time, we have to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Flanders sneered. Hearing that the champion reward of this Continental Soul Master Elite Exchange competition was 3 soul bones, whether it was Daimyo Bai, Oscar, or even Tang San, they couldn't help but show their fascination. As a Soul Master, no one doesn't know about soul bones. There are 2 great treasures on the Douluo continent. One is the soul ring of a 100,000-year soul beast, and the other is the soul bone. Both are extremely precious treasures for soul masters. They are treasures that all soul masters dream of getting, and they are no exception. Master, don't keep us in suspense. What methods do you have to greatly increase our strength? Under the temptation of soul bones, Ma Hongjun asked impatiently. Have you watched the game between Kanghui Academy and Shiwo Academy? In response to Ma Hongjun's question, the Master did not answer directly, but asked. We have seen it. The 7-in-1 fusion technique of the Kanghui team is very strange. If it weren't for the difference in strength too big, maybe they can defeat Blazing Academy, but what does this have to do with us? Oscar was a little confused. Teacher, you don't want us to learn the multi-in-1 fusion technique, do you? On the side, Tang San couldn't help but guess the Master's intention. No. Even if it's not a martial soul fusion technique, but just an ordinary fusion technique, there must be a connection between the martial souls, like the 7-gem martial souls of Kanghui Academy, which are connected martial souls, but our martial souls don't have much connection, and it shouldn't be possible to perform fusion techniques, right? Daimyo Bai hesitated. Haha, Xiao San really understands me. The Master suddenly laughed. Yes, what I want to teach you is the multi-in-1 fusion technique. The Master's face suddenly became serious. Chapter 312 Development of Multiple Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Giant Buddha of Vine? Really thousands of hands. 2 halves. Do you know the difference between multiple-in-1 fusion technique and multiple-in-1 martial soul fusion technique? Looking at everyone, the Master asked. What's the difference? Everyone was a little confused. Martial soul fusion technique, also known as multiple-in-one martial soul fusion technique, refers to a special connection between two or more martial souls. When the soul masters with two or more martial souls are in tune with each other, they can activate the martial soul fusion technique. When activating the martial soul fusion technique, the participating martial souls will merge and sublimate with each other, thus producing a qualitative change and sending out a powerful blow. This is the martial soul fusion technique. The key to the martial soul fusion technique is sublimation, but the mechanism of action of ordinary fusion techniques is not the same. Ordinary fusion skills will not cause the spirits of the soul masters who use them to fuse and sublimate, but will only make the spirit powers fuse and grow, causing a certain qualitative change in the spirit power and reaching the amount of the spirit fusion skills. However, compared with the spirit fusion skills that directly cause the spirits to fuse and sublimate, and then cause the spirit power to undergo a qualitative change, the power of ordinary fusion skills is much smaller. But it is precisely because ordinary fusion skills only require the spirit powers to fuse with each other compared to spirit fusion skills, so as long as the method is appropriate, we can develop ordinary fusion skills ourselves. The master said in a deep voice. Then how can we perform ordinary fusion skills? Ma Hongjun said with some doubts. Do you know why the Kanghui team can perform multi-in-one spirit fusion skills? The master did not answer Ma Hongjun's question, but asked. Because their spirits are very similar. Tang San answered tentatively. Yes, you can say that. The master nodded. Because the martial souls of the Kanghui team are all gem martial souls, their soul powers are not much different, and this also makes their soul power fusion degree very high, so they can easily blend their soul powers together, thus performing the 7-in-1 fusion technique. However, if you want to fuse soul power, you don't have to meet the soul power fusion standard. As long as the method is obtained and the proficiency is sufficient, even if there is not much connection and similarity between the martial souls, the soul power can actually be fused. Then what is your method, master? Daimyo Bai couldn't help asking. My method? Actually, there is no need for a method. The master smiled and shook his head. If there is no Bai Ge, I guess I still need to study the soul power fusion degree between you, and then plan the order. Finally, you have to practice continuously before you can perform the 7-in-1 fusion technique, but with Bai Ge, you can naturally perform the 7-in-1 fusion technique with Bai Ge as the core. Ah! Me! Bai Ge was a little confused when he heard the master's words. Yes, that's right, it's you. The master slowly placed his hand on Bai Ge's shoulder. I said that ordinary fusion skills are different from martial soul fusion skills. There is no need for a special connection between martial souls to resonate. It only requires soul power to be fused. And you all know the characteristics of Bai Ge's Moyun Vine. Whether it is the Moyun Vine itself or the third soul skill possessed by the Moyun Vine, it can absorb soul power. You just need to inject soul power into Bai Ge's Moyun Vine and pass the soul power to Bai Ge through the Moyun Vine. In this way, you have preliminarily completed the fusion of soul power, and your soul power will give Moyun Vine different abilities. For example, Xiao San's blue silver grass will give Moyun Vine regeneration ability, Xiao Wu's soft bone rabbit will give Moyun Vine greater flexibility, Mu Bai's evil-eyed white tiger will give Moyun Vine strength, and Yi's black jade spirit snake gun will give Moyun Vine sharpness. In this way, you have completed the prototype of the multi-in-one fusion skill, and the rest is development. When you complete the development, your multi-in-one fusion skill will naturally be completed. The master said calmly. After hearing the master's explanation, everyone couldn't help but look at Bai Ge. How about let's give it a try? Facing everyone's gaze, Bai Ge thought for a moment and said. On a wide lawn, Bai Ge stood at the front of the team, with 2 rows of people behind him. The first row was Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, and the second row was Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ye Lingling, and Ning Rongrong. Begin. After taking a deep breath, Bai Ge called out begin and then summoned the Moyun Vine. As the black and purple Moyun Vine emerged from his right hand, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose from under Bai Ge's feet. A net of heaven and earth, strangled by thorns. As Bai Ge shouted, the second and first soul rings that were vibrating around him suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance, and countless Moyun Vines suddenly broke out of the ground from all around. A large number of Moyun Vines shuttled up and down in the land like earth dragons, and they quickly intertwined into an airtight vine net. Driven by the huge Moyun Vines growing on the edge of the vine net, the vine net rose from the ground and lifted up everyone including Bai Ji. Then the vine net began to close and finally formed a huge vine ball. Through the gap, you can see that the vine ball is divided into 10 small room-like spaces, each of which has a person, and Bai Ji is in a room at the top of the vine ball. With the formation of the vine ball, except for Bai Ji, everyone in the remaining 9 rooms put their hands on the vine wall and began to input their soul power. The endless soul power was finally injected into Bai Ji's body through the Moyun vine. Bai Ji only felt that the soul power in his body quickly gathered from a stream into a big lake. At first, it was very comfortable, and he felt full of strength, but as the soul power in his body accumulated more and more, even with Bai Ji's physical fitness, he couldn't help feeling that his body was a little overwhelmed and swollen everywhere. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ji closed his eyes and began to inject the soul power in his body into the Moyun vine. As Bai Ji injected soul power, countless Moyun vines began to grow rapidly under the rattan ball, and began to entangle with each other, forming a human skeleton without a lower body. On the skeleton, countless Moyun vines were winding and swimming, and continued to entangle to form an alternative flesh and blood. At the same time, on the neck of the skeleton, the shape of the rattan ball began to gradually change, growing the outline of the ears, outlining the eyes, nose and mouth, and finally turning into the face of a bald Buddha statue. In less than a minute, because of the continuous soul power support, under Bai Ji's control, a giant Buddha with a rattan rooted in the ground was formed. The giant Buddha of vine has thousands of hands. With Bai Ji's low shout, countless thick Moyun vines with a diameter of more than 5 meters grew wildly from the back of the giant Buddha of vine like flowers scattered by fairies. Amidst the sound of breaking through the air, the Moyun vines with metallic luster pierced like spears and violently struck forward like giant arms. Chapter 313 The Advantages and Disadvantages of the Real Thousands of Hands, the Fake Moyun's True Body. 1/2. Boom! 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 Amidst the roars, countless thick Moyun vines hit the ground like spears and giant hammers, creating huge pits one after another on the ground. For a while, rocks and broken soil flew everywhere. Under the destruction of the Moyun vines, the entire ground looked like it had been bombed by a bomber, and it looked extremely miserable. After testing the true 1,000 hands, Bai Ji manipulated the giant Buddha of vine again, letting it swing its huge arms and hit the ground. The huge arms formed by countless heavy Moyun vines entangled together suddenly smashed to the ground, and the entire ground within 100 meters centered on the giant Buddha of vine trembled faintly. However, although the Moyun vine can freely absorb the free energy in the air to reduce the consumption of the Soul Master's soul power, it is unimaginable to maintain such a huge giant Buddha of vine. After sending out the true 1,000 hands, Bai Ji manipulated the giant Buddha of vine to test the power of the giant Buddha of vine. After a while, everyone's soul power was almost exhausted, and the entire giant Buddha of vine instantly exploded into light spots all over the sky. With the destruction of the giant Buddha of vine, everyone fell from the air and returned to the ground. Looking at the messy scene around them, everyone was shocked. Is their 10-in-1 fusion skill so powerful? Not bad, although there are still many flaws, but in general, it is still very good to be able to launch such an attack on the first attempt. On the side, the master smiled lightly and clapped his hands, and walked over with Lu Erlong and Flanders. Bai Ji, the 10-in-1 fusion technique is led by you. Your mental power seems to be very strong, otherwise you can't create such a huge vine giant. You use soul skills to protect everyone. It's very good. Compared with the martial soul fusion technique that allows soul masters to enter an invincible state for a short time, ordinary fusion techniques do not have such capabilities. That's why Kanghui Academy was broken by the attack of Shuo Academy. If their 7-in-1 fusion technique is a martial soul fusion technique, it wouldn't be like this. Create such a vine giant to attack, it is indeed better than simply summoning your Moyun vine to attack in terms of sustained combat capability and safety, and if you have elixir supplies, you can also extend the time of this 10-in-1 fusion skill. At some times, this 10-in-1 fusion skill can exert unimaginable power. But you should also know that it takes time to create such a vine giant. In a real battle, no one will give you this time, so you still need to simplify this 10-in-1 fusion skill. And in the competition, you can only play 7 people, so you also need to try 7 people to perform the 7-in-1 fusion skill. That's all I have to say for now. You should first recover your soul power, and then continue to experiment and improve your multi-in-1 fusion skills. Looking at everyone, the master said. After listening to the master's words, Bai Ji also had an idea in his mind. As the master said, the attack power of the true Thousand Hands is indeed amazing by using the weight of the Moyun vine and the attribute blessing brought by the soul power of other people. However, it takes too long to shape the giant Buddha of the vine. Even if he uses all his strength to shape it, it will take at least half a minute. In the competition, the opponent will not give this time, so there is no doubt that the true Thousand Hands will not have the opportunity to be used in the competition. However, although the true Thousand Hands cannot be used in the competition, the attack method of the true Thousand Hands can be retained. In this way, a large number of giant Moyun vines can be summoned instantly to attack, and with the blessing of the soul power of other people, the power can also be very amazing. Although the power of the true Thousand Hands will be reduced after abandoning the giant Buddha form of the vine, the huge soul power brought by the multi-in-one fusion technique, coupled with the attribute blessing brought by the different soul powers of other people, the huge number of giant Moyun vines summoned can still sweep any soul master of the same level or even higher level. After a period of time, after continuous attempts, Bai Ge finally developed a simplified version of the true Thousand Hands. Instead of summoning the giant Buddha of vine, he only summoned a huge Moyun vine, and then used thorns to strangle the Moyun vine, instantly summoning countless huge Moyun vine to impact and pierce the designated position. In terms of power, the simplified version of the true Thousand Hands is not as powerful as the true Thousand Hands that summoned the giant Buddha of vine, but it is also amazing enough that even Lu Erlong dared not take it head-on. If used in a competition, Bai Ge is not worried about not winning the game, but about killing the members of the Wuhan Hall team. For this simplified skill that has a similar attack mechanism to the true Thousand Hands, but does not summon the giant Buddha of vine, Bai Ge calls it the Pseudo-Moyun True Body. The reason why it is called the Pseudo-Moyun True Body is that Bai Ge feels that the summoned giant Moyun vine has begun to have the power of the real Moyun vine in terms of image, but because it is not the Wuhan True Body, Bai Ge calls it the Pseudo-Moyun vine. After developing the Pseudo-Moyun True Body, Bai Ge did not have an easy time afterwards. Although the main purpose of this training camp was to develop a multi-in-one martial soul fusion technique, development is development and use is use. Even if it is developed, it still requires more practice to use it perfectly in battle, and the master of this training camp also has another purpose, which is to stimulate everyone's potential, and what is the best way to stimulate potential? That is naturally fighting. So in the following time, Bai Ge has been fighting with Lu Erlong with others. As the killing horn of the Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong's cultivation is not the best, at least not as good as Flanders, but the powerful Fire Dragon martial soul plus Lu Erlong's own strong fighting consciousness have created Lu Erlong's powerful strength far beyond his own level. In terms of actual combat ability, neither Flanders nor Zhao Wuji are Lu Erlong's opponents, and Lu Erlong's fighting style is extremely crazy. Once fighting, it is as violent as a volcanic eruption, and the attack is like a storm, which will not give the opponent any breathing space at all. Facing Lu Erlong, who had activated his spirit body, Bai Ge was no match at all. Even though she tied up Lu Erlong with the Moyun vine, Lu Erlong in the spirit body state was extremely powerful. Her dragon scale armor was invulnerable to swords and spears. She instantly broke the Moyun vine when she activated her spirit skills, and then she abused Bai Ge, making Bai Ge feel like she was in heaven. After teaching Bai Ge a lesson and tempering Bai Ge's spirit, Lu Erlong prohibited Bai Ge from using the Moyun vine. Although her strength was enough to break the Moyun vine in the spirit body state, the thorns of the Moyun vine would tear her clothes, so she had to change clothes every day. Although in a sense this also created opportunities for her, because of a certain stubborn person, it was useless even if she had the opportunity, which made her very annoyed. Chapter 314, Fake. Moyun True Body vs Lu Erlong. 2 halves. In the more than half a month of actual combat training, Bai Ge has never been a combat force to fight against Lu Erlong, but as a tool, taking advantage of the time when others controlled Lu Erlong, he launched the Pseudo-Moyun Real Body to attack Lu Erlong. After a long period of training, Bai Ge can now skillfully use the Pseudo-Moyun Real Body, and with the cooperation the two of them had a better understanding of each other, and in the battle, Lu Erlong gradually began to lose more and win less. Soon, a month was about to end, and there were only 3 days left before the promotion match began. On the last day of the actual combat training, the master decided to let the Shrek team fight Lu Erlong with the strongest lineup. The strongest lineup of the Shrek team naturally has Bai Ge, and in addition to Bai Ge, there are Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Ye Lingling. But the last player to play depends on the opponent's lineup. It can be Zhu Zuqing, Meng Yuran, or Ma Heng Jun, but it is not appropriate to play Oscar. After all, food-type soul masters are more suitable as logistics rather than combatants. After selection, the last player to play was still Meng Yuren. Facing Lu Erlong, who possessed the Fire Dragon Martial Soul, although the Fire Dragon Martial Soul was not as good as the Diamond Mammoth and the Black Tortoise in terms of defense, compared with other martial souls, the Fire Dragon Martial Soul could still bring amazing defense to the Soul Master. Compared with Ma Hongjun, whose attributes were resisted, and Zhu Zuqing, who was lacking in attack power, Meng Yuren, who was a weapon martial soul master and possessed the Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear, was definitely more suitable for the appearance. The last actual combat training was still carried out in an unmanned forest in the back mountain. The people who were to conduct actual combat training stood in front of Lu Erlong, while the master, Flanders, and others watched from the side. Start! With the master's shout, the training officially began. Hearing the master shouting to start, Bai Ji was the first to rush up, stomping his feet on the ground, while manipulating several Moyun vines to wrap around Lu Erlong. Bai Ji directly used the Great Demon Subduing Fist, and a faint golden light bloomed from his clenched fist, and Bai Ji suddenly swung his fist at Lu Erlong. On the side, Daimyo Bai also entered the state of martial soul possession, and simultaneously activated the White Tiger Body Barrier and White Tiger Vajra Transformation, attacking Lu Erlong. Xiao Wu teleported behind Lu Erlong, preparing to attack Lu Erlong, while Meng Yuren waved the Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear and stabbed Lu Erlong. In the back, Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong were not idle either. Both women summoned their martial souls. Ning Rongrong summoned the 9 treasures glazed tower and blessed everyone with different amplifications, while Ye Lingling also summoned the 9 spirit begonia, unfolded the 4-fold recovery aura, and blessed everyone with recovery. Get out of here! But facing the attack of everyone, Lu Erlong shouted loudly and directly summoned the Fire Dragon Martial Soul. Amidst the roar of a dragon, Lu Erlong quickly entered the state of being possessed by the spirit, and instantly launched several spirit skills, one of which was the spirit's true body, one was the violent amplification spirit skill, and one was an unknown flame impact spirit skill, which directly knocked everyone out. Under the impact of the sweeping fire wave, the blue-silver grass that Tang San was preparing to use was directly burned to ashes, and although Bai Ji's Moyun Vine ignored the impact of the fire wave, it was just bound to Lu Erlong's body and was grabbed by Lu Erlong and torn off directly. Strangle with thorns. At the moment of being knocked out by the fire wave, Bai Ji did not panic, but was very calm in his heart. While his thoughts were flowing, Bai Ji shouted in a low voice and directly launched the first spirit skill, Thorn Strangle, on Lu Erlong. According to the information Bai Ji knew, when the spirit skills with the ability to knock back are launched, the spirit master is basically unable to move, such as Zhao Wuji's Akala body and Huo Wu's resistance fire ring. Although Bai Ji didn't know whether Lu Erlong's flying soul skill was the same, based on the universal characteristics of the known flying soul skills, Bai Ji decided to take a brave gamble. As the Thorn Strangle was launched, countless Moyun vines suddenly grew violently from Lu Erlong's feet and instantly entangled Lu Erlong's body. Bai Ji's guess was right. Lu Erlong couldn't move at this time. Damn it! Because the speed of the Thorn Strangle was much faster than summoning the Moyun vine to attack, Lu Erlong didn't have time to grab the Moyun vine. Countless Moyun vines had already entangled her body. Thinking that the clothes would be thrown away again this time, Lu Erlong was a little annoyed. Break it! Although Bai Ji's Moyun vine was extremely tough and even an ordinary soul saint could not break free, it was a pity that Lu Erlong was not an ordinary soul saint. In the state of the martial soul's true body, coupled with the strength-enhancing soul skill Flame Dragon's Fury, Lu Erlong's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. With a roar, in a burst of teeth-grinding tearing sounds, Lu Erlong directly broke the Moyun vine wrapped around his body. Blue-silver spider web. But just after breaking the Moyun vine wrapped around his body, before Lu Erlong could react, Tang San's blue-silver spider web instantly wrapped around Lu Erlong's body again. Wrap around. Heavenly Net. At the moment when the blue-silver spider web controlled Lu Erlong, Tang San and Bai Ji launched 2 binding soul skills again. In an instant, countless blue-silver grasses wrapped around Lu Erlong's body again, replacing the blue-silver spider web that had just been burned to ashes by the flames that were lingering all over Lu Erlong's body. At the same time, as Bai Ji's second soul skill, the Sky Net, was activated, countless Moyun vines instantly rose from the ground around Lu Erlong, interlacing around to form a huge vine net, and then suddenly tightened to bind Lu Erlong again. Ultimate absorption. Because it was a net of heaven and earth, compared to the thorns that could break instantly, being bound by the net of heaven and earth, even Lu Erlong could not break free so quickly, and at this moment, Bai Ji shouted and activated the third soul skill, the ultimate absorption again. With the activation of the ultimate absorption, a strong devouring force suddenly came from the Moyun vine that was wrapped around Lu Erlong, instantly devouring Lu Erlong's soul power, interrupting Lu Erlong's idea of breaking the Moyun vine wrapped around his body. Due to the characteristics of the ultimate absorption, while the ultimate absorption devoured part of Lu Erlong's soul power, it also devoured part of Lu Erlong's physical strength, causing Lu Erlong to fall into a short state of weakness. Although this state may only last less than 3 seconds, these 3 seconds plus the time it took Lu Erlong to break the net of heaven and earth that bound him, this was enough for Bai Ji to activate the pseudo-Moyun true body. Get ready! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ji quickly summoned a bunch of Moyun vines. Seeing the Moyun vines in front of him, everyone immediately grabbed the Moyun vines in front of them and then input their soul power into the Moyun vines. As the soul power continued to flow into his body, feeling the majestic soul master in his body, Bai Ji slowly stretched out his hands. After a strong soul power fluctuation, the ground began to tremble. In the violent tremor, the ground began to crack. A huge Moyun vine with a diameter of more than 10 meters, like an ancient sacred tree, suddenly arched the soil from behind Bai Ji and quickly soared into the sky. The fake Moyun real body is coming. Chapter 315 Defeat Lu Erlong and go to the royal hunting ground. 1/2. Damn it! When Lu Erlong broke free from the shackles of the net, he saw that Bai Ji had actually summoned the fake Moyun real body, and Lu Erlong could only stop his actions in frustration. The Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ji's Soul King level strength can already bind the Soul Emperor. Now in the state of 7-in-1 fusion, Bai Ji's strength has reached the Soul Emperor, infinitely close to the Soul Saint, and can even summon a pseudo-martial soul body. Facing the pseudo-Moyun body, in addition to the powerful attack power brought by the huge body of the pseudo-Moyun body, once she is entangled by the Moyun vine summoned under the pseudo-Moyun body, even she can't get rid of it. So in actual combat training, as long as Bai Ji summons the pseudo-Moyun body, she will lose. Okay, this actual combat training is over, Erlong, you lose. The master's voice came from the side. 3 days later is the day when the promotion competition officially begins. During this period of time, you are probably exhausted from training the 7-in-1 fusion skills, so I will give you 3 days to rest well. After 3 days, I hope to see you in the most full mental state to participate in the promotion competition. Slowly walked over from the side, looking at everyone, the master said. 3 days passed quickly. The promotion match of the elite exchange competition of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy is not as lively as the preliminaries, because there are few Soul Masters participating in the promotion match. In order to protect the personal privacy of Soul Masters and for safety reasons, no audience is allowed to watch the promotion match. And this is why the promotion match is held in the Royal Hunting Ground. The promotion match is still divided into 2 empires. In addition to the teams that passed the preliminaries in the Tiandu Imperial City Division, the teams that passed the preliminaries in the other kingdoms and principalities will also participate. A total of 15 teams will compete in the Royal Hunting Ground to determine the ranking of the promotion match. On this day, because they had to go to the Royal Hunting Ground, Bai Ji took people to Shrek Academy early in the morning. For safety reasons, Bai Ji still brought Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang this time, but because the promotion match did not allow spectators to visit, Bai Ji did not bring any of the little maids. After Bai Ji arrived at Shrek Academy, everyone was there, and the group rushed all the way to the Royal Hunting Ground. The Royal Hunting Ground, located 50 kilometers southwest of Tiandu City, is a place for hunting and training for the royal family. Its internal terrain is varied and its area is vast. On weekdays, the Royal Hunting Ground does not allow anyone other than the royal family to approach, and even if the royal family wants to enter, they need a warrant to pass. In order to protect the Royal Hunting Ground, there are as many as 10,000 knights from the Royal Knights stationed here. Every day, several teams of knights patrol and guard the periphery, and also train. When Bai Ji and his team arrived at the entrance of the Royal Hunting Ground, a large-scale team of Royal Knights was patrolling. The Royal Knights are the strongest force in the hands of the Tiandu royal family. The Royal Knights are divided into elite, and ordinary knights. Ordinary knights are ordinary people or soul masters, while elites are soul masters, and elites are great soul masters. Although the Royal Knight's strength is still not good enough for powerful soul masters, they rely on their large numbers, excellent equipment and excellent mounts. When the large knights charge the enemy, unless they are soul saints with martial soul avatars, even soul emperors can only flee. However, this is only theoretically, that's all. If they really meet a soul emperor on the battlefield, no soul master who can cultivate to the soul emperor level will be a fool. Although they can't resist the charge of the royal knights, they can run. As long as the soul emperor doesn't take the initiative, the royal knights have no way to deal with the soul emperor. Instead, the soul emperor can rely on his powerful strength to harass the royal knights and slowly eat away the knights of the royal knights. In the extraordinary world, especially the higher level extraordinary world, secular force is basically difficult to threaten some powerful strong men. In fact, the level of Douluo continent is still relatively low, otherwise the two empires can't be on par with the Wuhan Hall. You must know that in some fantasy worlds, a powerful sect can control countless countries and manipulate the rise and fall of the secular world. Please show your handbook. In front of the entrance, two royal knights guarding the entrance blocked everyone's way. This is our handbook. The master took out the promotion handbook issued at the award ceremony and handed it over. A knight took the note, and two knights looked at it carefully together. After confirming the authenticity of the note, one knight returned the note to the master. Master Soul Masters, please come in. After confirming that the people in front of them were Soul Masters from the Advanced Soul Master Academy who had passed the preliminaries, the two royal knights showed a respectful smile on their faces and opened the entrance. Master Soul Masters, please follow me. As soon as they entered the royal hunting ground, a royal knight came over. Under the leadership of this royal knight, everyone walked all the way to the depths of the hunting ground. After passing through a forest, everyone entered a grassland. Not long after walking, a large military camp appeared in front of them. Master Soul Masters, the promotion competition of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition is held in the middle of our military camp. We have arranged accommodation for you. Please follow me. Looking at the large military camp in front of him, the knight said. Led by the royal knight, the crowd was led to a large military camp and finally stopped in front of 5 barracks next to each other. Needless to say, these 5 barracks must be where Bai Ge and his team stayed before the end of the promotion match. Please rest early, sirs. The promotion match will officially start tomorrow. At that time, someone will take you to the competition venue. There will be no opening ceremony for the promotion match. The competition will start directly. I hope you can win honor for the Empire. After briefly explaining the process of the promotion match, the knight left respectfully. Okay, let's allocate the barracks. After the knight left, looking at the 5 barracks in front of him, the master said. There are 5 barracks here. Long Gong and Shi Po Senior will have 1 room. You guys have more boys, so you can split them into 2 rooms. Er Long and the girls will have 1 room, and Flanders and I will have 1 room. How about that? The master asked. Yeah. Everyone nodded. That's it, you guys adjust your state today and prepare for the promotion match tomorrow. 1 day passed quickly. The next day, led by a knight, Bai Ge and his team came to the venue for the competition, which was actually the Royal Knights Parade Ground. Here, a total of 15 teams will play 14 rounds of round-robin matches, 1 round a day, 1 team will be on a bye every day, and 7 games will be played in the same venue. All the way to the exclusive rest area of Shrek Academy, which is actually a pergola, with several rows of seats and a table under the pergola, with some fruits and a pot of tea on the table. When Bai Ge and his team came to the exclusive rest area of Shrek Academy, not far away, the rest of the teams also came, including teams that Bai Ge knew and teams that Bai Ge didn't know. And looking into the distance, on the north side of the parade ground, a VIP seat was temporarily built facing north and south, which was also the referee seat, but this time there were not as many VIPs watching the game as in the preliminaries. Looking around, in the VIP seats, except for Emperor Shuiyat, Ning Fengzi, and Platinum Bishop Saras in the first row, the seats behind were filled with people dressed in military commanders and some high-level officials of the Spirit Hall Tiandu City Spirit Hall. Chapter 316 The promotion match begins. Opponent, Alien Beast Team. 2 halves. Compared with the preliminaries, the process of the promotion match is much simpler. When he saw that all the participating colleges had arrived, Emperor Shuiye stood up from the VIP seats and shouted loudly through the Soul Guide. The promotion match officially begins today. In the next 14 days, I hope that the teams of each college will give full play to their own strengths and show the demeanor that Soul Masters should have. Now, the competition officially begins. As soon as Emperor Shuya finished speaking, the royal knights, who surrounded the large parade ground, burst into shouts like a landslide and tsunami. Long live! Long live! Long live! The rules of the promotion match are different from those of the preliminaries. Although both are based on a points system, because it is a single-player duel, the format of the game is different. The promotion match adopts a defense system. 7 players from each academy will compete against each other. The academy that wins the final championship will win. Perhaps because the draw was completed last night, there was no draw after Emperor Shuya announced the start. A minister directly announced the opponents of each academy today. Because there are 15 teams participating in the promotion match, one team will be given a bye in each round, but unfortunately Shrek Academy did not get a bye. After the minister's announcement, Shrek Academy was the 4th to appear, and the opponent was a college called the Alien Beast Academy in the Barak Kingdom. Hearing the minister's announcement, Meng Yuren's face became a little strange. Alien Beast Academy, have you heard of this academy? Hearing the minister's words, the master frowned. Although he was knowledgeable, he only stayed in the Barak Kingdom for a few months, and then followed Shrek Academy to Tiandu Imperial City. He knew the Barak Royal team, but he had not heard of the Alien Beast team. Flanders, do you know what this school of exotic beasts is? The master looked at Flanders. Flanders had been in Barak Kingdom for many years, and he must know more about Barak Kingdom than him. I have heard of this school of exotic beasts. It seems to be a well-known high-level soul master school in Barak City, but I don't know the specific information. After all, I haven't been to Barak City much. Flanders shrugged. I know this school of exotic beasts. On the side, Meng Yuren raised his hand a little embarrassedly. Yes, I almost forgot, Yuren, you are from Barak City. What's the details of this school of exotic beasts? Hearing Meng Yuren's words, Flanders suddenly clapped his hands as if he had just woken up from a dream, and then turned his eyes to Meng Yuren and asked. This school of exotic beasts is the school I used to stay in. The school of exotic beasts is the second highest school for high-level soul masters in Barak City. Like the 5 Elements School in Tiandu Imperial City, the school of exotic beasts also has certain requirements for the martial spirits of its students. However, unlike the 5 Elements School, the school of exotic beasts does not require the martial spirits of its students to have certain attributes, but requires the martial spirits of its students to have the element of beasts. In other words, in addition to the beast martial spirits, if the martial spirits have the beast element like my previous snake staff, then even weapon soul masters can join. Meng Yuren explained. Yuren, I didn't expect you to be from the school of exotic beasts. We all thought you were from the Barak Royal School. Xiao Wu was a little surprised to hear what Meng Yuren said. The school of exotic beasts is actually not much different from the Barak Royal School, but compared with the school of exotic beasts, the quality of the students at the Barak Royal School is really uneven, so I finally chose the school of exotic beasts. Meng Yuren smiled bitterly and looked at his grandfather Meng Shu not far away. Yuren, with your strength, since you were in the Alien Beast Academy before, you should have been selected for the Alien Beast Academy team to participate in the elite exchange competition of Soul Master Academy in the whole continent. How much do you know about the Alien Beast Academy team? After listening to Meng Yuren's words, the master pondered for a while and asked. As for the Alien Beast team, the Alien Beast team is actually just average. When I didn't come to our Shrek Academy, I thought it was quite powerful, but after coming to Shrek Academy, I really felt that the Alien Beast team was very weak. When I didn't leave, the captain of the Alien Beast team was only level 35. Now more than half a year has passed. He should be at most level 38 or 39 now. I guess he can't even beat Tai Long. After thinking about it, Meng Yuren shook his head. The captain is only about level 38. Hearing Meng Yuren's words, the master thought for a while. In that case, I will announce the lineup: Tai Long, Meng Yuren, Xiao Wu. Ah! Master, why are there only 3 people? Aren't there 7 people? Ma Hongjun said in a daze. You should have heard it all. The captain of the beast team was only level 35 half a year ago. He is not a monster like you. How many levels of soul power do you think a level 35 soul master can improve in just half a year? A captain is like this, let alone other team members. Can't you 3 handle it? The master said lightly. Don't worry, master, I can play alone in this game. Hearing that the opponent's strength is estimated to be only level 38 or 39 at most, Tai Long patted his chest confidently. On the other side, when the master decided on the lineup of the Shrek team, the first battle had already begun, with the Divine Wind Academy fighting the Barrack Royal Academy. According to Meng Yuren's introduction, the Barrack Royal Academy is on par with the Exotic Beast Academy. The Exotic Beast Academy is so rubbish that it doesn't even have a soul master, let alone the Barrack Royal Academy. Facing the Barrack Royal Academy, Feng Xiaotian did not make a move, but only sent out 3 ordinary kamikaze team members to sweep the entire Barrack Royal Academy. In fact, if it were not for the fact that the promotion match was a defense system, the kamikaze team members who started the game had consumed some of their soul power after fighting against 5 Barrack Royal Academy players in a row, and a single kamikaze team member could have swept the Barrack Royal Academy. After the Kamikaze Academy finished fighting against the Barrack Royal Academy, the second teams to play were the Thunder Academy and the Botanical Academy. Bai Ge still had some impression of the Botanical Academy, but the Botanical Academy was not a strong academy in the original book. Ma Hongjun swept the entire plant team alone, and the plant team was the same when facing the Thunder team, and was quickly defeated. After the Thunder Academy and the Botanical Academy, the 2 teams that played in the third round were from academies that Bai Ge did not know, probably from academies of 2 small principalities. After a fight between the 2 teams, only one of the 7 players on the field was left, and in the end the stronger team won. In the 4th round, it was finally Shrek Academy's turn to play. Chapter 317, The Beast Team and Meng Yuren, the Beast Team that pretended to be awesome but got slapped in the face. 1/2. In the 4th round of the promotion match, Shrek Academy will play against the Beast Academy. Both teams are invited to enter. As a loud voice came from the competition venue in the center of the large parade ground, it was finally Shrek team's turn to play. Hearing the voice, Tai Long, Meng Yuren, and Xiao Wu slowly stood up. The 3 of them walked out of the waiting area confidently and walked towards the competition venue. On the competition venue, 7 tall young men were waiting by the competition venue. When they saw that there were only 3 people from the Shrek team, the 7 young men were a little stunned, and when they saw Meng Yuren, the tall young man in the lead suddenly changed his face. Yuren, long time no see, are you okay? Looking at Meng Yuren, the tall young man said with a complicated expression. Mud, it's been a long time since we last met, but instead of reminiscing about the past, I advise you to admit defeat. We were teammates once, and I know your strength very well. You can't be our opponents. Meng Yuren said with some disgust. Hey, Meng Yuren, what are you talking about? The boss pursued you for many years, why don't you remember the old feelings at all? Hearing Meng Yuren's words, a young man behind Mud suddenly stepped forward and said angrily. Old feelings? Barto, please keep your mouth clean. There is no relationship between Mud and me. Even if I didn't leave the school of exotic beasts, I would not agree to his pursuit. Hearing Barto's words, Meng Yuren was a little angry. Barto, stop talking. This has nothing to do with Yuren. It's all my fault for not being good enough. Seeing that Meng Yuren was a little angry, Mud interrupted Barto with a wry smile. But the boss. Barto was still a little unwilling. I say, you guys, do you want to fight or not? Your grandpa's fists are thirsty. Seeing that the people from the Beast Academy were always procrastinating, Tyrone said impatiently while picking his ears. Why are you yelling so loudly? Do you want to fight us so much? You probably don't know the reputation of our Beast Academy. Our Beast Academy fought out of the 17 teams in the Barrack Kingdom qualifiers. Hearing Tyrone's words, a young man in the Beast team said angrily. Fought out of the 17 teams? I'm so scared. Hearing the young man's words, Tyrone was even more disdainful. Although Tyrone's words seemed very scared, looking at the expression on Tyrone's face, everyone knew that Tyrone was disdainful, which made the young man a little angry. He dared to look down on their Beast Academy. Okay, stop talking, let's start the game, you play the first game, Barto. Seeing that his younger brother was so irritable, Mud shook his head in his heart and spoke. Shall I go first? Okay, let this guy see how powerful I am. Hearing Mud say that he would go first, Barto could not help but clench his fists, cracking his finger bones, and then walked onto the competition venue while pretending to be cool. Hey, kid, what's your name? Barto asked when he saw Tai Long also walking onto the competition venue. My name? You don't need to know your grandfather's name, because you will be gone soon. Tai Long said disdainfully. You kid, you are too arrogant. I tell you, I am a level 35 soul master, and my martial soul is the powerful demon bear. Don't pretend in front of me, or I will make you unable to get out of bed in the future. He has always been the only one who pretends in front of others. Seeing Tai Long pretending in front of him, Barto was a little angry. The powerful demon bear, are you also a power type soul master? It just so happens that my martial soul is the powerful gorilla, also a power type soul master, let's have a good competition. After hearing what Barto said, Tai Long finally got a little interested. Come on, powerful gorilla, possess me. After Tai Long shouted loudly, a huge black-haired gorilla suddenly emerged from Tai Long's body, and then instantly sank into Tai Long's body. With the possession of the powerful gorilla, Tai Long's figure began to rise rapidly, his muscles began to swell, his arms became much longer, and they were covered with dark hair. At the same time, 3 yellow and purple soul rings slowly rose from Tai Long's feet. Are you also a soul master? Seeing that Tai Long was also a soul master, Barto's face became much more solemn. Powerful demon bear, possess me. With Barto's shout, a huge brown bear also emerged instantly, and then quickly sank into Barto's body. With the possession of the powerful demon bear, Barto's body began to rise, his muscles began to swell, and his brown hair grew out of his skin. Take it, rock body, explosive force. Looking at Barto, who was also a soul master, Tai Long did not dare to be careless. He roared and activated his 2 soul skills in succession. With the activation of rock body and explosive force, Tai Long's defense and strength increased significantly. Looking at Barto who was close at hand, Tai Long roared and rushed up with his fists. Hula! As a pure power soul master, Tai Long's strength is extremely strong. With the activation of explosive force, Tai Long's strength has doubled. He clenched his fists, and the veins on Tai Long's arms bulged. He swung his fists hard, and the powerful force made the air tear. Vajra body, powerful demon bear paw. Seeing Tai Long's fist, Barto did not retreat, and was unwilling to be outdone. He also launched 2 soul skills, one to increase defense, and the other to attack. As the strongest person in the alien beast team after Captain Mud, he did not think he was worse than others. Bang! Amidst a whistle, a fist and a palm collided together, and a roar suddenly broke out. As a power-type soul master, although Tai Long's powerful gorilla martial soul is inferior to Barto's powerful demon bear in quality, Tai Long is a pure power-type soul master. In addition, his soul power level is level 39, which is 4 levels higher than Barto, so in the collision of power, Barto is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. How can you be so strong? Feeling a huge force coming from the bear's paw, Barto couldn't help but take several steps back, staggering to stabilize his body. Barto slowly raised his painful palm, his face full of disbelief. Frog in the well, I am an extremely pure power-type soul master, and a level 39 soul master. In our team, I am still the weakest. Tai Long showed a trace of disdain on his face. Bear, you should get out. Bear. Hearing Tai Long's words, Barto's face was very ugly. Boy, what if you have high soul power? I'm not afraid of you. Bang, bang, bang. Barto rushed up angrily, but the absolute strength gap could not be made up by anger. He was not the protagonist, and he could explode in anger, so it was no surprise that Barto was directly beaten into a pig head by Tai Long, and then kicked to the ground. Chapter 318 Meng Yuren's Strength, Gentleman or Villain. 2 halves. Bato. Seeing that Barto was beaten into a pig's head by Tai Long, the members of the beast team on the side couldn't help but change color. Stop, we admit defeat. In order to prevent Barto from being beaten even worse, Mud quickly admitted defeat on behalf of Barto. Boss, this guy is level 39, you should be careful. Barto was helped down with a bruised face and said to Mud. I know. Mud nodded with a heavy face. Although he was also level 39, he was not sure of winning against Tai Long. In order to win, Mud made a decision in his heart, letting the other team members go first to consume Tai Long's strength, and then he went up and made the final decision. However, subconsciously, Mud ignored Meng Yuren and Xiao Wu. Tai Long looked at least 17 years old. Being able to become a level 39 soul master was already a natural talent. Mud did not think that Meng Yuren and Xiao Wu would be stronger than Tai Long. Moreover, Meng Yuren was once a member of the beast team. When he left, Meng Yuren's strength was only level 32. In just over half a year, Meng Yuren's strength was at most level 35 or 36. In Mude's opinion, there was no need to worry about him. And Xiao Wu looked younger than Meng Yuren, so it was even more impossible for her strength to be that high. You go first. Having made a decision in his heart, Mude looked at the other 5 team members. Yes, Captain. After hearing Mude's words, the other 5 team members were a little scared, but for the sake of victory and honor, they had to grit their teeth and go ahead. It was all over. Bang, bang, bang dash. Ah, ah, ah dash. With a series of screams, one every 2 minutes on average, the 5 players on the field were all dealt with by Tai Long within 10 minutes. However, as a soul master, although Tai Long was strong, he had to fight against 6 soul masters of the same level in a row. After all his soul skills were used up, Tai Long gradually began to feel a little powerless to fight with his strength alone. Finally, after relying on the round-robin battle to exhaust Tai Long's soul power, Mud finally stepped onto the competition field. Your name is Tai Long, right? You'd better get off the field. You can't be my opponent in your current state. Looking at Tai Long, Mud said slowly. Humph. If you have the guts, fight your grandfather from the beginning. What kind of hero are you if you beat me by round-robin battle? Hearing Mud's words, Tai Long panted and wiped the sweat from his forehead, while snorting coldly. Hero, I never think of myself as a hero, I'm just a spirit master. Mud shook his head and slowly got ready. Roaring tiger, possess me. After Mud shouted, a red-haired black tiger suddenly emerged from Mud's body, and then instantly sank into Mud's body. With the possession of the spirit roaring tiger, Mud's figure began to rise rapidly, his muscles began to swell, and red hair with black stripes grew from his arms. As his palms grew larger, sharp claws popped out from between his 10 fingers, and at the same time, 3 yellow and purple spirit rings also emerged from his feet. Tiger roaring sky strike. As the second spirit ring bloomed with dazzling brilliance, Mud roared, and the whole person suddenly rushed to Tai Long's side like a tiger, and punched Tai Long out of the competition venue. If Tai Long was in a complete state, not to mention reacting, at least he would not be easily knocked out of the competition venue by Mude with the stone defense. After all, in terms of strength, the two are similar. Although I don't know what your team leader thinks, it is impossible for you 3 to defeat our alien team. I also want to fight you fairly, but unfortunately you have already put 3 people on the field, so the organizing committee has probably confirmed your quota, and you can't regret it. Looking at Meng Yuren and Xiao Wu, Mude shook his head. Tisk, a fair fight, if you really want fairness, you still play a round-robin battle, you are really shameless. Xiao Wu sneered at Mude's words. I am smart and wise. Mude's face turned ugly. Xiao Wu, don't tell him, he is a hypocrite. What do you like me, but just want my family's property, really think I can't see it? On the side, Meng Yuren said disdainfully. I didn't. But hearing Meng Yuren's words, Mude was a little furious. Although he did approach Meng Yuren in large part because he was thinking about the property of the dragon snake family, after all, both Long Gong and Shi Po were already quite old, and the dragon snake family would definitely belong to Meng Yuren in the future. If he could get close to Meng Yuren, he would be able to ascend to heaven in one step. However, Meng Yuren was so beautiful that he actually had some admiration for her, although it was just the kind of body greed. Humph! If you still don't give up, then I'll make you give up. I tell you, I already have someone I like, and he can kill you with just one finger. Don't talk about him, now I can make you face the reality. Seeing that Mude still didn't give up, Meng Yuren said coldly. Xiao Wu, I'll go first in this game. After saying something to Xiao Wu, Meng Yuren walked onto the competition venue. Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear, out. With a low shout, Meng Yuren summoned the Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear, and with the appearance of the Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear, 4 yellow and purple soul rings slowly rose from under Meng Yuren's feet. How is it possible? Your martial soul and your strength, this is impossible. Seeing the martial soul in Meng Yuren's hand and the 4 soul rings rising under his feet, Mud couldn't believe his eyes and couldn't even speak clearly. Isn't your martial soul a snake staff? And weren't you only level 32 before? How did you reach the soul sect now? Mud was shocked to the extreme. Humph! A frog in the well, is the soul sect very strong? I'm only a soul sect at the age of 16 this year, but there are many soul sects at the age of 13 in our team, and have you ever seen a soul king at the age of 13? Seeing Mud's shocked look, Meng Yuan said disdainfully. Okay, don't say anything more, let me end everything in the past. From now on, don't say you know me anymore. I don't want to know a hypocrite like you. Seeing that Mud wanted to say something, Meng Yuan interrupted Mud directly. Spirit Snake Stabs, Phantom Eightfold. After saying that, Meng Yuan shouted and directly used the first and second soul skills. The sharp black jade spirit snake spear drew a series of shadows in the air, and pierced towards Mud with a series of air-breaking sounds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Meng still holding the black jade snake spear, he waved it in the air, creating a series of black lights and bursts of air-breaking sounds. Facing the sharp black jade snake spear, Mud simply did not resist. However, due to the absolute difference in strength, coupled with Meng Yuan's soul skill Phantom 8, which increased agility and speed, Mud dodged very awkwardly. He barely dodged a few shots, but several shots still pierced Mud's body, stabbing big holes in Mud's clothes and leaving bloody wounds. Roar! After barely knocking away the spearhead that Meng Yuan stabbed at him, Mud let out a painful roar, and the whole person hurriedly retreated several steps, intending to distance himself. However, after the black jade snake spear was deflected, Meng Yuan suddenly turned around and turned the spearhead, chasing again. The sudden attack of Meng Yuan was faster than expected, and his figure even left several afterimages on the road. The sharp black jade snake spear whistled in the air and even faintly made a sound of phoenix. Then, as Meng Yuan stabbed through the air, a burst of black light suddenly shot out from the tip of the black jade snake spear and instantly hit Mud's shoulder. Accompanied by a sound of flesh entering the flesh, the bright red blood suddenly spurted out from Mud's shoulder. Mud only had time to let out a scream before he flew high and was instantly knocked out of the field. Chapter 319 Goodbye Shweking He, Your Highness, do you want to take a hot spring bath together? 1/2. The last player of the Beast team is out, and the winner of this competition is Shrek Academy. With the announcement of the presiding minister in front of the VIP seats, the royal knights watching the game around cheered. Well done! After Meng Yuan and others returned, the Shrek people did not hesitate to praise them, only Xiao Wu was a little depressed. Why are these guys so weak? I haven't even appeared yet, so boring. Xiao Wu pouted. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, everyone laughed. Xiao Wu, you have to know that in terms of the strength of the Soul Master Academy, the Soul Master Academy in our Tiandu Imperial City is definitely the best. The academies of other kingdoms and principalities are just here to make up the numbers. In every session of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, there has never been a kingdom or principality academy that entered the semi-finals. Basically, it is either the Five Elements Academy of our Tiandu Empire or the Old Academy in Xingluo. There is only one monster academy like our Shrek Academy on the continent. Flanders slowly stretched out a finger and said very complacently. Come on, look at what you can do. Seeing Flanders so proud, the master still hit Flanders as usual. After finishing today's game, everyone returned to their barracks. It must be said that it is still quite inconvenient to come to the royal hunting ground. On the one hand, there is the problem of accommodation. The barracks are definitely not as good as the castle at home. The environment is very simple, the bed is also a hard bed, and there is no servant to prepare hot water for bathing. Moreover, the royal hunting ground is located in a large forest, and the climate is very hot and humid. Although the Royal Knights camp is stationed on a flat grassland in the forest, the hot and humid climate makes people feel very uncomfortable, especially in the closed barracks. Hey, let's go out for a walk. It was really uncomfortable to stay in the barracks. If you really stay in the barracks for a day, you will be suffocated, so Ma Hongjun couldn't help but suggest. Okay, I feel bored too, let's go out. Oscar agreed very much. Bai Ji, Tang San, Dai Laude, do you want to go out together? Oscar turned his head and asked. Let's go, I feel bored too. Bai Ji nodded. After calling the girls, the group left the barracks and prepared to go around, but just as they reached the edge of the military camp, two figures came towards them. Dad. Seeing Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong happily greeted him. Uncle Ning, and Brother Shuet, why are you here? Seeing Ning Fengzi and Shweking He, Bai Ji asked with some confusion. Hehe, it's like this. Recently, a group of bandits appeared in King He's territory. They are very cunning. Although King He has found soul masters to suppress the bandits have been avoiding fighting. Today, King He is here to dispatch a team of royal knights to suppress the bandits, but thinking of you here, King He asked me to bring him to see you. Ning Fengzi smiled gently. Long time no see, Bai Ji, I am very happy to see your Shrek Academy appear in the promotion match. Shui King He also smiled. Hey, Bai Ji, won't you introduce us? Ma Hongjun came over and asked in a low voice. Let me introduce you to you. This is His Highness Shui King He, the Prince of our Tiandu Empire. Brother Shui, these are our Shrek Academy students. This is Daimyo Bai, this is Tang San. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Bai Ji introduced each other. Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After learning Shui King He's identity, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and Tai Long saluted hurriedly, while Tang San, Daimyo Bai and the girls were not so excited, and just saluted lightly. You're welcome. By the way, where are you going? Shui King He asked curiously. Just walking around. The climate here is too hot and humid. It's really uncomfortable to stay in the barracks. I want to take a shower but there is no place. I have to wait until night, so I can only go out and walk around. Bai Ji explained. You want to take a shower? I have a place to take you. What do you think? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Shui King He smiled. Where? Everyone was a little curious. Warm spring. Shui King He said with a smile. We, the royal family, often come here to hunt, and sometimes we sweat a lot. This place is far from Tiandu Imperial City, so we built a hot spring pool here. If you want to soak in a hot spring, I can take you there. Hot spring? I've never been to a hot spring before. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands expectantly. Me too, me too. Oscar was also very excited. Let's go, I'll take you there. Seeing that everyone wanted to go, Shui King He also smiled. Teacher, I'm taking Bai Ji and the others to the hot spring pool, you go back first. Turning his head to look at Ning Fengzi beside him, Shui King He said respectfully. Well, I wish you all a good time. Ning Fengzi also smiled. After saying goodbye to Ning Fengzi, the group walked into the forest under the leadership of Shui King He. After passing through a small forest, the group finally came to several small hills. There were not many trees on the hills, but reddish-brown rocks and weeds. The hills were tightly arched together, and the foot of the hills was surrounded by a circle of fences. A team of royal knights was patrolling around the fences, and they were on high alert. Your Highness! Seeing Shui King He wearing bright silver armor, the two royal knights guarding the entrance of the fence saluted. Well, I brought my friends to the hot springs. Please make way for me. Shui King He nodded and smiled. Yes. Hearing Shui King He's words, the two knights quickly opened the entrance. After passing through the entrance, the group walked into the valley between the hills. They were shocked when they saw it. They couldn't see anything from the outside, but when they walked in, they found that there was a huge and gorgeous building here. It was probably built to facilitate the royal family to take a hot spring bath. This is our hot spring villa, and inside is the hot spring pool. The area on the left is for men, and the area on the right is for women. The hot spring pools in both areas are large and small. You can choose to bathe together or soak slowly by yourself. Pointing to the hot spring villa in front of him, Shui King He introduced with a smile. Let's go, I can't wait. After listening to Shui King He's introduction, Ma Hongjun was already a little impatient. Brother Shui, don't you want to soak in the hot spring together? Looking at Shui King He, Bai Ji suddenly said. Me? I don't need it, I have something else to do. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Shui King He's face was a little unnatural. Brother Shui, do you look down on us? It's just a hot spring. How much time can it waste? Bai Ji said faintly. No, I really have something to do. I'm leaving now. You can do whatever you want. Hearing Bai Ji insisting on soaking in the hot spring by himself, Shui King He was also anxious. He hurriedly explained a few words, and Shui King He immediately turned around and left in a hurry. Looking at Shui King He's hurriedly leaving back, Bai Ji smiled with some amusement. You want to win him over every day, but this is the sincerity. Look, I'll eat your sugar coating and return the cannonball, you little guy. Chapter 320, Battle against Shenfeng Academy, Feng Xiaoshan's Invitation. Two halves. Shui Qinghe's visit was just an episode and had no impact on Shrek Academy. After the first round of battles against the Alien Beast Academy, Shrek Academy successively fought against several academies. Among them, there are unknown academies, and there are also academies that have appeared in the original book, such as the Botanical Academy and the Barrack Royal Academy. Shrek Academy also fought against the Blazing Academy, Tian Shui Academy, and Thunder Academy. But maybe because Huo Wu knew that she couldn't win, the Blazing Academy directly admitted defeat, and the same was true for Tian Shui Academy. Thunder Academy did fight with Shrek Academy. However, due to the absolute gap in strength, the Thunder team was no match for the Shrek team, whose players were almost all at the Soul Sect level. Even though Yu Tianxin played in the end, he only forced Dai Mu Bai to play, and Bai Ji did not play. Soon, the promotion match came to the last round. In this round, Shrek Academy will play against Shenfeng Academy. Feng Xiaoshan's strength very strong. Bai Ji, you should also play in this match. Before the match, considering Feng Xiaoshan's strength, the master finally decided to let Bai Ji play. Well, I know. Bai Ji nodded. He also knew that Feng Xiaotian was very strong, and Dai Mu Bai and the current Tang San might not be Feng Xiaoshan's opponents, and only if he played could he guarantee a sure win. This match is very important. Tai Long, Yuran, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Mu Bai, Xiao San and Bai Ji, the 7 of you should play together. Thinking that the first place in the promotion match will get a bye in the second round in the finals, and if they lose, they may have to play a few more promotion matches. In order to ensure that they can definitely win, the master chose all 7 people to play together. This is the first time that Shrek Academy has played together with 7 people. Before, even when facing Thunder Academy, only 5 people played. Let's go. Hearing the voice of the presiding minister coming from the direction of the competition venue, Bai Ji led everyone and left the waiting area and walked towards the competition venue. Arriving at the competition venue, on the opposite side of the competition venue, the members of the kamikaze team have also arrived. Brothers, do you trust me? Seeing the arrival of the Shrek team, Feng Xiaotian suddenly turned around and asked the deep group of players. Captain, go ahead. Regardless of the victory or defeat, we support you. If even you can't beat the opponent, then we have no hope for this game. You are the captain in our corps, so we support you. Go, Captain. As if he also knew what Feng Xiaotian wanted to do, a team member spoke. And the others also nodded in agreement. Hearing the words of the team members, Feng Xiaotian suddenly felt a little sour in his heart, which was touching. It is really an honor for me, Feng Xiaotian, to have you brothers. Don't worry, I will definitely go all out in this game. As he spoke, Feng Xiaotian made up his mind. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiaotian suddenly shouted towards the direction of the Shrek team, Bai Ji, in this game, do you dare to fight me? Let's decide the winner in one round. After speaking, Feng Xiaotian looked at Bai Ji with a firm look, as if you don't agree, I will watch you to death. You want to fight me one-on-one? Hearing Feng Xiaoshan's words, Bai Ji pointed at himself and was a little surprised. Do you know that I am a Soul King? So what if I am a Soul King? The Soul King of the control system may not be able to beat the Soul Master of the strong attack system in terms of hard power. Last time you defeated us through cooperation and strategy, but this time we are fighting one-on-one, without the help of teammates, I don't believe I will lose to you again. Looking at Bai Ji, Feng Xiaotian said in a deep voice. In Feng Xiaoshan's opinion, although Bai Ji's Moyun Vine is very powerful, even his ultimate move, the 36 consecutive slashes of the Wind Wolf, cannot cut it into pieces. However, although the 36 consecutive slashes of the Wind Wolf is his ultimate move, he can be called the number 1 in the 5 Elements Academy not only because of this move, the 36 consecutive slashes of the Wind Wolf. Strong insight, keen combat awareness, excellent attack power, amazing agility and speed, and the flying ability that everyone envies, these are his strongest points. Last time he was caught off guard by a series of attacks and continuous control, so he gave Bai Ji a chance, but this time it was one-on-one, no one could limit him, he didn't believe that Bai Ji could still trap him like last time. And this time, I want to prove to Xiao Wu that I, Feng Xiaotian, am definitely not worse than you. You can only be promoted to Soul King at such a grade by relying on elixirs. If I, Feng Xiaotian, have your conditions, I will definitely not be inferior to you. Feng Xiaotian said firmly. Even if Dean Xiaotian is optimistic about you, I believe that true love is invincible. Feng Xiaotian became more and more excited. Xiao Wu? Are you talking about me? Xiao Wu was a little confused when she heard Feng Xiaoshan's words. She didn't remember that she knew Feng Xiaotian, and Tang San's face also darkened. No man can tolerate other men saying earthy love words to their girlfriends in front of him, even though the two have not officially confirmed their relationship. Little sister, I'm not talking about you when I say Xiao Wu, I'm talking about Huo Wu. Feng Xiaotian was a little embarrassed when he suddenly realized that there was also a girl named Xiao Wu in the Shrek team. What little sister? I'm not little, and you're not much older than me. Xiao Wu was a little unhappy when she heard Feng Xiaoshan's explanation. Yes, I know, Miss Xiao Wu. Feng Xiaotian hurriedly nodded. That's more like it. Seeing Feng Xiaotian so understanding, Xiao Wu grumbled a few words, but did not pursue it further. Bai Ji, what have you thought about it, do you agree or not? Turning his gaze back to Bai Ji, Feng Xiaotian asked. Agree, why shouldn't I agree? One game decides the outcome, it's good to save trouble, so that I can practice more when I go back, but I have to ask my teammates before I can do that. Moreover, this game only represents the victory or defeat of our two teams and the academy behind them. Don't bring Huo Wu into it. Whoever wins will stay and whoever loses will leave. We are not children anymore. Don't say such childish things. This will only annoy girls. After all, they are not commodities. Bai Ji said slowly. I know this. In this battle, I just want to prove that I am not worse than you. That's all. It has nothing to do with Xiao Wu. I will prove my feelings to Xiao Wu. Don't be too confident. Xiao Wu may not choose you. Feng Xiaotian nodded solemnly. But Bai Ji looked a little strange when he heard what Feng Xiaotian said. It was true, but Feng Xiaotian had said it just now. With Huo Wu's temper, even if Feng Xiaotian said that the competition had nothing to do with Huo Wu would still get angry. After all, with Huo Wu's temper, she didn't like men to be jealous of her. Chapter 321 Bai Ji went on stage to fight Feng Xiaotian. 1/2. Brothers, he wants to fight me in a duel to decide the winner. What do you think? Turning his head to look at everyone, Bai Ji touched his chin. Go, we believe in you. Tang San smiled. They are probably courting death. Daimyo Bai looked a little strange. Bai Ji, we all believe in you, go. Meng Yuan said with a chuckle. Others nodded. Okay, I'll do it, but I haven't exercised for a long time, I don't know if I'm still in shape. After getting the team members' consent, Bai Ji nodded and slowly walked towards the competition venue. On the other side, Feng Xiaotian also slowly walked towards the competition venue, but compared to Bai Ji's casualness, Feng Xiaoshan's face was very solemn, and while walking, Feng Xiaoshan's eyes were still fixed on Bai Ji. After both parties arrived at the competition venue, the referee signaled that they could release their martial spirits. Slowly raising his right hand, Bai Ji summoned the Moyun vine. With a flash of black and purple light, a vine covered with thorns and densely covered with red, blue and purple patterns slowly emerged from Bai Ji's hand, and at the same time, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple and black slowly rose from Bai Ji's feet. Looking at the 5 soul rings moving around Bai Ji, although it was not the first time he had seen it, Feng Xiaoshan's heart still sank suddenly. Such a soul ring configuration is simply abnormal, and in the preliminaries, no one has ever forced Bai Ji to use his 4th and 5th soul skills, which is what Feng Xiaotian is worried about. However, although he felt heavy in his heart, he could not lose momentum. Seeing Bai Ji summon the Moyun vine, Feng Xiaotian also shouted and instantly summoned his martial soul, the Gale Two-Headed Wolf. With a faint wolf howl, a huge blue two-headed demon wolf suddenly emerged from Feng Xiaoshan's body, and then instantly sank into Feng Xiaoshan's body. With the possession of the Gale Two-Headed Wolf, Feng Xiaoshan's body began to grow rapidly, his muscles and bones expanded at the same time, and his body became obviously larger. Between his 10 fingers, sharp claws popped out, and on his left shoulder, a large amount of green light condensed into a ferocious wolf head. Roar! The blue wolf head stared at Bai Ji, opened its bloody mouth, and while revealing its cold fangs, a series of low roars came out of the wolf head's mouth. Feng Xiaotian, Level 44, 4-Ringed Combat Soul Master, Martial Soul, Swift Wind Two-Headed Wolf, please teach me. Looking at Bai Ji, Feng Xiaotian slowly lowered his body and raised his sharp wolf claws. Bai Ji, Level 54, 5 Ringed Control Soul King, Martial Soul, Moyanteng. Slowly raising the Moyanteng in his right hand, Bai Ji also responded according to the rules of the martial arts world. Bai Ji, you are very strong and excellent. I heard that you are only 13 years old today, but you are already a level 54 Soul King, and you have established such a huge foundation of Dan Pavilion. Even my father dare not offend you. I awakened at the age of 6, with full innate soul power. Now I am 24 years old, but my strength is only a level 44 Soul Master. In terms of strength, I am far inferior to you, but my achievements today are all accumulated bit by bit, and you, I believe that your strength is definitely not obtained in this way, so I don't think I am inferior to you. As for Dean Xiaotian, I believe he is for the good of Huowu and the development of Shiwo Academy. After all, compared to you, I can't give Shiwo Academy or Xiaowu any help. But although I understand, I can't accept it. Love cannot be measured by any interests, so I must defeat you today, whether for our Shenfeng Academy team or for Huowu, I can't lose. Looking at Bai Ji, Feng Xiaotian said in a deep voice. But hearing Feng Xiaotian's words, Bai Ji shook his head. Do you think what you think must be right? In fact, I tell you, nothing happened between Huowu and me, it's just that you think too much. But if you keep pursuing Huowu like this, I think you will never succeed. Goddess can't be pursued by licking. The goddess you begged for is just a green tea whore. For the real goddess, you need to conquer her with charm and strength, but in you, I only see licking. Feng Xiaotian was a little excited when he heard Bai Ji say that nothing happened between him and Huowu, but when he heard Bai Ji say that his way of pursuing the goddess was wrong, and his words were full of words he had never heard of, such as green tea whore and dog liquor, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but be a little confused. He knew the words green tea, bitch, lick, dog, but what do these words mean together? Feng Xiaotian was confused. But before Feng Xiaotian asked, the referee on the side had already shouted the start of the game. Hearing the referee announce the start of the game, although he was confused, Feng Xiaotian could only suppress his doubts and chose to devote all his body and mind to the battle. Be careful! After a low shout, Feng Xiaotian suddenly rushed towards Bai Ji. Wind Blade Array. While speeding up, along with the lighting of the first soul ring, wind blades quickly condensed around Feng Xiaotian, and then instantly shot towards Bai Ji. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Seeing the wind blades flying all over the sky, Bai Ji took several steps back and quickly avoided the attack of the wind blades. After Bai Ji dodged, countless green wind blades suddenly whistled and shot to the ground, leaving 1-foot-deep scratches on the ground. Strangle with thorns. While retreating to avoid the wind blade, Bai Ji was not to be outdone. He stomped the ground fiercely, and with the light of the first soul ring blooming, a large number of Moyun vines instantly sprang up from under Feng Xiaoshan's feet, strangling him like a venomous snake. Facing the strangulation of the Moyun vine, Feng Xiaotian was extremely calm. He stomped the ground with his right foot. While his body was rushing into the sky, Feng Xiaoshan's figure spun like a gyroscope, and wind blades suddenly shot out in all directions. Although the wind blade could not cut the Moyun vine, the impact of the wind blade on the Moyun vine temporarily blocked the strangulation of the Moyun vine. Taking this opportunity, Feng Xiaotian directly activated the third soul skill, spread his wings of wind, and rode the wind into the sky. Tornado Blade. Spreading his wings, while riding the wind and soaring into the sky, Feng Xiaotian once again activated his fourth soul skill, Tornado Blade. As a burst of green light rippled out from his body, green airflow began to flow around Feng Xiaotian. Gradually, the speed of the airflow became faster and faster, and finally turned into a tornado. When the tornado was formed, countless green wind blades were also formed at the same time. The wind blades in the sky whistled and spun with the tornado. Countless wind blades cut through the air, making bursts of air-breaking sounds. Feng Xiaotian just floated in the center of the tornado, spread his wings, and slowly opened his arms. Chapter 322, Bai Ji's True Strength, solved with one punch. Two halves. Double Wolf Possession. As his arms opened, Feng Xiaotian shouted in his heart and instantly activated his second soul skill, Double Wolf Possession. With the activation of the second soul skill, a blue two-headed wolf light and shadow condensed again behind Feng Xiaotian, and then instantly sank into Feng Xiaoshan's body. After the two wolves were possessed, Feng Xiaoshan's attack power, defense power and agility would increase by 50%, and the two wolves and the wind wings were also Feng Xiaoshan's self-created soul skill, the 36 consecutive slashes of the Wind Wolf. Oh no! After a month of hard work, it is now the 72 consecutive slashes of the Wind Wolf. It is the prerequisite for launching the 72 consecutive slashes of the Wind Wolf. With the activation of the two wolves, the wind wings behind Feng Xiaotian gradually overlapped with the arms. After the arms and the wind wings merged into one, the wind wings that originally emitted a faint green light completely restrained and turned dark green. At the edge of the wind wings, the dark green edge flashed a faint green light. Hey! As his arms and the wind wings merged into one, Feng Xiaotian suddenly stretched out his arms, and the whole person rushed down like a sharp arrow. At the same time, the tornado blades in the sky also followed Feng Xiaoshan's movements and poured down like rain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless wind blades fell at a very fast speed, and the sharp edges cut the air, making bursts of piercing sounds. The wind blades in the sky were like rain, which was frightening to watch. The royal knights who were watching the battle around the parade ground almost held their breath at the same time when they saw the scene in front of them. Heavenly net! Looking at the wind blades falling from the sky, Bai Ge also responded and instantly activated his second soul skill, the Sky Net. With the activation of the Sky Net, countless Moyun vines suddenly rose from the ground around Bai Ge, and quickly intertwined in the air to form a dense net. Countless wind blades shot onto the vine net like rain, but they only cut the outermost skin of the Moyun vine, revealing the golden fibers inside, but not even a single Moyun vine was cut off. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it is estimated that no one would believe what they saw. Swoosh! Just as everyone was amazed, a green figure actually at an astonishing speed, he moved in a zigzag pattern in the air to bypass the net, and after landing at a low altitude, he suddenly accelerated and rushed into the gap of the Moyun vine, rushing straight towards Bai Ge with a sound of breaking through the air. 72 consecutive slashes of the Wind Wolf. With a low roar, Feng Xiaoshan's figure once again struck the sky, and in the blink of an eye he came to Bai Ge's side. Looking at Bai Ge who was so close, Feng Xiaotian raised his cold and sharp wind wings high and swung them down like a sharp blade. The sharp blade wings tore through the air, and with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, they slashed straight towards Bai Ge's chest, but looking at the wind wings that were slashing towards him, Bai Ge showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Soul transfer technique. Slightly turning his head, Bai Ge looked at Feng Xiaoshan's eyes. With a flash of evil light in his purple eyes, a spiritual wave instantly came out through his eyes and hit Feng Xiaotian. No one could see the invisible spiritual power, but Feng Xiaotian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and his consciousness instantly became blank. Great Demon Subduing Fist. Taking advantage of Feng Xiaoshan's distraction, Bai Ge suddenly clenched his right fist. With the injection of internal force, his right fist suddenly burst into a light golden light. Looking at Feng Xiaoshan's Feng Yi coming back, Bai Ge raised his right fist high and punched Feng Xiaoshan's right arm that overlapped with his right wing. Although Feng Xiaoshan's body defense increased by 50% after performing the double wolf possession, Bai Ge's strength was at the top of the Soul King level, and after performing the Great Demon Subduing Fist, his strength had reached the Soul Emperor level. A heavy punch that exceeded 2 major realms. Even if Feng Xiaoshan's defense increased by 100%, he couldn't withstand it. Hit by Bai Ge's big demon suppressing punch on the right arm, only heard a clear bone fracture sound, although Feng Xiaoshan's consciousness was blank, but felt the severe pain from his right arm. Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but scream, and then flew out in an instant under the huge force. After drawing a standard parabola in the air, the whole person fell heavily to the ground. Seeing what happened in front of them, the kamikaze team was stunned, and the referee was also stunned. Feng Xiaotian made such a big noise, what a whistling tornado, wind blades all over the sky, and he also played a surprise attack. How could he be knocked down by a punch? Is this a fake match? Cough cough. Feeling the severe pain from his right arm and the right side of his body, Feng Xiao's consciousness finally woke up, but as soon as he woke up, a burst of sweetness suddenly surged from his throat, and he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood heavily. Feng Xiaotian only felt that his right arm could not move at all. The entire right arm bone was broken and cracked, and several ribs on the right side were broken. It was the broken ribs that pierced into his organs that made him cough up blood. Although his body could still move, he was undoubtedly unable to fight with such injuries. Feng Xiaotian was a little confused. Wasn't his opponent a control-type soul master? Why did he have such great power? Entering the state of double wolf possession, his defense was not weak. Without the blessing of soul skills, even a Soul King could not beat him like this with one punch, but Bai Ji was not only a Soul King, but also a control-type Soul King, which made him doubt his life. Do you have a second martial soul? Standing up with his left arm in a somewhat embarrassed manner, looking at Bai Ji, Feng Xiaotian, who was covered in blood and pale, had a complicated face. No. Bai Ji shook his head. How is it possible? How can you, a control-type soul master, have such a powerful power without a powerful second martial soul? Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Maybe in the future, but not now, believe it or not. Bai Ji shook his head. Maybe in the future, not now. What the hell? Feng Xiaotian was stunned after listening to Bai Ji's words. By the way, you should not be able to fight in your current state, so I should be the winner of this game. Looking at Feng Xiaotian, Bai Ji said. You won. After a moment of silence, Feng Xiaotian said with some difficulty. Referee, I admit defeat. Turning his head to look at the referee, Feng Xiaotian lowered his head and clenched his left fist. In this game, Kamikaze Academy admits defeat, and the winner of the game is Shrek Academy. After hearing Feng Xiaotian say that he admitted defeat, the referee picked up the loudspeaker soul guide outside the competition venue and announced. Finally, looking at Feng Xiaotian, who was lowering his head and silently, Bai Ji shook his head and slowly walked down the competition venue. Boss Bai Ji, your punch was beautiful. You just knocked Feng Xiaotian away with one punch. It really boosted the reputation of our Shrek Academy. After returning to the waiting area, Ma Hongjun immediately laughed and came over. It's okay. It's mainly because I am one level higher than him, so I can defeat him so easily. Otherwise, I would have to spend more effort. I have to say that Feng Xiaotian is very talented for creating his own soul skills. Bai Ji shook his head. Chapter 323. The promotion game is over, and we are heading to Wuhan City, 1/2. On the other hand, although the team members did not blame Feng Xiaotian for the defeat, Feng Xiaoshan's pride tortured him. He could tolerate his own failure, but being defeated by a punch was too miserable. With the help of his team members, Feng Xiaotian left the competition venue and walked towards the waiting area of the Kamikaze Academy, but suddenly a fiery red figure blocked Feng Xiaoshan's way. It was Huo Wu. Feng Xiaotian, what did you mean by that before? Looking at Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu put her hands on her waist, and her pretty face was full of anger. Xiao Wu, it's nothing, I just... Feng Xiaotian smiled and tried to explain, but Huo Wu suddenly interrupted Feng Xiaotian. Don't call me Xiao Wu, please call me by my name, Huo Wu. Feng Xiaotian, I know you like me, but I'm sorry, I don't like you. I have nothing to do with Bai Ji, I just joined his Dan Pavilion, but even if we have a relationship, it's not your turn to interfere. Who do you think you are? And you even said on the field that you wanted to prove that you are better than Bai Ji for me. I hate it most when others use me as a bet. Please don't approach me again in the future, let alone talk about me. I will feel sick. After saying that, Huo Wu turned around and left quickly, leaving Feng Xiaotian with only her back. Staring blankly at Huo Wu's back as she left, Feng Xiaoshan's pale face was lonely. The 14 promotion games finally came to an end today. Among all the 15 teams, Shrek Academy ranked first with a record of 14 wins and 0 losses, and won the first place in the promotion game. It will get a bye in the finals, and the second place is Shenfeng Academy, which will also get a bye. After the game, Emperor Shuya undoubtedly gave another impassioned speech, inspiring all the teams participating in the promotion match. Because as an emperor, Emperor Shuya needs to preside over the national situation, and he cannot leave Tiandu Imperial City without authorization. So Emperor Shuya appointed Prince Xue Qinghe to represent him as the envoy of Tiandu Empire to participate in the judging of this competition, and the 15 teams participating in the finals will also be accompanied by Xue Qinghe to Wuhan City at the junction of the two empires for the finals, which will be hosted by Wuhan Hall. Because of the long distance, it takes at least 20 days to get to Wuhan City, and the interval between the promotion match and the final is only 1 month, so this time, all teams are only given 3 days to rest. 3 days later, escorted by a team of royal knights, 15 teams, a total of thousands of people, set off in a mighty manner. Because it takes more than 20 days to get from Tiandu Imperial City to Wuhan City, in order to prevent the contestants from being exhausted physically and mentally, Tiandu Empire specially made 15 luxurious giant carriages for the contestants to rest. These carriages even use some basic soul guide technology, with excellent shock absorption performance, and are very stable to sit on. These are the only simple soul guide technology handed down in the entire Douluo continent. However, if there are really people who continue to study soul guide technology, Bai Ge does not think that soul guide technology will only stop there. And the day before departure, the master left. No one knows where the master went. Only Bai Ge vaguely guessed where the master went. Because he knew the plot, although many plots have been completely changed due to his own destruction, but out of distrust of the Wuhan Hall's integrity, Bai Ge still brought Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, while Dugubo was with Duguyan. Although he did not come with Bai Ge and the others, he also came. But it's a pity that the master is missing. Otherwise, the master after the spirit evolution cooperated with Lu Erlong and Flanders to perform the spirit fusion skill Golden Holy Dragon, which would be another title Douluo level combat power, even if Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo came together. Because of Dugubo's arrival, through Dugubo's mouth, everyone learned that the Spirit Hall team actually had 3 Soul Kings. Although their Shrek team also had a Soul King like Bai Ge, and they also specially prepared a 7-in-1 fusion skill as a trump card, the 3 Soul King level opponents still overwhelmed everyone. However, although they were facing 3 Soul Kings, if the opponent's Soul King was not particularly powerful, Bai Ge could completely entangle 2 by himself, and Tang San could barely fight 1 with Dai Mubai. In addition, with the blessing of Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures Glazed Tower and the healing and recovery of Yalingling's 9 spirit begonia, Xiao Wu, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun were not weak either. In addition, with the hidden 7-in-1 fusion skill, there was still hope of winning. However, after learning about the strength of their opponents, out of pressure and for the sake of victory, in the following days, everyone in the Shrek team began to practice harder. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. It has been more than 2 months since the preliminaries. In these 2 months, although there is not much time for practice, fighting itself is also an excellent way to improve practice. During this period of concentrated practice, the strength of many people has been improved. Bai Ge's strength finally increased from level 54 to level 55, Dai Mubai increased to level 47, Tang San increased to level 45, Zhu Zuqing, Meng Yuran and Ning Rongrong also reached level 45, and Xiao Wu and Oscar reached level 44. Ma Hongjun and Yalingling reached level 43. After nearly half a month of intensive practice, everyone finally relaxed after finally achieving a breakthrough. Ning Rongrong started to play games with a few girls, while Ma Hongjun took Oscar and Tailong to look at Tian Shui College all day long. As for Dai Mubai, he was often not seen and no one knew where he went. Hey, why are you two looking at Tian Shui College all day long? One day, after practicing, Bai Ge was going to go out for some fresh air. When he came out, he saw Ma Hongjun and Oscar staring at Tian Shui College again. Bai Ge finally couldn't help complaining. I didn't. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Oscar quickly denied it. I looked at it, I just complained, I didn't say anything about you. Bai Ge was speechless. No, Bai Ge, you really misunderstood Xiao Ao this time. I do think there are many beauties in Tian Shui College, and sometimes I am greedy, so I look at them from time to time, but Xiao Ao is really not like that. Ma Hongjun laughed. You are greedy, can you resist it? Bai Ge was even more speechless. Bai Ge, you don't know that Fatty hooked up with Oscar hadn't said anything yet, and was suddenly covered by Ma Hongjun. Don't talk too much. Ma Hongjun said fiercely. Who did you hook up with? Bai Ge was a little curious. No. Ma Hongjun shook his head and quickly changed the subject. Boss Bai, do you know why Xiao Ao is also staring at the direction of Tian Shui College? That's because we saw Boss Dai appear near Tian Shui College several times when we were repairing. Dai Mubai appeared near Tian Shui College. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Bai Ge couldn't help but have some guesses in his heart. Yes, we saw Dai Boss having a tryst with a student from Tian Shui College, but because the distance was a bit far, we couldn't see clearly, so we have been secretly observing recently. Ma Hongjun laughed. Chapter 324 Ambush in the Hill New Mission. 2 halves, having a tryst with someone from Tian Shui College, could it be Shui Yuer? Bai Ge couldn't help but feel moved when he heard what Ma Hongjun said. He had seen Dai Mubai and Shui Yuer leave together before, and it was reasonable for them to be together now, but it didn't matter to him. What do you mean by tryst? It's just a private relationship at most. You guys should stop gossiping and practice well. You may be needed to play in the finals. Bai Ge said, looking at Ma Hongzhen and Oscar. We know this, but didn't we practice so hard for more than 10 days before? It doesn't matter if we take some time to relax now. Anyway, you guys will be there by then, and we are not the main force anyway. Ma Hongzhen shrugged. Okay then. Bai Ji shook his head speechlessly. Time passed again on the road. It has been more than 10 days since the departure from Tiandu Imperial City. Now there are less than 10 days left to the Wuhan Hall. Because there are nearly 500 Royal Knights Guards, the team basically did not encounter any trouble along the way. Every time they went to a city for supplies, the city lord would come to greet them enthusiastically and give them help. And every time they passed a city and set off again after supplying, the team would choose to take a shortcut as much as possible, so that they could get to Wuhan City as soon as possible, which would facilitate all teams to adjust their status, understand the intelligence of the opponent, and achieve better results in the finals. On this day, the team just passed a small city. After supplying, because there was a shortcut, the team chose to leave the official road and take a shortcut, but when they just passed between two low hills, an accident happened. Ding! The system detects that an enemy is approaching the host, and now issues the task, survival and counterattack. After the system detection, the Spirit Hall noticed the threat of the host and sent 2 title Douluo, 1 soul Douluo, 3 soul saints and 13 soul emperors to try to kill the host. Please survive and counterattack in this attack. Successful survival reward is none, counterattack, successfully kill a soul emperor, reward bronze level lottery opportunity once, kill all soul emperors, silver level lottery opportunity once, kill a soul saint, silver level lottery opportunity once, kill all soul saints, gold level lottery opportunity once, kill a soul Douluo, gold level lottery opportunity once. The same level of killing rewards cannot be superimposed. In the carriage, Bai Ji was practicing with his eyes closed. In his mind, the system prompt sounded suddenly, which made Bai Ji open his eyes immediately. Bai Ji was not too surprised by the attack of the Spirit Hall, but what the hell is the reward for successful survival? But without thinking too much, Bai Ji suddenly remembered that Ning Fengzi seemed to have brought sword Douluo Chen Xin with him this time to protect Shui Qinghe. In this case, he definitely won't die, so the survival reward is nothing, because he can't die at all. Just as Bai Ji was thinking in his heart on the carriage, with a burst of noise, a group of black-clothed men suddenly appeared on the hill. Seeing the black-clothed men appearing on the hill, each of them was wearing black clothes and masking their faces, and it was obvious that they were not friendly. The captain of the Royal Knights who was guarding on the side immediately shouted, "Everyone be alert, there is a situation." Hearing the words of the captain of the Royal Knights, the Royal Knights in charge of guarding drove their war horses together, and all the contestants on the carriage got off the carriage after hearing the noise. But despite discovering the enemy, no contestant expressed concern. Because in their opinion, there are so many soul masters here, and almost all of them are stronger than soul masters. Some of the teachers who lead the team are also soul emperors and soul saints. Such a lineup is more than enough to win a war of 10,000 people. It's just some hidden bandits. What's there to be afraid of? Do it! With the shout of the leading black-clad man on the hill, all the black-clad men pushed down the boulders that had been prepared in advance. For a moment, there was a loud rumbling sound, and countless boulders rolled down from the steep hill. Because the whole team was stuck between 2 hills at this time, and they had only walked half of the way, they could not advance or retreat for a while. The terrain here was narrow and there was no way to avoid it. Facing the boulders rolling down from both sides, in order to protect the carriage, the Royal Knights could only choose to resist. Nearly 500 Royal Knights quickly divided into 2 teams to block the 2 sides of the team, with the elite Royal Knights at the level of Great Soul Master, followed by the elite Royal Knights at the level of Soul Master, and finally the ordinary Royal Knights. The 2 teams of Royal Knights waved their spears in their hands to continuously pick up the rolling boulders, as if they formed 2 iron walls to block the rolling boulders falling from the hill. Of course, the fact that the hill is not high is also very important. While the Royal Knights blocked the boulder, all participating colleges organized their own students. As the colorful auxiliary lights continued to bloom, the participating students who had been blessed with various amplifications suddenly seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and formed small groups based on colleges and rushed towards the black-clothed man on the hill. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ma Hongzhen immediately got excited and prepared to go over to show off. After all, they were just a group of bandits, and they could be killed casually. If he could show his majesty and charm and hook some girls, it would be great. Phoenix wings flying. Summoning the evil fire phoenix martial soul, Ma Hung-jun was about to use phoenix wings flying to fly to the hill, but Bai Ji grabbed Ma Hung-jun's wings. "Hey, Bai Ji, what are you doing? Don't pull me." Ma Hung-jun was a little anxious. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not that simple. We have so many royal knights guarding us. Ordinary bandits would not even have time to run away when they see us. How stupid would they be to offer themselves to us? If these men in black are all bandits, they can organize such a large group of bandits. The bandit leader is not a fool. But they also did something so unreasonable. Do you think they are just ordinary bandits?" Bai Ji said in a deep voice. "Bai Ji is right. I feel that these men in black came a little strangely. Let's take a look at the situation first. And you see, the ones rushing up now are all from some not so strong academies. Some powerful academies, such as Shuo and Tian Shui, are still in the same place, so we don't need to rush." Tang San also said. Hearing what Bai Ji and Tang San said, Ma Hung-jun scratched his head and calmed down. Now he thought about it carefully and found that something was indeed wrong. Because of the noise outside, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Xiao Wu and others also came out of the carriage. In the accompanying carriage, Flanders, Lu Erlong and Zhao Wuji also got off the carriage. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang also came over with serious faces. "Everyone, I feel that there seems to be someone among these black-clothed men who is as powerful as me, so please don't leave me too far away." Looking at the black-clothed men on the hill not far away, Meng Shu said in a deep voice. "Senior Meng Shu? Are you saying that there are titled Douluo level masters among these black-clothed men?" Hearing Meng Shu's words, Flanders' heart sank immediately. "If nothing unexpected happens, there should be, but I'm not sure." Meng Shu shook his head. While Shrek Academy was waiting in full battle array, the small groups organized by the other Soul Master Academies had already rushed up the hill and quickly approached a group of black-clothed men. However, the scenario that most contestants expected, where the opponent would collapse at the first blow, did not happen. Instead, the black-clothed men actually burst out with unimaginable strength and actually gained the upper hand in the battle. Although the average strength of the black-clothed men was not as good as those elite young soul masters from various advanced soul master academies in the Tiandu Empire, they were for the young soul masters who could only fight alone or in small groups. The black-clothed men had more people and were more skilled in coordination. While some of the black-clothed men were entangled with the soul masters who rushed up the hill, the other part of the black-clothed men actually rushed down the hill quickly, aiming directly at some academies that had not taken the initiative to attack, including Shrek Academy. Chapter 325 Melee, Fighting the Black-Clothed Men. 1/2. Prepare for battle. Seeing a group of black-clothed men rushing over, Flanders immediately gave an order. "Hung-jun, disperse the enemy." Hearing Flanders' words, Ma Hung-jun immediately flapped his wings and flew into the sky, then activated his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. After a deep breath, Ma Hung-jun suddenly spit out a black-purple column of fire, which turned into a black-purple fire dragon that swept towards the black-clothed men rushing over. "Shield up!" However, the black-clothed men responded to Ma Hung-jun's attack immediately. With the leading black-clothed man shouting, the black-clothed man in the front row suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned a shield to block the front. As the spirit rings around him lit up, an invisible barrier suddenly formed. The black and purple fire pillars that were whistling and sweeping over exploded instantly after encountering the barrier and scattered around. The black-clothed man holding the shield rushed over with the rest of the black-clothed men under the Phoenix Fire Line. "Everyone, use hidden weapons." Seeing that the Phoenix Fire Line was useless, Flanders quickly issued an order again. Because Meng Shu had heard before that there were titled Douluo-level people among the black-clothed men, when only one black-clothed man holding a shield exposed his strength, and the strength of the other black-clothed men was unknown, Flanders did not dare to let the students go to close combat with these black-clothed men whose identities and strengths were unknown, so letting everyone cast Tang San's hidden weapons was undoubtedly the best choice. "Everyone, shoot with the Zudge crossbow." Hearing Flanders' words, Tang San also shouted and was the first to take out his Zudge crossbow. Seeing Tang San's action, everyone also took out their Zudge crossbows, and then pulled the trigger at the black-clothed man. Suddenly, countless arrows flew out like rain, instantly covering the black-clothed man rushing over. Among the black-clothed men, although there were black-clothed men with shields standing in front, because none of them knew the Zudge crossbow, they were not prepared to face the sudden rain of arrows. The black-clothed men with shields had no time to react and could only hurriedly protect themselves with the shield martial spirit in their hands. Behind the black-clothed men with shields, some weaker soul masters were unlucky. Facing the sudden rain of arrows, some powerful soul masters naturally showed their magical powers or relied on their physical bodies to withstand the attack of the rain of arrows, or showed amazing speed to escape from the coverage of the rain of arrows before the rain of arrows fell. However, some weaker soul masters, whose physical defense and speed were not enough, could only scream in the face of the sudden rain of arrows, and then they were stabbed like hedgehogs, and died instantly. This round of Zhuge Lianu's volleys, conservatively estimated, also eliminated half of the black-clothed men who rushed over, but the remaining black-clothed men were also the strongest at this time. After that, Zhuge Lianu's volleys were useless against the black-clothed men who were already prepared. By Ji, Tang San, control the field, use long-range attacks to harass those who have long-range attacks. Seeing the strength displayed by the black-clothed men, Flanders continued to issue orders, but the sense of uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Strangle with thorns. Blue-silver spider web. While Flanders was speaking, Bai Ji and Tang San had already activated their respective soul skills. However, the control range of the blue-silver spider web and the thorn strangler was still too small. After the Zhuge crossbow's sweep, the remaining black-clothed men were almost all strong and alert, so the thorn strangler and the blue-silver spider web did not kill any black-clothed men. Tang San, prepare the earth net. Seeing that the black-clothed men were strong and agile, and the ordinary thorn strangler and the blue-silver spider web were useless, Bai Ji could not help but suddenly move his heart and whispered to Tang San. I know. Tang San nodded. You prepare the earth net, I'll give them something ruthless. Bai Ji showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. According to the information provided by the system, there are 13 soul emperors, 3 soul saints and 1 soul Douluo among these black-clothed men. If they act rashly without Meng Shu's intervention, they may be caught off guard by the sudden explosion of black-clothed men. 1 or 2 deaths would be a minor matter, so it is necessary to clear the field again and then show the strength of all the black-clothed men. Looking at the black-clothed men who are already very close, after the continuous shooting of Zhuge Lianu, although most of the black-clothed men died, there are at least more than 20 black-clothed men left. Their strength is estimated to be at least above Soul Lord, but they can dodge the rain of arrows. What about the explosion? Bai Ji sneered in his heart and launched the thorn stranglehold again, but this time the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ji was not the size summoned during the test, and the range was also expanded. The force of Beg's thorns was dozens of times greater. This time, the target of Beg's thorns was all the men in black. Boom! As the earth shook, a large number of Moyun vines with a diameter of half a meter quickly broke out of the ground, and then strangled the enemies in the encirclement like poisonous snakes. The Moyun vines with a diameter of half a meter had poisonous spikes that were almost as thick as the little fingers of ordinary people. Seeing the Moyun vines spinning and strangling from all sides, the men in black were a little scared for a while. Flame storm. Blade of gale. Ring of ice. Although the Moyun vine looked very ferocious, the men in black were well trained. After seeing the identity of the Moyun vine plant, some men in black with fire, ice and wind attributes immediately launched their own attacks, intending to destroy the strangling Moyun vine. How is this possible? But when they saw that the flame, ice and wind blades hit the Moyun vine, only the wind blade barely cut a few shallow cuts on the Moyun vine, and all the men in black were stunned. And just when all the men in black were stunned, accompanied by a few screams, the Moyun vine that strangled them quickly instantly killed the men in black closest to them. Not only did it crush the bones of these unlucky men in black, but even the skin and flesh of the unlucky guys were pierced into a sieve by the dense and sharp spikes, which was transparent from front to back. Humph! But among the men in black, the leading man in black could not tolerate his men being killed like this. After a cold snort, the leading man in black instantly summoned his martial spirit. Accompanied by a burst of eagle cry, a golden divine eagle instantly emerged from his body, and then instantly sank into his body. After entering the spirit possession, a pair of golden wings grew out from the back of the leader in black, and his hands turned into eagle claws, and light golden scales quietly covered the surface of his skin. At the same time, 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black also emerged from his feet. The leader of the black-clothed men turned out to be a soul fighter. Golden Storm. With the shout of the Golden Eagle Soul Fighter, the 3rd soul ring that was pulsating around his body instantly bloomed with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, countless golden air blades instantly condensed from his body, and then suddenly burst out. Countless golden air blades swept in like a storm, and almost in the blink of an eye, the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ji was cut into countless pieces. Chapter 326, Lord Yala. The ice, fire, and thunder explosion first showed its ferocity. Two halves. Lord Yala. On the side, when Meng Shu saw the Golden Eagle Soul Fighter, his pupil shrank. Lord Yala? Senior Meng Shu, do you know this soul Douluo? Hearing Meng Shu's words, Flanders couldn't help but ask hurriedly. I know him. The thing I least want to see has happened. Lord Yala is from the Spirit Hall. Meng Shu sighed. Spirit Hall. Flanders couldn't help but take a breath. Why would the Spirit Hall do this? Is there any benefit for them to kill us? Lu Erlong, who had a hot temper, was immediately a little angry. Benefits? Do you know what the prizes for this All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition are? 3 soul bones. According to what I know, although these 3 soul bones are prizes, they are actually prepared by the Spirit Hall for the 3 talented Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall team. The Spirit Hall is determined to win the first place in this All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. Soul bones as prizes are just a process. They originally thought that the Spirit Hall team could still win the championship of this All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, but the performance of the young master and his team in the preliminaries was too dazzling, and it is estimated that they have been regarded as a threat by the Spirit Hall. In order to prevent accidents from happening, it is normal for the Spirit Hall to secretly take action. I think you and I should know what the Spirit Hall is like. Meng Shu stroked his white beard and sighed. And what I'm most worried about is not this. Although Lord Iera is a soul Douluo, with my husband and I here, even if I haven't broken through the titled Douluo realm, Lord Iera will not be our opponent, not to mention that I have broken through the titled Douluo realm now. Now I'm worried about whether the Spirit Hall has sent a titled Douluo. If so, who is it? Where is it hiding? If there is only one, it's okay, but if those 2 titled Douluos appear, even if Brother Dugu comes to help, I'm afraid we won't be their opponents. Damn it, if Xiao Gang hadn't left. Listening to Meng Shu's words, Lu Erlong gritted his teeth. But you don't have to worry too much. Even if those 2 attack, with my husband and I here, and Brother Dugu, even if we are defeated, we will definitely not let them succeed. While Meng Shu and Flanders were talking, facing Lord Yala who destroyed the Moyun vine summoned by the Thorn Strangler, Bai Ji's heart moved again, and he instantly activated his second soul skill, the Sky and Earth Net. As the second 1000-year soul ring around him shone with dazzling brilliance, a large number of thick Moyun vines rose from the ground again around the black-clothed men, and quickly controlled the crisscrossing in the air to form a huge vine net, and then quickly tightened to cover the group of black-clothed men on the ground. Because the only long-range attack soul skill had been used up and was cooling down, facing the vine net falling from the sky, Lord Iera could only choose to get close to destroy the vine net. As the first and fourth soul rings lit up at the same time, the eagle claws in Lord Iera's hand glowed brightly, and a layer of light broken feather-like shields quietly covered Lord Iera's body. As the golden wings behind him fluttered suddenly, Lord Iera instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, and quickly flew towards the net covering the sky and the earth. Claws of broken gold. Looking at the oncoming net, Lord Iera shouted loudly and directly waved the eagle claws wrapped with brilliant golden light. But in an instant, countless red, blue, and purple lines on the Moyun vines that formed the sky net suddenly surged with deep dark light, and then the light burst out instantly. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge sky net exploded. As the dazzling 3-color light burst out, the entire ground trembled faintly. The power of the collision of the 3 extreme ice, fire, and thunder energies almost flattened the entire area covered by the sky net. Countless gravel and dust were blown up into the sky, and then swept around by the violent air waves. For a while, it seemed that gravel and soil rained within 100 meters of the sky net. Is this the ice, fire, and thunder explosion? The power is too amazing. Seeing the power of Bai Ge detonating the entire sky net, Daimyo Bai was shocked. A few dozen meters away, the area covered by the sky net was almost completely blown into a deep pit. The surrounding trees were not only destroyed and broken, but also had large areas of charred and frozen marks on them. This was the incidental debuff effect of the ice and fire thunder explosion. Cry! Just as everyone was shocked by the power of the ice and fire thunder explosion, a piercing and sharp eagle cry suddenly sounded from the deep pit where the ice and fire thunder explosion was located. In the dusty deep pit, a golden figure suddenly soared into the sky. After rushing out of the dusty area, the golden figure finally revealed its true face. It was a person whose body was almost completely transformed into an eagle. It was Lord Iera. Entering the martial soul true body state, Lord Iera's eyes turned red when he looked at the Shrek people below, especially Bai Ge. He never thought that the vine net he was about to destroy could explode, and the power was so amazing. If he hadn't activated the body protection soul skill to avoid being hurt by the sting, he would probably have appeared naked. But although he was immune to the damage of the ice, fire, and thunder explosion because of his strong strength, some powerful soul emperors and soul saints in the team also survived, but all the team members below the soul emperor strength were turned into dust in this round of shocking explosion. Among some surviving soul masters, the soul saints were fine. After all, they did not suffer much damage after launching the martial soul true body at the critical moment, but some soul emperors were severely injured by the explosion. Now they have almost no ability to move, and they are also in various debuff states. In this situation, if they can successfully kill these people named Shrek Academy in front of them, it will be fine, but if not, these injured soul emperors are almost dead. But seeing that there are his acquaintances in it, Lord Iala is also very uncertain. Thinking of this, Lord Iala couldn't help looking around, wanting to see where the two who had hidden before were now, but unfortunately because of the difference in strength, although Lord Iala's martial soul is an eagle martial soul with extremely strong eyesight, he still didn't find the existence of the two. When Lord Iera rushed out of the pit, the three surviving soul saints also helped the few remaining severely injured soul emperors to escape from the pit. After putting the supported soul emperors in a safe place for the time being, the three soul saints gathered again and came to the pit. Looking at the enemy in front of them, this time, these soul saints dared not act rashly. Lord Iera, you should not be the only one coming this time. Looking at Lord Iera in the sky, Meng Shu's faint voice came. What did you say, what Lord Iera, I don't know him. Hearing Meng Shu's words, Lord Iera's heart tightened immediately, and he quickly answered in a muffled voice. But hearing Lord Iera's words, Meng Shu sneered. Brother Eagle, there are only so many soul Douluos in this Douluo continent, soul Douluos with eagle-type martial spirits, and they are golden eagles. Who else could it be if not you, Lord Iera? If you are the only one here, then you'd better retreat, otherwise I will have to take action. Although I don't want to offend you, it doesn't mean that I am afraid of you. Looking at Lord Iera in the air, Meng Shu said in a deep voice while summoning the martial spirit dragon staff, while on the other side, Bai Ge also slowly moved forward to put pressure on Lord Iera. Because Lord Iera can fly, Meng Shu can kill Lord Iera, but if Lord Iera doesn't land, Meng Shu doesn't have a good solution, but if Bai Ge can delay Lord Iera for a while, Meng Shu will have a chance to kill him with one strike. Damn it! Seeing Meng Shu ready to attack, and Bai Ge, the control-type soul master, also ready to attack at any time, Lord Iera gritted his teeth, hesitating. Meng Shu, it seems that you are now confident after being promoted to the realm of title Douluo. Suddenly, a strange voice came from not far away. Following the voice, I saw two figures, one white and one black, walking side by side. Chapter 327, Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo show up, and the battle begins. 1/2. It's you, you are here too, I knew that you knew I was here, so you couldn't just send Lord Iera. Seeing the feminine Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwen and the stern ghost Douluo Gaimei, Meng Shu's face was extremely solemn. Meng Shu, I advise you not to wade into this muddy water. It's not easy for you to be promoted to title Douluo at such an old age. I don't want to see a title Douluo fall here. Looking at Meng Shu, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan gently twisted a golden petal between his fingers and said in a feminine tone. Humph. We are all title Douluo, do you think you can defeat me? Hearing Yuguan's words, Meng Shu couldn't help but snorted coldly. I can defeat you, that's right, I can defeat you. Yuguan sneered. Ghost and I are both level 93 title Douluo, and you, Meng Shu, are just a level 91 title Douluo. Do you still want to stop the two of us? You, Peerless Dragon Snake, have martial soul fusion skills, but we also have them. Hearing Yuguan's words, Meng Shu's heart sank suddenly. If it was a title Douluo, whether it was Chrysanthemum Douluo or Ghost Douluo, he had the confidence to protect everyone with his wife, but it was two title Douluos, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. If it was just two ordinary title Douluos, it would be fine, but these two title Douluos have martial soul fusion skills, and the martial souls of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are of higher grade than his and his wife Chao Tianxiang's martial souls, and the martial soul fusion skills they display are also more powerful. If they really fight, he is really worried that there will be accidents. Thinking of this, Meng Shu couldn't help but look at his granddaughter Meng Yuan and Bai Ji with some worry. Old chrysanthemum, what about me? Suddenly, a cold voice came from not far away, and a green shadow flew quickly from a distance, and appeared beside Meng Shu in the blink of an eye. It was Douluo. Old poison, do you also want to wade into this muddy water? Seeing Douluo, Yu Guan's face was a little ugly. If it was the previous Douluo, he would definitely not care at all, but for some reason, the current Douluo suddenly promoted from level 91 to level 93, and his poison skills became even more powerful. Although his martial soul and soul skills restrained Douluo, if Douluo found an opportunity, Lord Yala and a group of soul saints would definitely be poisoned to death, which was what Yu Guan was worried about. This time, after many discussions, the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall finally issued an order to kill Bai Ji. On the one hand, they wanted to avoid accidents in the All-Continent Soul Master Elite Exchange competition, and on the other hand, they wanted to take over Dan Pavilion. This time, he must not have any accidents. Thinking of this, Zhu Douluo couldn't help but calmly glance at Ghost Douluo beside him. The two were old partners, and one look was enough to express everything. Go! Zhu Douluo Yu Guan shouted loudly, and directly stretched out his hand to summon the Qirong Tongdianzhu martial soul, while on the other side, Ghost Douluo Gaimei also summoned his martial soul, and 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 black rose from the feet of the two. Heavenly Maiden scatters flowers. Ghostly Earth Hand. With 2 loud shouts, the Qirong Tongdianzhu martial spirit in the hands of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan suddenly enlarged, and countless petals suddenly shot out, flying towards the location of the crowd like rain. At the same time, Ghost Douluo also suddenly launched a soul skill, and countless black ghost hands suddenly stretched out from under Meng Shu's feet, instantly grabbing Meng Shu's feet firmly, making Meng Shu unable to move. Snake Python Tiangang Shield. But just as the rain of flowers launched by Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan was about to fall, Douluo's figure suddenly flashed in the air. At the same time, a huge green snake phantom suddenly emerged, coiling to form a huge scale light shield. Countless golden petals encountered the scale light shield and immediately exploded into a stream of green smoke and dissipated into nothingness. Although he blocked the first attack of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan, Douluo did not relax at all, because as a powerful person at the level of titled Douluo, he did not even show his martial spirit true body, which was really not considered to be going all out. And because both of them are soul masters with a lot of group attack skills, if they use their martial souls to fight with all their strength, the affected area will be very wide. Thinking of this, Douluo turned his head and said in a deep voice, "It's dangerous here, you guys retreat quickly." "We retreat quickly." Hearing Douluo's words, Flanders also knew how powerful he was, and hurriedly shouted. "You want to run? No way. Lord Iera, we'll deal with these 3 old guys, you bring your men up." Zhu Douluo snorted coldly and shouted loudly. "Yes." Hearing Yu Guan's order, Lord Iera, who had already displayed his martial soul, responded immediately, instantly spreading the golden wings behind him, turning into a golden stream of light and rushing towards the retreating crowd. At the same time, the 3 surviving soul saints also rushed up quickly. "You dare to be distracted when fighting us?" Seeing that Meng Shu was actually preparing to turn around to support, Yu Guan sneered softly and instantly shot out several sharp golden petals. Hearing the shrill sound of breaking through the air in his ears, Meng Shu could only helplessly raise the dragon staff in his hand and sweep across to knock away the sharp Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum petals that were flying like a sharp blade. "Come on, Meng Shu, let me see the quality of your title Douluo." After shooting a few petals, Yu Guan sneered again and instantly activated the 7th soul skill, the Wuhan Zhensheng. As the dark aura around him bloomed with a deep black light, the Qirong Tongtianzhu in Yu Guan's hand instantly expanded to the size of a basin. With a move of his body, Yu Guan's voice quickly disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, countless golden lights shot towards Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. On the other side, Douluo also entered the Wuhan Zhensheng state, his whole body covered with emerald green scales, his eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and the whole person instantly turned into a green phosphorus snake king and fought with the ghost Douluo who also entered the Wuhan Zhensheng. Although the main ability of the ghost Douluo Wuhan Zhensheng is immune to physical attacks, in this state, its agility is beyond imagination. To some extent, the two are both control-type soul masters. They use their own control soul skills against each other without fighting head-on, and it is difficult to tell the winner for a while. But just as the four title Douluo were fighting, Lord Iera rushed over with 3 soul saints. On the way, the 3 soul saints also entered the state of their martial souls. Among them, the martial soul of one soul saint was the iron-clad turtle, the martial soul of one soul saint was the black-winged tiger, and the martial soul of one soul saint was the earth-violent bear. Heavenly net. Strangle with thorns. Looking at Lord Iera swooping down like a stream of light in the air, Bai Ge calmly followed everyone to retreat, while quickly launching the second soul skill Heavenly Net and the first soul skill Thorn Strangling again. With the launch of the Heavenly Net, countless thick moyun vines suddenly broke out of the ground quickly, and quickly intertwined in the air to form a huge vine net, perfectly blocking Lord Iera in it. At the same time, countless moyun vines on the vine net grew violently again, strangling Lord Iera like a venomous snake. Faced with such a situation, Lord Iera naturally activated his body protection soul skill quickly, and instantly spread out the golden wings behind him. Countless golden light blades instantly scattered like a storm, instantly cutting the net of heaven and earth into pieces. But at this time, Bai Ge also sneered and activated the fourth soul skill, Ice, Fire, and Thunder Explosion. Boom! With a loud bang, dazzling 3-color light burst out instantly, countless trees turned into powder in the explosion, and a deep pit was blown out of the ground again. Countless gravel and soil were blown up to the sky, and then swept in all directions by the violent air waves, and finally fell from the sky like rain. But Bai Ge knew that for the soul Douluo who had unfolded his martial soul, the power of ice, fire, and thunder explosion was still too weak, and it could not hurt Lord Iera at all. You guys quickly retreat to the side, as long as Flanders and Aunt Lu Erlong stay, their target is probably me, you should be fine as long as you dodge. While Lord Iera and the 3 soul saints were blown away by the ice and fire thunder, Bai Ge said to everyone in a deep voice. Boss Bai, our Shrek team is a whole, how can we leave you alone? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Ma Hongjun was a little angry. Bai Ge, although we may not be able to help, but let us watch you die alone, please forgive us for not being able to do it. Tang San also said in a deep voice. Yes, Tang San is right, our Shrek team does not ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. Daimyo Bai also nodded solemnly. Don't think too much, how could I do such a thing to die, don't worry, even the titled Douluo can't kill me. Hearing everyone's words, Bai Ge said with some emotion in his heart. Chapter 328 Snow Swan Kiss, the poison rises and becomes powerful. 2 halves. It's just that it's too dangerous for you to be here. I can stop that iron-armored turtle soul master, Aunt Lu Erlong should be able to stop that Lord Iala, and Dean Flanders can also stop one, but you may not be able to deal with the other one. Although their main target is me, if they can get rid of you, they probably won't hold back, so I need you to go to Blazing Academy to find someone to help. I had a deal with Blazing Academy before, they will take action, hurry up, don't be fussy, wrong, take them away quickly. Although he was a little touched, the current situation was critical, Bai Ge could only quickly tell Ning Rongrong about the stakes and plans, and let Ning Rongrong take everyone away quickly. Don't worry, Bai Ge will never do anything he is not sure of, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Ning Rongrong believed in Bai Ge, so she hurriedly said. Yes, Bai Ge is right, you go quickly and see if you can get reinforcements from Blazing Academy. Flanders also said. Go, wherever you go, stay. A cold snort suddenly came from the direction of billowing smoke and dust in the distance, and then a golden stream of light suddenly broke through the sky and rushed over. It was Lord Iala who was blown away. I let them go, don't you agree? Hearing what Lord Iala said, the hot-tempered Lu Erlong immediately roared, then directly summoned the Fire Dragon Martial Soul and entered the Martial Soul Possession state, and quickly activated the Martial Soul True Body, rushing towards Lord Iala. Although Lord Iala is indeed stronger than Lu Erlong in terms of strength, compared with Soul Emperor and Soul Saint, because both have Martial Soul True Body, the gap between Soul Saint and Soul Douluo is not that big. With the Fire Dragon Martial Soul as a support, although Lu Erlong can't beat Lord Iala, it is still no problem to entangle him. After Lord Iala, 3 Soul Saints also rushed out of the huge pit created by Bai Ge's ice and fire thunder explosion and rushed towards Bai Ge. Seeing the 3 Soul Saints rushing over, Flanders also quickly entered the Martial Soul Possession state, and then displayed the Martial Soul True Body. Dean Flanders, you entangle the Black Tiger Soul Saint, and leave the remaining 2 to me. Bai Ji quickly made arrangements. I know, then you be careful. Although he was a little worried about Bai Ji's arrangement, Flanders knew that he couldn't stop the 2 soul saints by himself, so he could only choose to trust Bai Ji. After speaking to Flanders, Bai Ji immediately used the spiral 9 shadows, instantly turning into a residual shadow and flying in another direction. Your opponent is me. Seeing that the 3 soul saints were ready to chase Bai Ji, Flanders shouted angrily and attacked the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint directly. Facing Flanders' attack, the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint had to give up chasing Bai Ji and fight with Flanders instead. After all, Flanders was a flying agility attack Soul Saint. Iron Armor, Violent Bear, go chase that kid quickly. You know what the consequences will be if you fail to complete the task this time. While quickly avoiding Flanders' attack, the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint said in a low voice. We know this, don't worry. The Earth Violent Bear Soul Saint responded with a heavy voice, and without looking back, he continued to chase Bai Ji with the Iron Armored Turtle Soul Saint. Earth Net. But just as the Iron Armored Turtle Soul Saint and the Earth Violent Bear Soul Saint were chasing, Tang San, who had already escaped to a far place, instantly activated the Earth Net that had been set up. As countless blue-silver grass appeared, a huge blue-silver grass net quickly formed on the ground, and instantly bound and hung up the 2 soul saints, but under the absolute gap in strength, and the fact that the blue-silver grass was far less tough than the Moyun vine, the 2 soul saints quickly broke free from the earth net, but taking this opportunity, Bai Ji had already run a long distance. Is it almost there? After escaping nearly 1,000 meters, seeing that there was no one around, Bai Ji's heart moved and he took out a herb from the space ring. This is a snow-white and crystal-clear herb, with a main stem like white crystal, and slender and curved branches like a swan's neck. Each blade of grass is like white snow, shining with luster. This is also a fairy-grade spiritual herb, named Snow-White Swan Kiss. Although it is a fairy-grade herb, it is highly poisonous. Even if it is a titled Douluo, if it is eaten rashly, it will die instantly, and even if it is a normal touch, a person will make the virus in the contacted part multiply tens of millions of times, killing people without blood. However, such a deadly and highly poisonous fairy product has no effect on Bai Ji. Instead, when he picked up this fairy product, Bai Ji felt that his entire strength instantly jumped several levels. Let me see your power. Looking at the 2 black spots approaching quickly in the distance, Bai Ji stuffed the Snow-White Swan Kiss into his mouth. Although it is a highly poisonous immortal product, the Snow-White Swan Kiss is like other immortal products, melting in the mouth, but after flowing into the stomach, the nature of the power burst out by the Snow-White Swan Kiss is completely different. Ordinary immortal products burst out pure spiritual energy that can enhance cultivation, but the Snow-White Swan Kiss bursts out spiritual energy containing highly toxicity. If it is an ordinary person, after taking this immortal product, it is estimated that he will immediately turn into a pool of black water with nothing left, but Bai Ji, who has the talent of toxin boosting, is different. After contacting the highly toxic spiritual energy, Bai Ji's body not only did not dissolve, but reacted quickly, absorbing all the highly toxic spiritual energy and converting it into a power of another nature. This power not only instantly increased Bai Ji's physical strength by several levels, but also Bai Ji's cultivation instantly jumped dozens of levels and reached the Soul Saint. However, these powers are only temporary. When the highly toxic spiritual energy is consumed and the toxin boosting talent is released, except, Bai Ji's strength will fall to Soul King again. However, for the Snow-White Swan Kiss that can poison a titled Douluo, even if Bai Ji uses up all his strength, it is conservatively estimated that it can last at least half an hour. For Bai Ji, with the Soul Saint strength of more than half an hour, it is easy to deal with 2 Soul Saints. This kind of power is really intoxicating. Feeling the surging power in his body, Bai Ji sighed with emotion. Boy, don't run away. Are you going to surrender? If you are willing to join our Wuhan Hall, we can spare your life. After Bai Ji swallowed the Snow-White Swan Kiss, the Earth Violent Bear Soul Saint and the Iron Armored Turtle Soul Saint also rushed over. Seeing that Bai Ji was standing not far away, the Iron Armored Turtle Soul Saint couldn't help but tempt. Spare my life. Bai Ji smiled disdainfully. I will only cooperate with others and will not compromise. You want me to join a force that wants to kill me? Don't you think you are overthinking? Boy, you really don't want to? Then we can only get rid of you. You are indeed a genius, better than the golden generation of our spirit hall, but a genius who has not grown up is nothing. This world has always been about power. Hearing Bai Ji's refusal, the face of the Earth Violent Bear Soul Saint darkened. Yes, this world has always been about power, but unfortunately, now my fist is bigger than yours, and my power is stronger than yours. Slowly raising his right hand, Bai Ji turned his head to look at the two soul saints and clenched it suddenly. In an instant, with a loud boom, the ground cracked, and countless moyun vines as thick as towering trees suddenly broke out of the ground. One by one, the extremely thick moyun vines instantly entangled the two people like ancient giant pythons, but because both of them were defensive soul saints, and they were both in the state of martial soul true body, the sharp thorns of the moyun vines did not pierce the tortoise shells and fur of the two people, but the thorn strangling was just the beginning. What? Why can't I break free? Finding that they couldn't break free from the restraints of the moyun vines, thinking of the power of the ice, fire and thunder explosion before, the two couldn't help but be a little terrified, but the result was only worse than they imagined. Ultimate absorption, ice, fire and thunder explosion. Looking at the iron-clad turtle soul saint and the earth violent bear soul saint bound by the moyun vines, Bai Ji launched two soul skills that could kill people with a grim face. He would not trample on life, but for those who wanted his life, he would definitely treat them in their own way. As the ultimate absorption was launched, the terrifying devouring power from the moyun vine instantly drained the body protection soul power of the two people, and then before the two people could react, the soul saint level ice and fire thunder explosion instantly exploded. Boom! The power of the ice and fire thunder explosion was unstoppable at the same level. In an instant, as the dazzling three-color light burst out, the two people did not even scream. Only a loud bang was heard, and when the light disappeared and the billowing smoke and dust dissipated, only two charred corpses covered with ice chips were left on the spot. Chapter 329 Lordiala escaped, mission accomplished. 1/2. Bai Ji. Just when Bai Ji had just dealt with the iron-armored turtle soul saint and the earth violent bear soul saint, Ning Rong Rong and others finally came with reinforcements. The reinforcements they invited were the leader of the Blazing Academy, a soul saint level combat soul master. Because they had to face the attack of the black-clothed man, the leader of Blazing Fire Academy had already entered the spirit possession state and activated the spirit true body. The whole person looked like a red lion, and his spirit should be the flaming lion. This is... When they saw the two corpses not far from Bai Ji, everyone was stunned. Are these the two soul saints? Ning Rong Rong asked blankly. Yes, that's them. Bai Ji nodded. Bai Ji, you. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Tang San's face turned red, and he didn't know how to ask. Master Bai, I'm glad you're okay, otherwise the dean would scold me when I go back. Seeing that Bai Ji was fine, the flaming lion soul saint also breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, there was a strong sense of awe in his heart, which was the awe that Bai Ji could actually kill two soul saints. Although it is unknown how Bai Ji killed the iron turtle soul saint and the earth violent bear soul saint, no matter what method was used, being able to kill them is enough to prove Bai Ji's strength. Okay, let's go see Dean Flanders and Aunt Lu Erlong. Seeing that everyone seemed to be hesitant to speak, Bai Ji quickly changed the subject because it was difficult to explain. He led everyone to the direction of Shrek Academy before. After only a few hundred meters, they found Flanders and Lu Erlong fighting with the enemy. One of them was fighting the Black Wind Tiger Spirit Master, and the other was fighting Lordiala. However, judging from the situation, neither Flanders nor Lu Erlong had the upper hand, but now Bai Ji and the reinforcements had arrived, so it was naturally impossible for Flanders and Lu Erlong to be in a disadvantageous position. Long fought alone again. Heavenly Net. Looking at Lu Erlong and Lordiala fighting in the air, Bai Ji's heart moved and he activated his second soul skill, Heavenly Net, again. It was the same scene, but this time, the moyun vines summoned by Bai Ji became several times larger. Countless moyun vines quickly rose from the ground like towering trees, and quickly intertwined in the air to form a huge vine net. Then the vine net suddenly tightened and enveloped the ground below. The towering vines covered it one by one. In an instant, the entire ground below was covered with a layer of shadow, like a forest falling in the sky. Just when the vine net was about to touch Lu Erlong, Bai Ji controlled the vine net formed by the moyun vine to expand a hole to let Lu Erlong out of the vine net, and only Lordiala was caught in the vine net. When Bai Ji launched his soul skill against Lordiala, the Flame Lion Soul Saint also rushed up, aiming at the black-wind tiger soul saint who was fighting with Flanders. Seeing the net of heaven and earth covering from the sky, Lord Iera was very disdainful. It was just a binding soul skill launched by a soul king. Although the Moyun vine was indeed a little big and very tough, it was still as hard as paper for a soul Douluo like him. The previous results had proved it, and it was the same now. Golden Storm. Rising into the sky against the net of heaven and earth, Lord Iera once again spread out the golden wings behind him. As the soul ring lit up, the golden light in the sky once again turned into sharp golden light blades and then burst out in all directions, but this time, the golden light blades that burst out did not cut the net of heaven and earth into pieces in an instant like before, but only cut the outer skin of the Moyun vine, revealing the golden fibers in the core. What? Seeing that the net of heaven and earth was not cut into pieces by the golden storm he had sent out, Lord Iera was a little shocked. But the consequences of this failure were almost fatal, because the failure of the golden storm directly enveloped the sky and earth net, instantly binding Lord Iera tightly. Ultimate absorption, ice, fire, and thunder explosion. Looking at Lord Iera who was tightly bound to the ground, Bai Ji's mind moved, and it was still a combo of two soul skills. The activation of the ultimate absorption instantly drained the soul power of Lord Iera's body, and the power of the soul saint level ice, fire, and thunder explosion that followed could severely injure Lord Iera, who was a quick attack soul fighter, even if it could not kill him. No. Feeling the extremely terrifying breath suddenly emitted by the Moyun vine tightly wrapped around his body, Lord Iera couldn't help but shrink his pupils and his face changed drastically. But the next second, with the shining three-color light bursting out, in a loud noise, everything within a radius of more than 20 meters centered on Lord Iera was instantly destroyed. When the smoke and dust in the sky cleared, Lord Iera was lying on the ground in a messy pit. Although the golden wings behind him were folded in time to protect his head and chest, they were severely damaged in the violent explosion. The originally dazzling golden feathers were almost destroyed, with only a few sparse golden feathers covering them. The parts not protected by the wings were almost turned into charcoal, mixed with traces of frost. The golden scales on the surface of the body were no longer visible. The whole person looked as miserable as he could be. Lord Iera struggled to get up from the ground and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Feeling the injuries in his body, he could not continue to fight. While the enemy had not discovered him, Lord Iera had no time to think about it, and quickly spread the miserable wings behind him, rushed into the sky in an instant, and disappeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. Really decisive. Seeing that Lord Iera flew away quickly after seeing the bad situation, Bai Ji sighed a little. It seemed that the gold level lottery to kill Soul Douluo was gone. Lower. On the side, the Black Wind Tiger Soul Master, who was struggling under the attack of Flanders and the Flame Lion Soul Saint, was stunned when he saw that Lord Iera had run away. He was originally planning to wait for Lord Iera to deal with Lu Erlong before coming to support him, but he didn't expect that Lord Iera would be severely injured and then ran away when he saw the bad situation. Although the target had also shown the Vine Explosion Soul skill before, which was powerful enough to kill the Soul Emperor with low defense, the Soul Saint with the Martial Soul True Body and the Soul Douluo and the Soul Emperor were really different in strength, but he didn't expect that even Lord Iera was severely injured now. If he stayed any longer, the result would definitely be death. Thinking of this, he didn't care about the mission. If he stayed here, he would die, but if he ran away, even if he would be severely punished, it would be better than losing his life, right? Black Tiger Clone. Thinking of this, Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint immediately used the Clone Soul skill that he had been hiding. After splitting off a clone and rushing towards Flame Lion Soul Saint, he quickly turned around and prepared to escape. Want to run? Seeing that Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint was about to escape, Bai Ji's figure flashed and instantly came behind Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint. As the dazzling golden light bloomed from his right fist, Bai Ji rushed. The great demon subduing fist hit the back of the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint fiercely. With the same Soul Saint level strength, although Bai Ji's strength at this time is definitely not as strong as that of a normal Soul Saint because he does not have a martial soul body, the force of this sudden punch is enough to knock the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint away. This is indeed the case. Facing the heavy punch that suddenly attacked from behind, the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint did not expect it at all, and the whole person was knocked out directly. Taking this opportunity, Bai Ji launched the Thorn Strangle again. Countless Moyun vines suddenly broke out of the ground and instantly tightly wrapped around the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint. Countless Moyun vines contracted like poisonous snakes, and the sharp spikes rubbed the fur of the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint, making bursts of piercing hissing sounds. Although Bai Ji's Moyunvine temporarily possessed the strength of the Soul Saint level because of taking the Snow Swan Kiss, it was still a little less powerful without the blessing of the martial soul body, and it could not pierce the fur of the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint. But even so, looking at the dense spikes all over his body and feeling the pain coming from his body, the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint was still terrified. "I surrender." In fear of death, the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint shouted for surrender, but Bai Ji did not accept it. A Soul Saint was indeed very tempting, but it was a pity that he could not restrain himself. Ultimate Absorption, Ice, Fire, Thunder Explosion. With a thought, Bai Ji still launched these two familiar combos. As a 1000-year Soul Ring skill, the Ultimate Absorption has a very short cooling time now, less than 5 minutes, and the Ice, Fire, Thunder Explosion has no cooling time due to its special nature, so these two Soul Ring skills can be used continuously. Chapter 332 Yin and Yang Stillness Field, Ning Fengzi appears. Two halves. Boom. In a burst of explosions, the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint also followed the footsteps of the Iron Armored Ghost and the Earth Violent Bear Soul Saints. After dealing with the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint, Bai Ji also dealt with several half-crippled Soul Emperors who were lying dead on the side. In his mind, the system finally sent the message that all the tasks were completed. Bai Ji got a bronze level lottery opportunity, 2 silver level lottery opportunities and 1 gold level lottery opportunity. How did Bai Ji suddenly become so powerful? Killing Soul Douluo and Soul Saint is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Seeing Bai Ji suddenly show his power and actually solved Soul Douluo level Lordiala and 2 Soul Saints in a row, Ma Hongzhen muttered to himself, and his heart was almost kneeling. It's really powerful. Daimyo Bai also nodded in a daze. This is a golden thigh. Bai Ji has this strength, so we will definitely win the competition. Oscar smacked his lips. Don't think too simply. Bai Ji must have taken some elixir to burst out such strength. This must have cost a lot, and the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition does not allow the use of external forces, otherwise you will be disqualified from the competition. Tang San reminded. Erlong, our strength is fake, right? On the side, Flanders was also a little confused. Boss Fu, don't tell me I'm too strong anymore. When I was a Soul King, I couldn't even beat a Soul Emperor. Lu Erlong was also a little depressed. What's wrong? After solving the Black Wind Tiger Soul Saint, seeing that everyone looked doubtful about life, Bai Ji asked with a bit of amusement. No, I said Bai Ji, you're a bit too strong, it's really discouraging. Ma Hongzhen complained. Well, actually I'm not as strong as you think. My strength can only last for about half an hour. Let's go and see Senior Meng Shu and Senior Dugu and see if we can help. Bai Ji shook his head. Yet. After solving the battle on their side, the group quickly approached the battlefield where the 4 titled Douluo were. As everyone gradually approached the battlefield where the 4 titled Douluo were, the surroundings began to become messy. From time to time, there are areas full of holes on the ground. The soil on the edge of the holes is very fresh, as if it was just smashed out by someone. From time to time, you can suddenly see a large tree cut off by the roots, or a large tree with most of its trunk smashed to pieces, or dissolved into a pool of green water. It looks very dangerous. Gradually, everyone finally approached the real battlefield. In the distance, the battlefield is divided into 2 parts. One part is Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. Chao Tianxiang, who has been promoted to Soul Saint, and Meng Shu, who is at the titled Douluo level, both summoned their own martial arts spirits and performed the martial arts fusion skill Dragon Snake Joint Attack and fought back and forth with Ju Douluo. The Dragon Snake combination attack is a little different from the conventional martial soul fusion skills. Most martial soul fusion skills are explosive attack type, like the Nether White Tiger, and a few are control type, like the 2 Yin-Yang static field of Ju Gui Douluo. The Dragon Snake combination attack is one of the very few martial soul fusion skills that can be explosive at one time, and can also launch an offensive against the enemy like the double swords in martial arts. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang's Dragon Snake combination attack will allow each other's soul power to blend with each other. Thus, a qualitative change occurs, which makes the quality and power of soul power increase dramatically. When Meng Shu was a Soul Douluo and Chao Tianxiang was a Soul Emperor, through the Dragon Snake joint attack, both of them could compete with title Douluo in a short time. Now that Meng Shu has broken through to title Douluo and Chao Tianxiang has also broken through to Soul Saint, the two of them used the martial soul true body to perform the dragon snake joint attack, and even suppress Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan in the fight. However, Yu Guan is not an easy person. Although he is not a match for Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang in frontal combat, his Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum itself is not a martial soul that is good at frontal combat, so Yu Guan chooses not to fight Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang head-on, but to keep the distance and use the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum to carry out long-range attacks. Faced with such a situation, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang have no way out. On the other side, the battle between Gui Mei and Douluo Bo was similar. Gui Mei could almost dodge Douluo Bo's attacks, and Gui Mei's attacks were more control-oriented and not very powerful, so they could not cause much damage to Douluo Bo, so the battle between the two felt a bit evenly matched. But in fact, both sides had trump cards. Zhu Gui Douluo had the martial soul fusion skill Liang Yi Stillness Field. As a martial soul fusion skill performed by two titled Douluos, the effect of Liang Yi Stillness Field was absolutely amazing. However, because Liang Yi Stillness Field was a control-type martial soul fusion skill, it did not focus on attack, while on the contrary, Dragon Snake Combination Attack was a pure attack-type martial soul fusion skill, so even if their own martial soul fusion skills were of higher quality, Yu Guan and Gui Mei did not dare to use them rashly. After all, if they left the Liang Yi Stillness Field, they could still escape without injury through the Liang Yi Stillness Field if it didn't work, but if they rashly used the Liang Yi Stillness Field, if they didn't achieve the effect and were counter-attacked by the Dragon Snake Combination Attack of the Peerless Dragon Snake, one of them might be seriously injured. Although Chao Tianxiang was only a soul saint, a dragon and snake attack was not enough to kill them, but being seriously injured was also very embarrassing, and they had to lie down for a long time to recover. Like Zhu Gui Douluo, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang also thought so, so the two sides fought so hard, because they both kept a trick. Heavenly Net. Just as the two sides were fighting, with a low shout, on the battlefield where Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang and Yueguan were, countless Moyun vines suddenly broke out of the ground around Yueguan, weaving a large net in the air to cover Yueguan. Good opportunity. Seeing what was happening in front of them, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang suddenly had an idea in their hearts. In a silent tacit understanding, the figures of the two quickly overlapped, and in their hands, the martial spirit dragon staff and snake staff held high in the air instantly merged into a huge golden scepter with dragon and snake patterns wrapped around the staff. Old Ghost. Yu Guan was a little terrified when he saw the golden dragon snake staff in the sky the next second after urging the Qirong Tongtianju in his hand to launch petals all over the sky to cut the net into pieces. I'm coming. On the other side, Gui Mei also noticed Yu Guan's situation and his face changed a little. Seeing Yu Guan in danger, Gui Mei didn't want to entangle him. As the soul ring around him lit up, Gui Mei's figure quickly disappeared in the shadows and appeared behind Yu Guan the next second. 2 Yin 2 Still Field. As the two figures, one black and one white, overlapped, an invisible energy wave instantly spread around with the two people as the center. Within the range covered by the energy wave, everything fell into stillness, as if this space was separated separately. In the space, everything fell into stillness. This is the unique skill of Zhu Gui Douluo, the 2 Yin 2 Still Field. Even Tang Hao suffered a great loss under this trick, and Meng Shu was naturally not immune. Old Ghost, kill that old woman. Because he was almost seriously injured, Yu Guan was not only afraid, but also angry. Therefore, Yu Guan could not help but set his eyes on revenge on Chao Tianxiang, whose strength was only that of a soul saint. I know. Hearing Yu Guan's words, Gui Mei nodded, and his shadow-like body flashed a few times in the state of Wuhan Zhen avatar, and the next second Gui Mei appeared in front of Chao Tianxiang. No. Meng Shu's eyes were red, and he was shouting madly in his heart, but in the static field of Liang Yi, he couldn't move at all, but just when Gui Mei's ghost hand was about to fall on Chao Tianxiang, a sword energy suddenly broke through the air and instantly repelled Gui Mei to the side in a whistle. Sword Dao Chen Xin. Seeing the flying sword energy, Yu Guan couldn't help but feel depressed. Although there was only one sword energy, Yu Guan could only think of that one person who could repel Gui Mei with one sword energy, Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Yueguan, do you also bully the weak like this? Following a calm voice, Chen Xin, dressed in white and holding the 7 killing sword, slowly walked over, and behind Chen Xin were Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzi. Chen Xin, Ning Fengzi, you, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, actually want to get involved in this muddy water. Seeing Chen Xin, Yu Guan's face was a little ugly, but in order not to lose face for the spirit hall, Yu Guan still questioned fiercely. Muddy water? Do you think I don't know that your target is Bai Ji? You want to touch my son-in-law, and you want me to stand by and watch? Ning Fengzi snorted coldly. You. Looking at Chen Xin, then at Meng Shu and Dugubo, Yu Guan gritted his teeth. We admit defeat today, but wait, we won't give up just like that, Gai Mei, let's go. Chapter 331, Zhu Gui Douluo Retreats, High-Level Martial Arts Version of Beiming Divine Art. 1/2. Seeing Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin appear, Yu Guan said something harsh when he felt that the possibility of completing the task was already very slim, and then left with Gai Mei without looking back. Dad, why did you come now? After Yu Guan and Gai Mei left, Ning Rongrong couldn't help complaining. My little princess, we are not here to protect you, and if we showed up earlier, these two guys wouldn't show up, and we wouldn't be able to catch the spirit hall's handle. Chen Xin said with some amusement on the side. If we show up so early, you will lose the opportunity to train, and we may not be able to see such a good show. Ning Fengzi smiled gently and swept his eyes over Bai Ji. When he saw the Iron Turtle Soul Master and the Earth Violent Bear Soul Saint chasing Bai Ji, he was ready to let Chen Xin take action, but he didn't expect Bai Ji to be able to solve it by himself, which surprised Ning Fengzi. Grandpa, Grandma, are you okay? On the other side, seeing Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang who were still a little frightened, Meng Yuan ran to Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang with some concern. We are fine. Touching his granddaughter's head, Meng Shu was also a little scared, but as an elder, he naturally would not show it in front of his granddaughter. Thank you for your help, Master Ning. Turning around, Meng Shu bowed slightly to Ning Fengzi. We are all family, no need to be polite. Ning Fengzi waved his hand. While Ning Fengzi was talking to everyone, as Zhu Gui Douluo retreated, all the black-clothed men also retreated like a tide. Although the target of the spirit hall this time was Bai Ji, the black-clothed men's attacks were all real. This time, except for a few Soul Master Academies including Shrek Academy, most of the Soul Master Academies died in the black-clothed men's sneak attack. Bai Ji, it's really great to see that you are okay. On the side, Shueqinghe also came to Bai Ji with a look of fear, which made Bai Ji speechless. Don't you know what happened today? But it seems that you may not know? Thinking that Shueqinghe should have been with Ning Fengzi these days, Bai Ji suddenly felt that Shueqinghe might not know the decision of the spirit hall. Bai Ji, where is the token I gave you? Why don't you hang it on your body? Shueqinghe looked around Bai Ji, and after finding that Bai Ji didn't put the token on his body, Shueqinghe couldn't help showing a shocked expression. Your Highness, you don't usually use this token. Bai Ji was speechless. Who said that? Maybe the two mysterious Douluos will give me a favor when they see my token. Shueqinghe said as if jokingly. But when Bai Ji heard Shueqinghe's words, he couldn't help but feel moved. Did this Shueqinghe know the news at the beginning, or did he predict that the spirit hall would eventually attack him? Your Highness, you are really a joker. On the side, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Rongrong, you can't say that. Although the two mysterious Douluos may not give me a favor, there are always people who will give me a favor. If you let Bai Ji hang the token on his waist, it may save a lot of trouble. Shueqinghe shook his head. I will try to take it out when I encounter danger in the future, but don't hang it on your body. It's too ostentatious. Bai Ji was quite touched by Shueqinghe's concern. Although Bai Ji now has a lot of bad feelings towards the spirit hall, he still thinks that this girl named Shueqinghe, who is actually Qian Rongxiu, is different from the spirit hall. At least from the token issue, Qian Rongxiu is on his side. Although he was attacked by the mysterious man in black, Shueqinghe still showed his outstanding ability after the man in black retreated. He first pulled the undamaged carriage to the front, then repaired it as much as possible, and finally rescued the wounded and horses through the auxiliary Soul Master, and quickly readjusted the team. After adjusting the team, the group got back on the carriage and headed towards the Spirit City. But after being attacked by Zhu Gui Douluo, Meng Shu was a little worried. Sir, this time they attacked you with us and Jian Douluo, but what if they assassinate you next time? Don't worry, unless they can fly, no one can kill me. Bai Ji shook his head. This time he also expected that the Spirit Hall might take action. If he had not exposed the strength of the Soul King, it would have been fine. With Meng Shu around and the relationship between the Master and the Master, Bibi Dong was unlikely to let anyone take action. However, after revealing the strength of the Soul King, given Bibi Dong's personality, in order to ensure that the soul bone would not fall into the hands of others, 9 out of 10 will choose to take action, and in order to deal with this situation, Bai Ge also brought the blue bird's eye obi, but did not put it in the carriage, but hid it in the other dimensional castle he carried with him. Whenever he encountered danger, he would hide in the other dimensional castle as soon as possible, and then teleport to the sky to ride the Kixie blue bird transformed by the blue bird to leave. Unless there is a god in this world, no one can do anything to him. After all, titled Douluo cannot fly unless they are wind type or have bird martial spirits. Moreover, the gold level reward of Bai Ge's promotion match was something that Bai Ge himself had not thought of, the external soul bone Tian Yao Phoenix Wing, but now Bai Ge has not yet integrated this external soul bone. In the following days, the team continued to move forward, and there was no danger on the road, but despite this, in order to ensure safety, Shui Qinghe still selected some elite soldiers from the cities along the way, and also wrote letters to summon many soul masters from Tiandu Imperial City. During this time, Bai Ge also drew out the rewards for this mission, and the rewards drawn are as follows. Kill all soul emperors, 1 silver lottery opportunity, transformable soul ring skill, sunlight blaze. Kill all soul saints, 1 gold lottery opportunity, Biming divine art, from Tianlong Babu Tian Shan Tong Glao. The rewards drawn from these 2 draws can be said to be very good. The silver reward is actually the transformable soul skill Sunlight Blaze, which can be said to perfectly meet Bai Ge's needs for the next soul skill. As for the third soul skill Biming divine art, this is what Bai Ge values the most. This Biming divine art is not the Biming divine art from the ordinary Tianlong Babu world, but from a high-level martial arts version of the Tianlong Babu world, called Tianlong Babu Tian Shan Tong Glao. The martial arts here are all terrifying, and warriors can even launch vitality bombs. The most powerful technique is Biming divine art. This Biming divine art not only has the effect of absorbing and refining their internal force like the usual Biming divine art, but also can cultivate into a soul, and after practicing to the extreme, it will also gain the ability of Biming rebirth, and can be resurrected on the spot after death, which is invincible. However, this Biming divine art is also the same as other Biming divine arts. It needs to be dispersed before it can be practiced. But at present, Bai Ge still needs to participate in the finals, and changing techniques and converting internal force during this period still affects his strength. So although he is very excited, Bai Ge can only wait until the finals are over before practicing. In this way, after more than 10 days, the team finally arrived at Wuhan City. Wuhan City is not large in terms of area. Although it is far less than Tiandu Imperial City, the walls of Wuhan City are the same as Tiandu Imperial City. They are all repaired with hard granite. Many people patrolling on it come and go, all wearing the exclusive clothing of Wuhan Hall, and they are all soul masters. Because they were going to enter Wuhan City, the royal knights who were escorting them and the elite soldiers drawn from the cities along the way were all placed outside Wuhan City. Only the people from the 13 academies who participated in the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academies across the continent entered Wuhan City. Wuhan City was not very prosperous. Although there were various shops, there were very few of them, and there were not many pedestrians on the road. But what was surprising was that the people I saw were basically soul masters, which means that in Wuhan City, a waiter might be a soul master, which is simply unimaginable in other places. But compared to everyone's surprise, the Red Cardinal who led everyone into Wuhan City was very calm. After placing everyone in the hotel, the Red Cardinal announced to everyone which places in Wuhan City could be visited and which could not be visited, and then told everyone the time of the finals, asked everyone to adjust their state, and then left. Chapter 332, Finals begin, Strong Rival, Xingluo Royal Team, 2 halves. Because it was still morning when we arrived at Wuhan City, after lunch at the hotel, everyone visited Wuhan City and returned to the hotel in the evening. When everyone returned to the hotel, Master finally appeared again. Teacher, you are back. Seeing Master coming back, Bai Ge greeted Master, and Tang San did the same behind him. I'm back. I didn't expect so much to happen after I left, but fortunately you are all fine, otherwise I really can't forgive myself. Looking at Bai Ge and Tang San, Master's eyes flashed with complexity. You all should know about the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is not as good as it seems. The same is true for the Spirit City. Although the Spirit Hall is unlikely to attack you in the Spirit City, you should still be more careful. Especially you, Bai Ge, you are the main target of the Spirit Hall. If you go out alone, you must bring Senior Meng Shu with you. The rest of you should also be more careful. Don't leave the hotel easily or be alone. Although the Spirit Hall's target is Bai Ji, if they can, they may not let you go. The master warned. We know. Less than a day after the Tiandu Empire's team arrived, the Xingluo Empire's team also arrived, but was placed by the Spirit Hall. They lined up in a hotel on the other side of Wuhan City to rest. 3 days later was the day when the finals officially began. Everyone was practicing hard, hoping to improve their strength as much as possible before the finals. The night before the game, the master re-explained the rules of the finals to everyone. Although he had already mentioned it during the preliminaries, he only talked about it roughly that time. This time, the master explained it in more detail, from the rules of the game to the rules of the buys to the intervals and rest time of each round of the game. The master explained everything, with the purpose of letting everyone have a reasonable arrangement of the game time. The next day, the competition officially began. Before the game started, Wuhan Hall had already begun to make preparations, and built a huge competition arena in a square in the center of Wuhan City. The arena was repaired with hard granite and reinforced with a large number of soul guides to prevent damage. Less than a kilometer in front of the competition stage is the Pope's Palace. According to the competition schedule on the notice of the Spirit Hall, the final 3 will be held in front of the Pope's Palace. At that time, the Pope will appear in person and crown the final champion, which makes many soul masters particularly excited. However, for the people of Shrek Academy who have already known the true face of the Spirit Hall, everyone secretly curled their lips and was quite disdainful in their hearts. Because before the start of the game, there are related matters such as drawing lots, so early in the morning, the Spirit Hall sent people to bring the relevant personnel of all participating academies to the competition venue. Like the promotion competition, each academy in the finals also has its own rest area, and not far from the competition venue, there is a more luxurious VIP seat, which is provided for the senior officials representing the 2 empires and some Spirit Hall senior officials to watch the game. Under the guidance of the guide sent by the Spirit Hall, Shrek Academy came to its own rest area, but Flanders was taken to the first round of drawing lots. In the rest area, Bai Ji was calm, but everyone else, including Ma Hongjun, was practicing intensely. After what happened before, everyone's impression of the Spirit Hall had dropped to the freezing point, but facing such a behemoth, even if they were dissatisfied, they could not show it, so they could only practice. As long as they could win the championship in this competition and take away the spirit bones that the Spirit Hall was bound to win, this would be the biggest revenge on the Spirit Hall. Almost 5 minutes later, Flanders returned to the rest area of Shrek Academy with a strange look on his face. "What's wrong, teacher? Who is our opponent?" Seeing Flanders coming back, Ma Hongjun asked impatiently. "You are lucky. The opponent you met is the Barak Royal Academy of the Barak Kingdom of our Tiandu Empire. They played against you in the promotion match. After knowing that the opponent was our Shrek Academy, they directly admitted defeat, so you directly advanced in the first round," Flanders said with a smile. "In addition to our qualification for the first place in the promotion match, you will also have a bye in the second round, so this is equivalent to you directly entering the top 10. Damn, is it so cool?" Oscar was a little unbelievable. He originally thought that the Spirit Hall would trip them up, such as arranging a strong opponent for them at the beginning, but he didn't expect that there would be no such arrangement. "Although you are lucky, you must not take it lightly. The bye in these 2 rounds of competition allows you to hide your strength, but you'd better come to watch the game every time, learn more about your opponent, and find out the strength of your opponent." Seeing that everyone was a little excited, the master couldn't help but stand up and exhort. As for the opponent mentioned by the master, everyone knew in their hearts that it was the Spirit Hall team. Because of the master's instructions, in the next few days, although there were byes, everyone still insisted on watching every round of the game, focusing on the Spirit Hall game. In the first 2 rounds of the competition, the opponents encountered by the Spirit Hall were all extremely weak teams. The Spirit Hall team did not even send out a Soul King. It only relied on ordinary players to solve the opponents neatly. After all, the strength of the ordinary players of the Spirit Hall is at least above level 40, while the strength of the captains of the other teams can often reach above level 40. In this way, the first 2 rounds of the competition ended quickly. On the 5th day of the competition, the top 10 list of the elite competition of advanced soul masters in the whole continent was released. After 2 rounds of elimination, the weak teams have basically been eliminated. The teams that can survive to the 3rd round are more or less strong. In the 3rd round, it is the turn of the second-place team of the two empires to have a bye. They are the Shenfeng Academy and a school of the Douluo Empire, and Shrek Academy will also usher in the first battle in the true sense. But maybe it was good luck. In the third round, Shrek Academy encountered another not-so-strong team, the Botanical Academy in the promotion match. Compared with the Barrack Royal Academy, the Botanical Academy was stronger, so even though it was facing Shrek Academy, the Botanical Academy did not give up. However, whether to admit defeat or not is a matter of attitude. If you cannot win, it may be a matter of strength. Facing the Botanical Academy, Shrek Academy still dispatched the lineup of the preliminaries, but specially sent Ma Heng-jun, and then the Botanical Academy was defeated. In the fourth round, as the top 6, the academies that can be promoted to the top 6 are basically the academies of the 5 Elements Academy level. There are no weak ones, and there are no weak ones. In this round of competition, the Wuhan Hall team encountered the Divine Wind Academy, and Shrek Academy finally encountered a strong enemy Douluo Royal Academy. Chapter 333, Daimyo Bai requests to play against the Douluo Royal team. 1/2. After the draw, when Daimyo Bai learned that his opponent was Douluo Royal Academy, his mood became very strange. Sometimes he seemed to be recalling something, frowning and looking gloomy, but sometimes he suddenly became very excited and full of fighting spirit. Bai Ji was very clear about Daimyo Bai's reason, but if Daimyo Bai didn't take the initiative to say it, Bai Ji couldn't take the initiative to speak for him. 2. Not only Bai Ji noticed Daimyo Bai's abnormality, but Ma Heng-jun, Oscar, and Tang San also noticed it. Oscar didn't dare to ask and didn't know how to ask, but Ma Heng-jun didn't have so many scruples. Boss Dai, what's wrong with you recently? If you have anything, you can tell us. We can help you. Don't keep it to yourself. Finally, Ma Heng-jun couldn't help asking. Hearing Ma Heng-jun's words, Daimyo Bai raised his head, his evil eyes were a little red, and after taking a few deep breaths, Daimyo Bai adjusted his state, and then said in a low voice, "Since you want to know, then I will tell you, this game is very important to me, I want to play, and we must not lose this game." "You don't need to say it, Myo Bai, we will naturally go all out in this game, but what does this game have to do with you that makes you like this?" Tang San was a little puzzled. "This is related to my family and Zuking's family." Daimyo Bai glanced at Zhu Zuking and said, "It's related to the family. Could it be that there are enemies of yours in Douluo Royal Academy?" Oscar asked. "Enemy? Although it can be called an enemy, it is not strictly speaking." Daimyo Bai shook his head. "Zhu Qing and I are both from the Douluo Empire. We come from 2 major families in the Douluo Empire. Our 2 families have a tradition that only one heir can inherit the family in each generation, but our inheritance system is different from that of your Tiandu Empire. Our family does not practice the complete primogeniture system. In order to make the future heirs of the family more outstanding, our family will select disciples to compete for the position of patriarch. Once the contestants are selected, they will be trained as enemies. The winner can inherit the family, but the loser is extremely miserable. In order to avoid civil strife in the family, the loser of the competition will be directly wiped out. Therefore, we are competing not only for power, but also for our lives." "Damn, no way! So cruel." Ma Heng-jun was a little shocked. "Didn't you envy me for having endless money before, but this also comes at a price." Daimyo Bai smiled bitterly. "Before, I came to Shrek Academy just to escape. I didn't plan to compete because my brother is 6 years older than me. Although his talent is worse than mine, it's not much different. These 6 years have allowed him to make all the preparations, whether in terms of connections or cultivation. Because I couldn't see any hope, I chose to indulge myself. When I was in Shrek Academy, I often spent my days in debauchery because of this reason. Anyway, I was destined to die, and I wouldn't deserve to have a good time before I die. But I didn't expect Bai Ge to give me a spirit-raising pill, which directly raised my cultivation to level 5. This level 5 is the level 5 of the Soul Sect. If I want to practice normally, I estimate that I will have to practice for at least 3 years. This gave me a little hope of catching up with my elder brother, and more importantly, you are here. Although I have no advantage over my elder brother, if I can beat my elder brother in the competition and prove that I am stronger, then the family will give me a chance to compete fairly. As long as there is a fair competition, I don't believe I will lose to my elder brother. My elder brother is almost 25 years old. This is my last chance, so I hope you can help me." Daimyo Bai stood up suddenly and looked at everyone with a fiery look. What about Zuking? Oscar asked a somewhat speechless question. You dead idiot. On the side, Ma Hongjun jumped up and punched Oscar in the head. Zhu Zuking is obviously with Bai Ji now. Bai Ji has established Dan Pavilion and has two titled Douluo behind him. Even if it is the Xingluo Empire, who dares to compete with two titled Douluo behind him? Don't worry, I will fight this battle. Facing Daimyo Bai's red eyes, Bai Ji also spoke. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Daimyo Bai felt as if he had been given a shot of cardiotonic, and his heart immediately calmed down. Daimyo Bai knew very well about Bai Ji's strength. Even if 10 big brothers Davis were tied together, they would not be enough for Bai Ji to fight. As long as Bai Ji took action, the game was basically stable, and he would need Bai Ji's help to gain the upper hand in the confrontation with Big Brother Davis. For the match with Xingluo Royal Academy, Shrek Academy still did not choose to send out the strongest lineup, but because Daimyo Bai informed that his big brother Davis' strength was at least level 47, if Bai Ji did not fight head-on, Daimyo Bai alone might not be his big brother Davis' opponent, not to mention that the opponent also had a sister Zhu Zuking, whose strength was at least level 45. In order to take into account both hiding strength and winning, the master finally chose to send Ning Rongrong, but Ye Lingling, the master still did not let her play. After choosing the lineup, the second day's game started as scheduled. Led by Bai Ji, the group walked onto the competition stage. While Bai Ji led the Shrek team onto the stage, on the other side, a young man with long golden hair, who looked about the same as Daimyo Bai, but taller, also led his team onto the stage. When he saw the young man, Daimyo Bai's eyes suddenly burst into a fierce fighting spirit, and Zhu Zuking couldn't help but clench her fists when she saw a woman behind the young man who looked very similar to her. Myo Bai, I didn't expect you to really make it to the finals and challenge me face to face. In fact, you have already succeeded, but you should understand that if you do this, I will have to strike you down. Seeing Daimyo Bai, the young man sighed. Davis, you don't have to pretend anymore. It's as if you've never stopped attacking me. Aren't you a little too arrogant to put on this winning attitude so early? The outcome is still unknown. After this game, maybe we can compete fairly. Daimyo Bai sneered. Hey? When did my playboy become so motivated? Do you mean you can beat me? Who gave you the confidence? Was it him? Davis couldn't help but look at Bai Ji. Chapter 334 Grudges, you want to compete with us for soul rings? Two halves, confidence? I don't need anyone to give me confidence. Don't think you can beat me. It's still uncertain who will win or lose in this game. Daimyo Bai sneered. Haha, Myo Bai, you were only in your 20s when you left home. How many years have passed now? Do you think you can catch up with me? You are not the only one working hard in this world, and your efforts are not good enough. Myo Bai, give up. As long as you abandon your cultivation and swear never to return to the Xingluo Empire, I can spare your life. Looking at Daimyo Bai, Davis said lightly. Abandon your cultivation? What's the difference between that and death? Listening to Davis's tone of alms, Daimyo Bai laughed angrily. Sometimes there are things that we can't decide. If you want to live, you have to give up something. Davis shook his head at Daimyo Bai's anger. Then I choose to die. It's better to die heroically than to live in disgrace. Anyway, I won't abandon my cultivation to D1. You should give up. Daimyo Bai snorted coldly. Then there's nothing we can do. Davis shrugged. Zuking, long time no see. You should be less than 15 years old now, right? You are lucky to be able to participate in this competition at such a young age and make it to the top 10. I don't know whether you are strong or lucky. However, this is the end of your journey. Zuking, in fact, Dad and Mom miss you very much, but we can't violate the rules of our ancestors. After the competition, you should go back with me. Behind Davis, looking at Zhu Zuking, the woman who looked quite similar to Zhu Zuking spoke. Zhu Zuyun, don't pretend anymore. I won't go back with you. If I hadn't left home, I would have died in your hands a long time ago. As for going home, is that cold mansion worthy of being called a home? Hearing Zhu Zuyun's words, Zhu Zuking said coldly. You don't want to go home? Do you want to stay in the Tiandu Empire for the rest of your life? Don't forget the rules of the family. Hearing Zhu Zuking's unwillingness to go home, Zhu Zuyun's face darkened. Hey, Can you guys stop making such a fuss? Listening to Davis and Zhu Ziyun's words, Bai Ji couldn't help himself. Who are you? This is our family affair, it's none of your business. Zhu Ziyun couldn't help but frown after being interrupted by Bai Ji. Family affair? Zhu Qing is with me now, she's mine, you want to snatch her from me, have you asked me? Bai Ji was disdainful. He smiled. Zhu Qing is your man. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Davis and Zhu Ziyun's faces became a little strange. Mu Bai, I didn't expect that a playboy like you would have this day. Zhu Qing didn't even stay with you, so what can you use to fight me? Davis's mouth showed a trace of sarcasm. Zhu Qing, I didn't expect that you would find another man. Have you thought about how to explain to your parents? Zhu Ziyun also showed a gloating smile. Explain, no need to explain. Zhu Qing is here with me. If you want to snatch her, you can come to me directly. My name is Bai Ji. Remember my name. I hope you dare to come to me when the time comes. Bai Ji sneered. On the side, Ma Hongjun suddenly seemed to have guessed something in his heart, which made Ma Hongjun look at Dai Mu Bai with a strange look. Davis, love is sometimes not destined. Zuking and I do have an engagement, but that doesn't mean we have to be together. Indeed, without Zuking, I can't get the support of the Zhu family, but the victory or defeat between us is not just based on the Zhu family. As long as we show our abilities, it doesn't matter if there is no Zhu family. Davis, I know you too well, but how much do you know about me after so many years? Looking at Davis, Dai Mu Bai's face was surprisingly calm. Hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, Davis' smile gradually faded. Dai Mu Bai, don't pretend. You'd better defeat me first. If you can't defeat me, everything is false. Seeing that the conversation between the two parties was over, the referee walked to the center of the two teams. Both teams, please prepare. You have 1 minute to release your martial spirits. After 1 minute, I will shout the start of the game and you can fight until one side falls down, loses all combat effectiveness or falls off the stage. Hearing the referee's words, the two teams slowly retreated to both sides. In this match, the Shrek Advanced Soul Master Academy team will face the Douluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Please prepare. The referee's voice came from the audience. Hearing the referee's voice, Davis couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already made up his mind, and the same was true for Zhu Ziyun behind him. Brothers, release your martial spirits, let us give them a surprise. Looking at Bai Ji and Dai Mu Bai, Davis said loudly. Yes. Following Davis' words, the 5 members of the Douluo royal team behind Davis summoned their martial spirits at the same time, and Davis and Zhu Ziyun standing in the front did the same. White Tiger, possess. Netherworld Spirit Cat, possess. Quickly entering the martial spirit possession state, 4 yellow and purple soul rings slowly rose from the feet of the two. Bai Ji felt the fluctuations of their soul power. Davis' strength should be at level 49, and Zhu Ziyun's strength should be at level 47. In addition to Davis and Zhu Zuking, there are 2 people in Douluo Royal Academy who have reached the level of Soul Master. If Soul Master is the backbone of the competition in the Elite Exchange competition of Soul Masters in the continent, then Soul Master can be said to be the absolute top force in the competition, and is the captain of almost 90% of the teams. In the teams that Bai Ji and his team had encountered before, there were at most 2 Soul Masters, but the Douluo Royal team had 6 Soul Masters, which can be said to be the strongest opponent that the Shrek team has encountered, not to mention that Davis and Zhu Ziyun can also work together to perform the martial soul fusion skill Nether White Tiger. Brothers, their lineup and soul rings don't seem to be very good. Seeing Davis's expression of "Are you scared?" Bai Ji couldn't help but touch his chin. Let them see our Shrek lineup and soul rings. Bai Ji's face became serious. Evil-eyed White Tiger, possess. Netherworld Spirit Cat, possess. Soft Bone Rabbit, possess. As soon as Bai Ji finished speaking, Dai Mu Bai, who could not wait any longer, summoned his own martial soul and entered the martial soul possession state, followed by Zhu Zuking, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and finally Ning Rongrong. How is this possible? When Davis saw that the 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple appeared under the feet of the Shrek team, his face was full of disbelief. You are dumbfounded. Seeing Davis's expression of seeing a ghost, Bai Ji also stepped forward and summoned the Moyun Vine in an instant. As the Moyun Vine was summoned, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black suddenly rose from under Bai Ji's feet one by one. Chapter 335 What kind of immortal soul ring configuration is this? Choose you to die. 1/2. You are the Soul King. Seeing the 5 soul rings rising from Bai Ge's feet, Davis couldn't help but widen his eyes and couldn't believe it in his heart. Bai Ge obviously looks younger than him, and the resources he can enjoy are definitely not as good as his, but he was only level 49, while Bai Ge was already a Soul King, which made Davis a little shocked. Your soul ring. When he shifted from the number of Bai Ge's soul rings to the age of the soul rings, Davis doubted his life even more when he saw that Bai Ge's soul rings were yellow, purple, black and black. Because the soul ring configuration of the top Soul King was only yellow, purple, black, and someone could actually exceed the configuration of the limit soul ring, which simply broke Davis's cognition. Zhu Qing, is this why you chose him? When seeing Bai Ge's strength and soul ring configuration, Zhu Ziyun's face behind him also became ugly. When Bai Ge showed his soul ring, all the soul masters in Wuhan City who came to watch beside the ring also exclaimed, and even some VIPs in the VIP seats couldn't help but stand up. The second soul ring is 1,000 years old, the third soul ring is 10,000 years old. This guy's strength is definitely far beyond that of an ordinary Soul King. This match will be a tough battle. If it were other teams, seeing that there was a Soul King among the opponents and the others were all Soul Lords, they would probably give up directly, but Davis did not. Although he was at a disadvantage in terms of hard power, Bai Ge was just a control-type Soul Master in Davis's eyes. In battle, he was still far less powerful than the strong attack or agile attack Soul Kings of the same level, while he and Zhu Ziyun had the martial soul fusion skill, the Nether White Tiger. With the strength of 2 Soul Lords, launching the Nether White Tiger can completely reach the power comparable to the top Soul Kings, or even the 5th Soul Ring skills of the Soul Emperors. Although this battle is somewhat disadvantageous, as long as they release the Nether White Tiger at a good time, they are not without hope of winning. But when he saw Ning Rongrong standing at the end, Davis was still a little worried. He was also well known for the reputation of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. If he did not release the Netherworld White Tiger, it would be too difficult for his team members to threaten Ning Rongrong from Bai Ge, the control-type Soul King. If they did not target Ning Rongrong and let a powerful auxiliary Soul Master stay on the battlefield to assist a team that was already stronger than their own, they would lose more than they won, so in the end, Davis decided to target Ning Rongrong. Mu Bai, your team is very strong, but we are not without hope of winning this game. Let me see how you grow. Seeing the lineup of the Shrek team, Davis no longer had a trace of pride, but a solemn face, and in his heart, Davis also had a murderous intention against Dai Mu Bai for the first time. The game begins. And it was at this time that the referee in the audience finally shouted the start of the game. The 7 treasures are famous, one is power, the other is speed. After the game started, Ning Rongrong, who was standing at the end of the team, released the 9 treasures glazed tower as soon as possible, and gave the gains to everyone. Phoenix wings flying. Ma Hongjun quickly used phoenix wings flying, spread his wings, and flew into the sky, intending to occupy air superiority. After Ma Hongjun, the others also rushed out immediately, leaving only Bai Ge to protect Ning Rongrong in the back. White Tiger King Kong transformation. Because his strength was not as good as Davis, Ning Rongrong immediately gave Dai Mu Bai a power increase, but for the sake of safety, Dai Mu Bai still activated the White Tiger King Kong transformation immediately. Although in the elite exchange competition of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy, if he defeated his brother Davis in the form of a team, he would also be qualified for fair competition, but if he could suppress Davis in a one-on-one battle, he would undoubtedly get more attention. On the other side, Zhu Zuqing rushed to his sister Zhu Ziyun. With Bai Ge's protection, although she no longer has to face the fate of life and death like Dai Mu Bai, the hatred between her and her sister Zhu Ziyun since childhood still makes Zhu Zuqing want to fight her sister Zhu Ziyun. No matter what the result is, this battle is Zhu Zuqing's break with the past. When Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zuqing rushed to their respective opponents, Ma Hongjun cooperated with Xiao Wu and Meng Yuren to stop the other members of the Xingluo royal team. With Bai Ge as the backup, it is basically impossible to lose this game, so according to the plan, this battle is for Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zuqing to settle their grievances. Dai Mu Bai and Davis are only 3 levels apart, and these 3 levels can be completely offset with the assistance of Ning Rongrong, while Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Ziyun are only 2 levels apart. These 2 levels can not only be offset with the assistance of Ning Rongrong, but can even be counter-suppressed, not to mention that Zhu Zuqing also has Professor Bai Ge's Spiral 9 Shadows and 9 Yin God Claws. The battle between the two sides started at about the same time, but compared to the intense fight between Dai Mubai and Davis, the battle between Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun was almost one-sided. Because of Ning Rongrong's strength and speed increase, plus the speed brought by the Spiral 9 Shadows and the powerful penetration brought by the 9 Yin Divine Claws, Zhu Zuyun was completely at a disadvantage in terms of speed and attack. How is it possible? Your strength is obviously lower than mine, how can you be faster than me? In the transfer Zhu Zuyun found that he could not avoid Zhu Zuqing's attack no matter what, and soon he had a lot of wounds on his body. Zhu Zuyun was shocked and angry. Haven't you heard of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower? Because the Spiral 9 Shadows and the 9 Yin Divine Claws were both secrets and trump cards, Zhu Zuqing naturally couldn't tell them, but pushed everything onto Ning Rongrong. 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. It can actually improve your strength so much, it's worthy of being the top auxiliary sect on the continent. Hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Zhu Zuyun also thought he had found the reason, and a few traces of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Why didn't they have such a powerful auxiliary spirit master? Are you very angry, but helpless? Zhu Zuqing still used the Spiral 9 Shadows and chased Zhu Zuyun closely, like a cat playing with a mouse, constantly using the 9 Yin Divine Claws to add wounds to Zhu Zuyun's body. What do you want to do? Zhu Zuyun dodged in a somewhat embarrassed manner and asked with gritted teeth. I just want you to experience my despair. I also tried desperately to escape, but I couldn't. You are just like me now, constantly playing tricks on me. Now it's just a role reversal. Can't you bear it? Zhu Zuqing said in a cold voice. I really regret not killing you directly. Zhu Zuyun gritted his teeth and said, feeling the pain from the wound on his body. Don't you have a trace of family affection in your heart? Zhu Zuqing's cold tone finally had a little ups and downs. Family affection? If we were born in an ordinary family, it would be natural, but unfortunately we are not. For our family, family affection is too luxurious. Although I don't want you to die, I don't want to die myself. Anyway, only one can survive, so you can only die. Zhu Zuyun sneered after avoiding Zhu Zuqing's claw swing. Zhu Zuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. But taking advantage of the moment when Zhu Zuqing lost consciousness, Zhu Zuyun suddenly split into a phantom and directed the phantom to rush towards Zhu Zuqing, while Zhu Zuyun himself quickly rushed to the area where Dai Mubai and Davis were fighting. Chapter 336, Soul Fusion Skill, Netherworld White Tiger, Ultimate Absorption shows power again. 2 halves. Boss Dai, be careful. In the air, Ma Hongjun noticed the changes on the battlefield at the first time, but unfortunately, there was also a flying spirit master of the Xingluo royal team who was entangled with him, and he was a little bit unable to get away for a while. As a spirit master of the agility attack system, Zhu Zuyun's speed was very fast. Almost within 2 seconds after Ma Hongjun's reminder, Zhu Zuyun arrived at the battlefield where Dai Mubai and Davis were fighting. She deliberately used words to disrupt Zhu Zuqing's thoughts, and then came here naturally for a purpose, because with the assistance of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Spirit Master, their Xingluo royal team's hope of winning was very slim. In this case, it is natural to show the trump card. Their trump card is the Spirit Fusion Skill Nether White Tiger, which is as powerful as the Ice Phoenix launched by Shui Binger and Shui Wu. As long as they can knock down Ning Rongrong and Bai Ji, their Xingluo royal team can naturally turn defeat into victory. Although I don't know why Bai Ji, as a control-type soul master, has not intervened in the battle, perhaps he wants to give his beloved sister and Dai Mubai a chance to defeat himself and Davis, but in Zhu Zuyun's view, this is undoubtedly the other party's underestimation of the enemy. Nether Slash. His figure flashed and quickly came behind Dai Mubai. Because Dai Mubai was fighting Davis with all his strength, he didn't notice the knockdown black light blade from behind. Facing the Nether Slash issued by Zhu Zuyun, Dai Mubai was directly blown away. Weiss, 7 Treasures Glazed Direction, Nether White Tiger. After successfully attacking Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuyun quickly said to Davis. After hearing Zhu Zuyun's words, Davis instantly understood what Zhu Zuyun meant. While the rest of the Shrek team was struggling with their own team members, Dai Mubai was knocked away, and Zhu Zuqing couldn't catch up for a while. Davis and Zhu Zuyun rushed directly to Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong. Zuyun, Nether White Tiger. Halfway, with Davis's shout, the two jumped up and overlapped in the air. In an instant, a black beam of light shot straight into the sky, and with an amazing tiger roar, a winged white tiger over 10 meters long quietly emerged. It was the special martial soul fusion skill of the White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat, Nether White Tiger. Roar. Under the control of Davis and Zhu Ziyun, the Nether White Tiger roared and rushed towards Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong. The Nether World White Tiger, which is over 10 meters long, is also very tall, nearly 7 meters. With its amazing wingspan, the White Tiger almost covers 1/5 of the ring. Looking at the ferocious White Tiger coming, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but hide behind Bai Ji in fear. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, it's okay." Feeling the faint movement of Ning Rongrong's body behind him, Bai Ji comforted him. "You dare to play dirty?" Looking at the roaring Netherworld White Tiger, although it was indeed impressive, Bai Ji was not afraid at all. He had dealt with the Ice Phoenix of Snow and Withering, and this Netherworld White Tiger was almost the same. Heavenly Net. Looking at the Netherworld White Tiger that had come to the sky in front of him and was raising its huge tiger claws to take down, Bai Ji stepped directly on the ground. As the second soul ring around his body pulsated, it bloomed with shining brilliance. Countless thick moyun vines quickly rose from the ground in the ring and woven directly on the body of the Netherworld White Tiger to form a huge vine net. Facing the Nether White Tiger, if it was Tang San's blue-silver grass, it would probably be shattered by the majestic soul power emanating from the Nether White Tiger before it even approaches the Nether White Tiger. However, the toughness of the moyun vine is beyond imagination. Unless Davis and Zhu Ziyun are also Soul Kings, and the strength of the Nether White Tiger they jointly display reaches the realm of Soul Emperor, or even Soul Saint, it is almost impossible to shatter the moyun vine. As Bai Ji used the Heaven and Earth net, a large number of moyun vines quickly wrapped around the Nether White Tiger. Seeing that the Heaven and Earth net successfully contacted the target, Bai Ji's heart moved, and the third soul skill, Ultimate Absorption, was activated again. After the Ultimate Absorption was used, a terrifying devouring force suddenly came from the moyun vine, and began to frantically devour the energy in the Nether White Tiger. For the devoured energy, in addition to a part of it being fed back to Bai Ji, more energy was used for the proliferation of the moyun vine itself. With the help of the energy in the Nether White Tiger, the number of moyun vines began to double at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Nether White Tiger, which was very solid at the beginning, began to become more and more illusory as its huge tiger claws slapped down. When it was only 10 meters away from the ground, the Nether White Tiger finally couldn't hold on and dissipated into the air, leaving two figures shrouded in the vine net. Because all the remaining soul power in the body was consumed to drive the Nether White Tiger, when the Nether White Tiger was broken, Davis had almost no soul power in his body. And being in the vine net woven by the Sky and Earth net, Davis's heart was almost broken. Their Nether White Tiger was actually broken by someone? How is it possible? Our Nether White Tiger is impossible to resist without the strength of a high-level Soul Emperor. How could someone else break it? Zhu Ziyun also muttered to himself with his eyes blank. Mubai, Zuking, how are you going to deal with them? Putting the Sky and Earth net that was almost wrapped into a cocoon on the ground, looking at Davis and Zhu Ziyun in the Sky and Earth net, Bai Ji asked Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuking who were walking over. Let her go. Although she has always wanted to kill me since she was a child, as she said, this is not her original intention. It's just that the family has allowed us to live only one person. No one can willingly give up their own life and choose to fulfill others. If it were me, I would probably make the same decision as her. Anyway, I have decided to break off with the family. Not killing her is just a way to repay the family's upbringing. Zhu Zuking said softly with a complicated look in her eyes. But from now on, I will no longer have any relationship with the family. Mubai, what about you? After listening to Zhu Zuking's words, Bai Ji looked at Dai Mubai again. Let him go. Although we are irreconcilable, he is my brother after all. Blood is thicker than water. I can't kill him. Dai Mubai's eyes were a little complicated. Dai Mubai, don't be hypocritical. You must want to kill me in your heart, right? Anyway, only one of us can survive. If you don't kill me now, you will regret it later. But Davis, who had never experienced failure, roared angrily at Dai Mubai's forgiveness. Regret, maybe, but at least I don't regret it now. I didn't think about winning before, but now I have the confidence to win. In this world, strength is king, isn't it? And I am stronger than you, now and in the future, just wait and see. Dai Mubai said lightly. By the way, if you fail in the future, I will not kill you, as long as you give up your cultivation, leave the Xingluo Empire, and swear never to enter Xingluo again. Dai Mubai suddenly stopped and added. But after hearing Dai Mubai's words, Davis' eyes suddenly turned red with anger. This was clearly his line. Chapter 337. The game is over, and the deal with Dai Mubai. 1/2, after the game, Dai Mubai seemed to have been reborn. His whole spirit and energy changed, and he became more confident than before. The group walked all the way to the rest area of Shrek Academy, but when they arrived at the rest area, Bai Ji saw 3 familiar people in the rest area. Mubai. Seeing Dai Mubai, Shui Yuer, who had short dark green hair and an ice blue dress, jumped into Dai Mubai's arms with joy. On the side, Shui Binger and Shui Wu also stood up. Bai Ji, Rong, Yuren, Zhu Qing, long time no see. Yes, it's been a long time, but how did you have time to come to us? Meng Yuren was a little surprised. We were eliminated. Shui Binger showed a bitter smile. We were originally going to go back. I went, but Yuer insisted on coming to see you, so we came with her. Looking at Shui Yuer, Shui Binger's eyes were a little complicated. Originally, she thought it was no big deal that Shui Yuer liked Dai Mubai, but now that she has known Dai Mubai's true identity, this makes her a little embarrassed. Now our Tiandu Empire only has Yu Shrek and Blazing Academy left, but if you ask me, I still think you are the most likely to defeat the Spirit Hall team. Looking at Ye Lingling, Shui Binger said. I hope you can win the championship. Thank you for your good wishes. Okay, we should leave too. The teachers are probably still waiting for us. Yuer, it's time to go. On the other side, Shui Yuer was still whispering something to Dai Mubai, but Dai Mubai looked very serious, as if he was making some promise. Mubai, when you leave, I am willing to leave with you. Shui Yuer hugged Dai Mubai with slightly red eyes. No, it's too dangerous. Although I defeated my elder brother this time, he still has the upper hand in the Xingluo Empire, so you can't go back with me. Dai Mubai refused. But I'm worried about you leaving alone. Shui Yuer's eyes were a little hazy. Dai Mubai was a little stagnant for a moment. Okay. After a long time, Dai Mubai finally compromised. Then I'll leave. When you return to Tiandu Imperial City, remember to find me. After hearing Dai Mubai's agreement, Shui Yuer burst into laughter and smiled charmingly again. After Shui Binger and the other 2 girls left, the match between the Divine Wind Academy and the Spirit Hall team was about to begin. Originally, the team that was supposed to play against the Spirit Hall team was the Heaven Do Royal team, but because Bai Ji stole Ye Lingling, the Heaven Do Royal team did not even make it to the top 6 and was eliminated in the top 12. Because of Feng Xiaoshan's existence and the advantages of its own attributes, the Divine Wind team ranked first in comprehensive strength among the teams of the 5 Elements Academy of the Heaven Do Imperial City. However, this time they met the Spirit Hall team, which basically declared that the Divine Wind team's journey in this Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition has come to an end. On the ring, Feng Xiaotian and every member of the Kamikaze team almost used their full strength, but the strength of the Spirit Hall team was really extraordinary. The Spirit Hall team only used 2 Soul Kings, one named Xiaoyu and the other named Hulina. The 2 of them used the Martial Soul Fusion skill to merge into one, and their strength reached the level of Soul Emperor, and they easily defeated the Kamikaze team. Feng Xiaotian also used his proud self-created soul skill, the 72 consecutive slashes of the Wind Wolf, in the battle, but the Soul King named Xiaoyu of the Spirit Hall team had more exquisite swordsmanship, and with a pair of Moonblade martial souls, he almost defeated Feng Xiaotian with a crushing advantage. All the players watching the game felt sympathetic. Facing such a powerful team, who could claim to win the championship? Although the Shrek team also showed Bai Ji, the Soul King, Bai Ji hardly showed his strength in the battle, and his identity was still a control-type Soul Master. Therefore, although Shrek Academy was promoted to the top 3, everyone still believed that the final victory would definitely belong to the Spirit Hall team as in the past. After all, the Spirit Hall team had 3 Soul Kings. Finally, the top 6 competition came to an end, and the top 3 were the Spirit Hall team representing the Spirit Hall, the Shrek team representing Shrek Academy, and the Blazing Fire team representing Blazing Fire Academy. At night, Bai Ji was meditating in the room. For the battle 3 days later, Bai Ji was not absolutely sure that he could win. Although he could fight 1 against 2, the other side had 3 Soul Kings, and the rest were Soul Sects, so everything was really uncertain. However, if Xiaoyu and Hulina still used the martial soul fusion technique to merge into one, although the strength level of the 2 fusion bodies reached the Soul Emperor, Bai Ji felt that it would be easier to win, because he could also entangle the Soul Emperor and even gain an advantage, but it was difficult for him to deal with two Soul Kings. Bai Ji, can I come in? Dai Mubai's voice suddenly came from outside the room, which made Bai Ji a little confused. What did Dai Mubai come to him for? Come in. Mubai, what do you want? Looking at Dai Mubai, Bai Ji asked with some surprise. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dai Mubai was silent for a while, and then said, Bai Ji, you should know my true identity, right? Yes, you are the third prince of the Xingluo Empire. Bai Ji nodded. I want to make a deal with you, not as Dai Mubai, but as the third prince of the Xingluo Empire. Dai Mubai said in a low voice. Deal? What deal, tell me? Bai Ji was a little curious. Regarding your elixir, you should not have expanded your elixir business to the Xingluo Empire yet. After this competition, I will return to the Xingluo Empire, and I hope you can give me the right to sell pills from Dan Pavilion to Xingluo Empire, and I will expand your business, but I want 20% of the profits. Dai Mubai held up two fingers with a serious look. 20% is not much, but why should I give you the profits? When Dan Pavilion's pills are spread to Xingluo Empire in the future, won't someone come to do business with me naturally? Bai Ji shook his head. But that takes time, doesn't it? 1, 2, or 3 years. If you let me act as your pill agent, I will quickly help you open up the Xingluo Empire market, and your pills will also bring me invisible wealth and help me compete with my eldest brother. When I become the Emperor of Xingluo Empire, I believe I can help you with many things. You are just investing. Dai Mubai said in a deep voice. Okay, as long as you agree to one condition, I will agree to it. After hearing Dai Mubai's words, Bai Ji's eyes finally flashed with a gleam of light. What condition? Dai Mubai asked. I want to open Gairantang to Xingluo Empire. When you return to Xingluo Empire, I need you to help Gairantang gain a foothold in Xingluo Empire, and then help Gairantang develop. My goal is to open Gairantang in 90% of the cities in Xingluo Empire. Bai Ji said slowly. That's no problem. Dai Mubai agreed without thinking, after all, it's just a restaurant. Well, then when you go back, I will give you enough pills, and send someone to go back with you to protect your safety. Then, happy cooperation. Looking at Dai Mubai, Bai Ji stretched out his right hand. Reaching out and holding Bai Ji's hand, Dai Mubai also showed a smile on his face. Happy cooperation. Chapter 338, 3 Soul Bones, give up the individual knockout tournament. 2 halves. 3 days passed in a flash, and soon it was the day of the semi-finals. The semi-finals were not held on the previous stage, but on the newly built stage in front of the Pope's Palace. Because of the previous rounds of elimination, most of the Soul Master teams had left, so the people watching the game at this time were basically Soul Masters in Wuhan City. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. In front of the magnificent Pope's Palace, 2 rows of palace knights wearing bright silver armor and holding knight swords lined up from the front of the Pope's Palace to the foot of the mountain, making the entire Pope Mountain more majestic. In front of the Pope's Palace is a huge square, where a new stage was built. The 3 teams that successfully advanced to the semi-finals formed 3 rows of columns and stood quietly in front of the Pope's Palace. As time passed, a team of people walked out of the Pope's Palace. There were a total of 12 people in this team, all wearing red clothes. They were the Red Cardinals in the Wuhan Palace, whose status was second only to the Pope and the Platinum Bishop. After walking out of the Pope's Palace, the 12 cardinals stood in 2 rows on both sides of the Pope's Palace. After standing in place, the one on the left shouted loudly, His Majesty the Pope has arrived. Following the shouts of the leading cardinal, the spirit masters of Wuhan City, the palace knights and the cardinals who were watching the game shouted in unison, Long live, long live, long live. However, only the people of the Spirit Hall were shouting. The others, whether Bai Ji or the people of Blazing Academy, were all confused. Although the Spirit Hall has a high status on the continent, if you are not a member of the Spirit Hall, you really don't know that the Pope of the Spirit Hall has such a grand show. From the specifications, this kind of show is no less than the emperors of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. However, it seems that because they didn't hear Bai Ji and the others shouting Long live, all the people in the Spirit Hall team couldn't help but cast angry eyes on the people of Shrek Academy and Blazing Academy. This made Bai Ji speechless. After the Long live, the door of the Pope's Palace slowly opened, and a woman wearing a golden long dress, a purple gold crown on her head, and holding a scepter, who looked graceful and luxurious, walked out of the Pope's palace first. Behind her, there were 4 people, 3 of whom were middle-aged men wearing red dresses inlaid with gold and silver patterns. One of them was particularly familiar to Bai Ji, that was Jian Douluo Chen Xin, and the 4th person was also familiar to Bai Ji, because that was Ning Fengzi. As for the other 2, although Bai Ji had never seen their true appearance, if nothing unexpected happened, they should be the only 2 titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan and Ghost Douluo Gaimei. Meet His Holiness the Pope. Seeing Pope Bibidong appear, all the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully to Bibidong in unison. Perhaps they had learned their lesson. This time the Blazing Academy also half knelt on the ground, and even the always proud Huowu was particularly respectful at this time. On the field, only the Shrek students were still standing in place, which made the cardinals in the Pope's hall frown. On the side, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan suddenly leaned close to Bibidong's ear and whispered a few words to Bibidong, who turned her head and looked at Bai Ji. When Bibidong looked at Bai Ji suddenly felt a pressure, which was not soul pressure, but mental pressure. However, Bai Ji has made some progress in his practice of the heaven-shaking and earth-striking skill. Bibidong's mental pressure was just a test after all. In public, Bibidong could not possibly challenge a junior like him. Therefore, Bai Ji did not feel too much pressure from Bibidong's intentional or unintentional mental pressure. However, Bibidong's face changed a little when she saw Bai Ji's relaxed look. Seeing Bibidong's face, Bai Ji's heart moved and he took out the token given by Xue Qinghe and hung it around his waist. When he saw the token on Bai Ji's waist, although Bibidong's face did not change, Bai Ji noticed that Bibidong's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that this token is not just the prince's token of the Heaven Do Empire. Noticing Bibidong's performance, Bai Ji had the answer in his heart. And Bai Ji's token not only made Bibidong feel strange, but even Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo frequently cast their eyes on Bai Ji. Maybe because of Bai Ji's token, Bibidong didn't say too much, but smiled and said, "You are the top 3 of this competition. I see excellence in you. In front of the Pope's palace, I hope to see your full strength. The final winner will receive the reward of the Spirit Hall." After speaking, Bibidong waved the scepter, and with a flash of 3-color light, 3 bones of different colors but crystal clear like jade appeared in front of Bibidong. This is not other, but the soul bones that all soul masters dream of. The 3 soul bones that Bibidong showed were a right arm bone, a skull, and a left leg bone. The 3 soul bones flashed with 3 colors of fire: red, light blue, and dark green. When Bibidong took out these 3 soul bones, the square in front of the Pope's palace was boiling. Not only the soul masters who were not from the Spirit Hall, but even the soul masters in the Spirit Hall showed greed on their faces at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that Pope Bibidong was right in front of him, and there were 3 titled Douluo sitting there, it's estimated that someone would come up to grab it. However, Bai Ji didn't crave soul bones as much as other soul masters did. There are 2 reasons. One is that Bai Ji can draw rewards from the system. The rewards drawn are not inferior to soul bones to a certain extent, and soul bones can also be drawn. The other reason is that Bai Ji knows where there are better soul bones, so Bai Ji is not eager for the soul bones in front of him. As long as this All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, a God-level lottery, what can be drawn will definitely surpass soul bones by several planets. These 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the right arm of explosive burning flames, and the left leg of chasing the wind. These 3 soul bones are all from 10,000-year soul beasts. Among them, the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration comes from a soul beast of more than 50,000 years old. It was killed by the previous pope himself. It is the best soul bone, second only to the external soul bones and the top soul bones produced by the 100,000-year soul beast. After Bibidong took out the 3 soul bones, Ghost Douluo Gaimei introduced them in a low voice. There is always only one winner, and the same is true for the champion. Therefore, these 3 soul bones will belong to the final championship team. I hope you can go all out and win this honor. I won't say much nonsense. This morning, it will be an individual elimination match for 7 people from each of your 3 teams. The remaining teams will directly enter the championship competition, and the 2 losing teams will compete for another final spot in the afternoon. Now you can send the first player to play. Bibidong got straight to the point. But after hearing what Bibidong said, Bai Ji and Tang San looked at each other and prepared to act according to the previous plan. Your Holiness, we Shrek Academy are willing to give up this first round of individual eliminations. Chapter 339, Leading the Way, Blazing Fire Team vs Spirit Hall Team. 1/2. Why do you want to give up? After hearing what Bai Ji said, Bibi Dong frowned and asked. Because we are not ready yet, so we plan to prepare more. Bai Ji replied with a smile. Not ready. On the side, everyone was speechless after hearing Bai Ji's words. No one thought that what Bai Ji said was true. Instead, the smarter people guessed that Shrek Academy was conserving its strength. Facing the Spirit Hall team with 3 Soul Kings, in the individual elimination match, whether it was the Shrek team or the Blazing Academy, they were definitely not the opponent of the Spirit Hall team. Instead of being forced to show all their cards by the Spirit Hall team in the individual elimination match, it would be better to retreat to the second best and directly give up the individual elimination match and face the Spirit Hall team in the team battle. Abstain. Bibi Dong was definitely not satisfied with Bai Ji's answer, but the rules of the game did not stipulate that abstention was not allowed, so Bibi Dong could only nod in agreement in the end. Because Shrek Academy gave up the individual elimination round, it directly entered the loser group and will fight against the losers of the Spirit Hall team and the Blazing Fire team. Only after winning can it enter the finals to compete for the final championship. Bai Ji, we will lead the way for you in this battle. We have tested the strength of the Spirit Hall team, but our strength is too low, and we probably can't force out the true strength of the Spirit Hall team. You can just refer to it. When the game was about to start, Hua Wushuan suddenly walked in front of Bai Ji and whispered to Bai Ji. Well, I know, but thank you anyway. Bai Ji nodded. No need to thank me, anyway, we have no hope of winning the championship of this competition. If anyone can fight with the Spirit Hall team, I think it's only your Shrek Academy. From the preliminaries to now, your Shrek Academy has not shown its true strength. Maybe your strength is really comparable to that of the Spirit Hall team. Hua Wushuan smiled freely. Although they chose to give up the elimination match, Shrek Academy did not intend to miss the match between Blazing Academy and Spirit Hall. Because the semi-finals did not allow anyone other than the Spirit Hall to enter the square, all outsiders could only watch from outside the square, so the people from Shrek Academy who gave up the match were the only spectators of the elimination match in the strict sense. After announcing the official start of the elimination match, Bibi Dong brought Ning Fengzi and a group of cardinals to the VIP seats not far from the ring, while the Spirit Hall team and Blazing team came to both sides of the ring, waiting for the arrival of the referee. Not long after, a referee wearing Spirit Hall uniforms arrived. Under the guidance of the referee, the two teams sent out their first players. Because he was the first player, neither the Spirit Hall team nor the Blazing Fire team sent out their strongest players. Although they were all the weakest players of the Spirit Hall had the cultivation of Soul Sect, while the weakest players of the Blazing Fire Academy were only Soul Lord. So there is no doubt that the players of the Blazing Fire team were eliminated in the first battle. Faced with such a situation, Hua Wushuan naturally sent out another player, who was still Soul Lord. Only Hua Wushuan and Hua Wu were Soul Lords in the Blazing Fire Academy. Although they were capable of fighting the weakest players of the Spirit Hall, they consumed their strength in advance, so there was no doubt that they could not force out stronger players of the Spirit Hall team. So in order to fulfill the promise to Bai Ji, the Blazing Fire Academy could only choose to let the weaker players consume the strength of the first Spirit Hall team member first, and finally let Hua Wushuan and Hua Wu play to force out stronger players of the Spirit Hall. After 3 players played in a row, it was not until the 4th player that the Blazing Fire Academy finally knocked down the first player sent by the Spirit Hall team. After that, the Spirit Hall team sent out a second member, also a Soul Master. Given the absolute difference in strength, the second member of the Spirit Hall team undoubtedly knocked down the 4th member of the Blazing Fire team, and then the 5th member. In the end, only Hua Wushuan could take over. Brother, come on. Before leaving, Hua Wushuan encouraged him, but whether it was useful or not is probably only known to the person involved. Although they are both soul sects, Hua Wushuan is undoubtedly stronger. The powerful unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus martial soul not only gives Hua Wushuan an extremely powerful attack power, but also a defense that is only inferior to that of a defensive soul master. Relying on his personal strength and the strength of the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus, Hua Wushuan successfully knocked down the second player of the Spirit Hall team, and then the third one, but when it came to the 4th one, because all the soul skills were used up and the soul power was overconsumed, Huo Wushuan finally failed to defeat the fourth player sent by the Spirit Hall team, and the two of them tied. Now, there are only 3 Soul Kings left in the Spirit Hall team, and only Huo Wu is left in the Blazing Fire Academy. Let me go. On the side of the Spirit Hall, seeing that the opponent was also a girl, Hulina stopped Yan, who was about to go on stage, and prepared to meet the first female young master she met. Spirit Hall, Hulina. Twisting her slender waist and stepping on the dancing steps, Hulina slowly walked to the stage. Looking at Huo Wu, Hulina smiled slightly and said, "Fire Academy, Huo Wu." Compared with Hulina, who seemed very relaxed, Huo Wu seemed a little nervous. After all, her opponent was a Soul King who was 1 realm higher than her. "Little sister, don't be nervous, we are just exchanging ideas, I won't hurt you." Seeing Huo Wu a little embarrassed, Hulina smiled. "Who do you say is the little sister? You are obviously not much older than me." But Huo Wu couldn't help hearing Hulina's words. "That's it, come on, I have never fought against a girl of my age, let me see your strength, little sister." Hulina smiled faintly, but her voice seemed to carry a strange charm, which made Huo Wu, who was also a girl, a little distracted. The game begins. Under the ring, the referee finally shouted the start. Hulina summoned her martial soul at the first time. Hulina's martial soul was a demon fox, which had a strong charm ability like the 9-tailed fox, but compared to the 9-tailed fox, the demon fox's charm ability was stronger. Entering the state of martial soul possession, Hulina seemed to become more beautiful. A pair of snow-white fox ears grew from her head, and a big furry tail grew from her back. On the other side, Huo Wu also summoned the spirit of fire shadow. Flame field. As soon as Huo Wu summoned the spirit, she activated her control and amplification spirit skills, and then condensed several fireballs and threw them at Hulina. However, facing Huo Wu's fireball attack, Hulina just moved and quickly dodged. Although she is a control-type spirit master, she is also good at speed. Charm. After dodging Huo Wu's fireball attack, Hulina turned around and suddenly came in front of Huo Wu, with a faint smile on her face. At the same time, a strong charm wave immediately acted on Huo Wu. Facing Hulina's charm, although Huo Wu knew it was a trick, she couldn't help but look at Hulina. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hulina flashed again, and the whole person instantly pounced on Huo Wu, with her sharp fox claws raised high. Mobile users, please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 340. The finals are about to begin. 2 halves. As a crazy cultivator, Huo Wu's spiritual power is not as good as Hulina's, but she is also outstanding among soul masters of the same level. At the last moment, Huo Wu still successfully broke free from Hulina's spiritual charm. Seeing Hulina approaching, Hulina, as a beast spirit soul master, is better than her in close combat. In addition, Hulina's strength is 1 level higher than hers. Huo Wu almost responded immediately without thinking. Resist Fire Ring. With a thought in her mind, Huo Wu directly activated the soul skill Resist Fire Ring. As a circle of purple-red fire rings spread out in all directions, the moment the fire ring touched Hulina, Hulina was knocked out by the fire ring. Fire Dance Shining. While Hulina was being knocked away, Huo Wu quickly launched the strongest attack soul skill Fire Dance Shining again. As 2 flames ignited from her hands, Huo Wu raised them above her head. Then, the 4th soul ring burst into dazzling light. The 2 flames in Huo Wu's hands suddenly surged and merged together, eventually forming a huge dark red fireball. Go! From the burning of the flames to the formation of the fireball, everything took less than 2 seconds. Just as Hulina was about to fall to the ground, Huo Wu controlled the fireball formed by Huo Wu Yao Yang to shoot at Hulina. But when the fireball was about to hit Hulina, Hulina's figure suddenly blurred, and she actually split into a phantom clone to meet the dark red fireball formed by Huo Wu Yao Yang. Under Huo Wu's gaze, the strongest attack she launched was resolved by Hulina. After landing safely on the ground, Hulina moved and rushed towards Huo Wu again, still using the same trick to seduce her. Although Huo Wu broke free again at the last moment, this time she did not resist the fire ring. Facing Hulina's sharp claws on her neck, although she was unwilling, Huo Wu could only choose to admit defeat. The winner of this game is the Spirit Hall team. Under the ring, the referee announced the victory and the defeat. Because Shrek Academy gave up and the Blazing Fire team was defeated by the Spirit Hall team, the Spirit Hall team directly advanced to the finals, and the Blazing Fire Academy will compete with Shrek Academy to decide who will advance to the finals. But in the afternoon game, the Blazing Fire Academy chose to admit defeat. Because in the preliminaries, after defeating Huowu, Bai Ge fought with Huowu again and defeated Huowu without pressure again, so Huowu did not choose to join the Spirit Hall in order to fight Tang San again as she did originally. And because Bai Ge accepted Huowu into Dan Pavilion again, and signed a covenant with Blazing Academy, compared with the original relationship between Shrek Academy and Blazing Academy, the current Blazing Academy and Shrek Academy can be allies. When facing the Spirit Hall team, neither Hua Wushuan nor Huowu thought they would win, and the same was true when facing the Shrek team. And because Blazing Academy and Dan Pavilion signed a covenant, Blazing Academy simply chose to help Shrek Academy and chose to admit defeat in the loser group match with Shrek Academy. In this way, Shrek Academy was directly promoted to the finals. The Spirit Hall was not satisfied with this result, but as before, the rules of the game did not stipulate that they could not admit defeat, so even if the Spirit Hall was dissatisfied with the Blazing Academy's defeat, it could only accept it. But maybe in the next All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition, the Spirit Hall might change the rules of the competition to not admit defeat, if the Spirit Hall can continue to exist for 10 years. The finals are the same as the semi-finals, with 3 days of rest during the period to give the players of both sides sufficient preparation time. During these 3 days, in order to ensure the victory of the game, the master frantically studied the information of the Spirit Hall team and discussed tactics with Bai Ge and others. In order to ensure the teams running in during the game, the master also specifically asked the Blazing Academy people not to leave immediately, hoping that the Blazing team could take time to play a friendly match with the Shrek team. Of course, in the friendly match at that time, they must avoid the eyes of the Spirit Hall. This time, the Shrek team dispatched the strongest lineup. Bai Ge finally stopped playing the role of a control-type Soul Master this time, but really acted like himself, once again showing what a charge disruption control is. As the core of the Shrek team's strong attack, Daimyo Bai naturally also played, followed by Xiao Wu, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Ye Lingling. In order to make up for the disadvantage of this lineup that has more support than offense, but less offense, the last person to play was finally given to Ma Hongjun. Although Ma Hongjun is not as good as Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran in hard power, Ma Hongjun can fly, and has high burst and control. At that time, whether it is offense, defense, or support, Ma Hongjun can play a greater role than Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran. The lineup for the battle against the Spirit Hall team has been determined. In the next 3 days, the Shrek team will play at least 2 games with the Blazing Fire team every day. In the friendly matches of the past few days, Hua Wushuan and Hua Wu really got to know Bai Ge. In the past, Bai Ge only played as a control-type Soul Master. He basically simply controlled Mo Yuntang to assist the team in attacking or disturbing the enemy. However, even so, Mo Yuntang's unimaginable tolerance and tenacity left a deep impression on Hua Wushuan. Now Bai Ge simply rolled up his sleeves and went to fight. This time, he not only had to face the control of Mo Yuntang, but also Bai Ge's fists. What was even more terrifying was that Hua Wushuan actually found that Bai Ge not only had excellent control ability, but also had top-notch attack power, speed, and defense power, which made Hua Wushuan desperate. Every friendly match was a torture for Hua Wushuan, because Bai Ge specifically picked him to fight. Bai Ge's explanation for this was that your martial soul was a unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus, which was relatively meaty and would not be injured if you used a little force. In fact, even so, facing the power of Beg Soul King, although Hua Wushuan's martial soul is the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus, Hua Wushuan's strength is still a soul master after all, and it is inevitable that he will be injured in the battle, but because of Ye Lingling, these minor injuries are basically healed in a moment. This is what Hua Wushuan wants to cry the most, because he has been asked to play, but he has not been given time to rest, which is even more cruel than 996. However, the 3 days ended quickly. During these 3 days, the Shrek team and the Blazing Fire team played 8 friendly matches. These 8 games greatly improved the running in of the Shrek team and also played with confidence, but the Blazing Fire Academy was a little skeptical about life. However, the 3 days of pain passed quickly. On the 4th day, the last game of the Elite Exchange competition of Soul Master colleges across the continent, which was also the final of the competition, was held as scheduled. This time the venue of the competition was no longer the square outside the Pope's Palace, but inside the Pope's Palace. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 341, Finals begin, soul transferring technique breaks charm. 1/2. When they were about to enter the Pope's Hall, both Flanders, who always joked that they would not be allowed to graduate unless they won the championship, and the master who always strictly required them to win the championship, could not help but say that as long as Bai Ge and his team gave their all, it would be fine, regardless of winning or losing. Although Bai Ge and his team had made sufficient preparations before the game under the arrangement of the master, the Wuhan Hall team had 2 more Soul Kings than the Shrek team after all. Although Bai Ge's current defense can completely ignore the attacks of Soul Masters of the same level, if he fights 2 Soul Kings at the same time, Bai Ge is not absolutely sure that he can hold both of them, mainly because Hulina is more difficult to deal with. Although Bai Ge has practiced the Heaven Transforming and Earth Strike technique and has practiced the Heaven Transforming and Earth Strike technique to the 5th level, Hulina is a rare spiritual Soul King, and Wuhan is also a spiritual Soul Beast. Although her spiritual power may be slightly inferior to Bai Ge, her charm ability is too disgusting during the battle. If Hulina didn't follow the plot, but used her own charm to hold Bai Ge back, Bai Ge wouldn't have a good solution. However, because of the 7-in-1 fusion skills, everyone still had some confidence. This game will go on as planned, but if things can't be done, then your own safety is the most important. In the square in front of the Pope's palace, looking at the Pope's palace that was already close at hand, the master warned. "We know." Everyone responded in unison. "Although I have always said that if you can't win the championship, you won't graduate, but that was all me scaring you. In this game, whether you win or lose, as long as you want, you can apply for graduation after the game. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose this game, as long as you come back safely, it's better than anything else." At the end, Flanders couldn't help it. "Okay, let's go." Patting Flanders on the shoulder, the master said. "Yes." Under Bai Ge's leadership, the group walked towards the Pope's palace and entered the Pope's palace through the main gate. The Pope's palace was extremely spacious, with more than enough space to accommodate a ring. In the VIP seats on the side, Pope Bibidong, Zhu Gui Douluo, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were already seated. On the side of the ring, all the Spirit Hall team, wearing a red robe with gold thread patterns, was watching silently, with a curious and scrutinizing look in their eyes. Ignoring the Spirit Hall team's gaze, Bai Ge led the Shrek team to the other side of the arena. This lineup. On the side, Bibidong frowned when she saw that the lineup of the Shrek team today was completely different from the past. According to the research of the Spirit Hall's exclusive think tank, the Shrek team has 2 cores, one is Bai Ge and the other is Tang San, both of whom are control-type Soul Masters, but Bai Ge is stronger and is a Soul King. He will basically only appear when facing extremely strong opponents, and Tang San usually appears in the game. But today, the Shrek team actually sent out 2 control-type Soul Masters, plus an auxiliary Soul Master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Wouldn't the Shrek team appear to be insufficient in terms of offense? If it were any other team, Bibidong would not have paid so much attention, but the leader of the Shrek team was a master, and Bibidong knew the master's intelligence very well. The master, who was always wise, would not make such a low-level mistake, so there must be a trick. But even though she knew there was a problem, it was useless to just know it, and in this situation, Bibidong could not remind the Spirit Hall team, so Bibidong could only hope that her favorite disciple Hulina could see the trick of the Shrek team. The finals of the All-Continent Spirit Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition are about to begin, please ask both teams to take their positions on the stage. Seeing that the Shrek team had also arrived, the referee announced on the side. Hearing the referee's words, the Shrek team and the Spirit Hall team boarded the stage and came to one side of the stage respectively. Please pay attention to both teams. You have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. After 1 minute, you can officially start attacking after I shout the start of the game, until one side loses combat effectiveness, surrenders, or falls off the stage. Under the stage, the referee made the announcement in a serious manner according to the procedure. Hearing the referee's words, the 7 people of the Spirit Hall team moved almost at the same time. The 3 Soul Kings Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yan stepped forward and summoned their own martial souls. As the 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black, rose from the feet of the 3 people, the surging soul power fluctuations suddenly broke out. Behind the 3 people, the other 4 members of the Spirit Hall team also summoned their own martial souls. Among them, 3 were offensive soul masters and 1 was an auxiliary soul master, but their strength was all soul lords, and their soul rings were also the best configuration. Brothers, let's show them too. Bai Ji stepped forward and summoned his martial soul. As the Moyun vine emerged from his right hand, the 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, black and black, slowly rose from Bai Ji's feet. Compared with the spirit ring configuration of the spirit hall team, Bai Ji's spirit ring configuration is undoubtedly more dazzling, and even shocking. However, the spirit hall team has 3 soul kings, but the Shrek team has only 1, and the rest are soul lords. This gap in hard power still makes most people pessimistic about the Shrek team. Following Bai Ji, Daimyo Bai and Xiao Wu also stepped forward to summon their own spirits, and then entered the spirit possession state, and Tang San and Ma Hongjun were the same. At the end, Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling also summoned their own spirits at the same time. Is this the 7 treasures glazed tower and the 9 heart begonia? When they saw that there were 2 top auxiliary spirit masters in the Shrek team, some people were a little surprised. But it was just a surprise. Although they found that the auxiliary spirit masters of the Shrek team were very outstanding, in the eyes of most discerning people, the gap in hard power could not be erased even if there were 2 top auxiliary spirit masters. Hey, isn't this the control system soul master of the Shrek team? How come he is standing at the front? Suddenly, a soul master noticed that Bai Ji was standing at the front of the team, which made him a little confused. After hearing what this soul master said, the others also expressed their confusion after discovering it, but after thinking about it, they all felt that the Shrek team should use special tactics. No one thought that Bai Ji, a control system soul king, was actually ready to charge into the battle. The game start. Seeing that both sides were ready to fight, the referee finally announced the start of the game under the ring. Nana. Hearing the referee announce the start of the game, Xiaoyu immediately shouted. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Hulina moved immediately. Hulina, who had entered the state of martial spirit possession, seemed to have transformed into a charming fox girl, with a faint smile on her face, and the tail behind her gently swayed, and the whole person was full of unspeakable temptation. In response to Xiaoyu's order, Hulina flashed to the front of the spirit hall team, and then walked towards the Shrek team with a graceful step. Seeing Hulina's actions, Bai Ji felt relieved. It seemed that the spirit hall did not change its tactics and could act according to the plan. During the lotus step, the spirit rings around Hulina emitted a dazzling brilliance, and a faint pink light suddenly rippled from Hulina's body. It was a fatal charm wave. But as if they knew Hulina's trick, the entire Shrek team, except Bai Ji, immediately turned their heads, quickly closed their eyes, and blocked their ears with their fingers. Only Bai Ji looked at Hulina unwilling to be outdone. Soul transfer skill. In Bai Ji's eyes like purple gems, 2 dark purple lights suddenly shot out several feet away. Hulina couldn't help but tremble, and her face turned pale instantly. Bai Ji was not feeling well either, and he also took a few steps back and was supported by Ning Rongrong. Although Bai Ji's mental power was stronger than Hulina's due to his practice of changing heaven and strike earth skill, the confrontation of mental power was always a loss of 800 for every 1000 he inflicted on the enemy. Although Bai Ji interrupted Hulina's charm through the soul transfer skill, causing Hulina to suffer mental damage and possibly unable to use charm again, Hulina's charm also made Bai Ji's mind blank for a moment, and his spirit was a little drowsy for a while. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 342, Soul Fusion Skill, Charm, Ultimate Absorption to break the weird mist. 2 halves. Sensing that Bai Ji had broken Hulina's charm, everyone opened their eyes again. Behind them, seeing that Bai Ji seemed to be injured, Ye Lingling quickly stretched out her hand and cast a white holy light on Bai Ji, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Nana. On the other side, seeing Hulina's pale face and a shaky look, Xiaoyu quickly flew forward to support Hulina. Are you okay, Nana? Looking at Hulina, Xiaoyu asked worriedly. I'm fine, but my spirit is a little injured. I guess I can't use charm anymore. Hulina shook her head. This Bai Ji's mental power is stronger than yours. Xiaoyu's face looked a little ugly. Don't worry, we still have the advantage. Hulina said. Use that. Because of the damage to her mental power and the loss of her charm ability, Hulina's strength was greatly reduced, so Hulina simply prepared to use the martial soul fusion skill, the demon charm. As long as she entered the fusion state, she could take the opportunity to recover her mental power, and on the other hand, she could avoid the vacuum period after her mental power was damaged. Assist. Xiaoyu also knew the reason for Hulina's decision. Seeing that the Shrek team had also recovered, Xiaoyu immediately shouted to the auxiliary soul master behind him. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the last auxiliary soul master of the Wuhan Hall team quickly raised the golden scepter martial soul in his hand, and 2 golden lights suddenly shot out from the scepter. At the same time, Xiaoyu and Hulina's figures gradually overlapped. After the golden light entered their bodies, a layer of red light curtain suddenly burst out from Xiaoyu and Hulina's bodies, spreading like a ball of light to an area close to half of the arena. When the red light dissipated, the 2 people at the location of Hulina and Xiaoyu had turned into a person with long flowing hair, unable to distinguish between men and women. Everyone get ready! Seeing Hulina and Xiaoyu activate the magic charm, Bai Ji summoned a large number of Moyun vines around his body and shouted to the back. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang San also quickly summoned a bunch of blue-silver grass and wrapped the blue-silver grass around the waists of everyone except Bai Ji. As the martial soul fusion skill magic charm was activated, the figure formed by the fusion of Hulina and Xiaoyu summoned 2 huge moon blades, and then the whole person's figure flashed and disappeared in the thick red fog. As the fusion disappeared, the red fog that filled the entire arena became thicker. The martial soul fusion skill of Hulina and Xiaoyu is not a one-hit type like the nether white tiger, but a special composite type like the dragon snake joint attack. The magic charm has 2 effects. One is that it allows Hulina and Xiaoyu to merge and exert the strength of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The second is this red fog. The red fog will not only block people's vision, but also reduce everyone's senses by 50%, suppress soul power by 50%, and delay all actions by 50%. If the red fog is not solved, it can be said that Bai Ji and his team can only passively take the beating. However, it is not a secret that the red fog is a byproduct of the martial soul fusion skill, so Bai Ji has already had a way to deal with it. Everyone stand together as much as possible and stay within the range of my Moyun vine. The moment Hulina and Xiaoyu disappeared, Bai Ji immediately summoned a large number of Moyun vines to surround the Shrek people. Although the eyes cannot see, with so many Moyun vines, as long as the fusion of Hulina and Xiaoyu approaches, Bai Ji can launch an attack at any time. Tang San is the same. He also summoned a large number of Moyun vines to surround them, alerting the approach of the fusion of Hulina and Xiaoyu. As for the red fog, although the Shrek team was suppressed, with Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tower's 60% increase in strength, everyone's strength has actually increased, and they have not been suppressed. As for the Spirit Hall team, except for the fusion body that activated the Spirit Fusion technique, the others were also suppressed. The red fog did not distinguish between friend and foe. Otherwise, with such a good advantage, the Spirit Hall team would have rushed in. Swoosh! Accompanied by a burst of air-breaking sounds, several moon blades suddenly shot out from the red fog, but Bai Ji seemed to have expected it. Several Moyun vines were controlled by Bai Ji. Then he accurately pulled away the moon blade. How is it possible? Why did you predict my attack? In the red fog, there was a burst of exclamations that were neither male nor female. Why? Bai Ji's mouth curled up a little, because when he used the soul transfer to fight Hulina, he inserted a control guard into Hulina's body. The control guard cannot be seen by people, and it has substance and formless. Although Bai Ji can't see anything even through the control guard in the red fog, he can feel the position of the control guard. The position of the control guard is also the position of the fusion body. Since we know the position of the enemy, isn't the direction of the attack also clear? Strangle with thorns. But Bai Ji didn't mean to answer. Since he sensed the enemy's location, Bai Ji naturally launched an attack quickly. But perhaps in the range of the red fog, Hulina and Xiaoyu's fusion body's perception was enhanced. The Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ji had just taken shape, and the fusion body quickly dodged. But it didn't matter. If it didn't work once, then twice. If it didn't work twice, then 3 or 4 times anyway. Bai Ji summoned the Moyun vine not just for attacking. What's going on? Xiaoyu, who was manipulating the fusion body, was extremely puzzled when he found that he couldn't avoid Bai Ji's attack no matter how he dodged. In the red fog, everyone except them would be suppressed, and they couldn't see, hear, or sense at all, but why could Bai Ji always detect where they were? When dodging, Xiaoyu didn't realize that the Moyun vine had grown almost 60% of the red fog area without knowing when. On the other side, when they found that there was no movement in the red fog for a long time, the other members of the Wuhan Hall team were a little uneasy, especially Yan, but the red fog didn't distinguish between enemies and friends, so even if they were worried, no one dared to enter the red fog. In the red fog area, as more and more Moyun vines were summoned, Bai Ji felt that it was almost done. Everyone get ready. After whispering, Bai Ji instantly activated the third soul skill, Ultimate Absorption. With the activation of the Ultimate Absorption, the Moyun Vine, which had grown nearly 60% of the red fog area, suddenly emitted a terrifying suction force. After all, the red fog was just a form of soul power transformation, so it could not resist the swallowing of the Moyun Vine at all. In just a moment, the red fog faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let's go together. Seeing the figure emerging from the faded red fog, Bai Ji immediately shouted, and then took the lead and rushed out. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Notice. There have always been many book friends who have reported that Yanjai's book has many poisonous points, such as the teaching of Xiantian Gong. Although Yanjai feels that this is just a matter of opinion, but writing online articles, since so many book friends have said so, Yanjai will change it. During this period of time, Yanjai worked day and night to change the poisonous points and some unreasonable settings. At present, the changes have been completed, mainly in the front. Today, Yanjai went to the editor to apply for the modification permission. Once the permission is granted, Yanjai will start uploading the modified chapters. Now let everyone know. Oh. Chapter 343, failed to control the chain, each fighting for himself. 1/2. Using the Spiral 9 shadows, Bai Ji pulled out 7 residual images in the air and rushed towards the fusion of Hulina and Xiaoyu at an astonishing speed. Dai Mubai and Xiaowu followed closely behind Bai Ji. Although Tang San could not go together, he also launched the soul skill entanglement to support. As for Ma Hongjun, he used the Phoenix Wing Sky Flying to fly into the sky. His mission was to prevent other members of the Spirit Hall team from approaching. When the red mist faded, the Spirit Hall team also realized that something was wrong. There was no time to think about it. Yan rushed up first. At the back, the auxiliary soul master holding the golden scepter once again sent a golden light to Yan. After receiving the golden light, Yan's speed soared again. However, compared to the Shrek team, the Spirit Hall team was outside the red fog area, farther away from the fusion of Hulina and Xiaoyu, so even Yan could not get there faster. Phoenix Fire Line. Just as Yan was rushing towards the fusion body, Ma Hongjun launched the Phoenix Fire Line in the air to try to stop Yan's approach, but Yan's spirit was the Lord of Fire, not only had high resistance to the flame itself, but also had very strong defense, so Yan directly ignored Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line, but it was too late. Bai Ji had already arrived in front of Xiaoyu, who was controlling the fusion body at the moment. Because Xiaoyu had a weapon in his hand, Bai Ji would naturally not foolishly use his fist to fight the Moonblade head-on, but raised the Moyun Vine in his hand high, and directly whipped Xiaoyu with the Moyun Vine as a whip. Facing Bai Ji's attack, Xiaoyu also reacted immediately and used the Moonblade in his hand to meet it, but the Moonblade, which was powerful enough to cut gold and iron, did not cut the Moyun Vine. Instead, the strong power attached to the Moyun Vine knocked Xiaoyu away. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. While Xiaoyu was in the air, Dai Mubai, who arrived immediately, activated his first soul skill and spit out a ball of White Tiger Fierce Light Wave at Xiaoyu. Although his body could not move in the air, Xiaoyu's hands could move. Facing the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave, Xiaoyu directly swung the Moonblade in his hand and instantly destroyed the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Waist Bow. But at this moment, Xiaowu also came behind Xiaoyu. With the activation of the soul skill Waist Bow, Xiaowu kicked Xiaoyu's back and kicked Xiaoyu away in an instant, and the direction of the kick was exactly where Bai Ji was. Great Demon Subduing Fist. Looking at the flying Xiaoyu, Bai Ji did not show any mercy. The strength and soul power of his whole body were running in the fist of his right hand. In an instant, Bai Ji's right fist burst out with brilliant golden light, aiming at the flying Xiaoyu, and Bai Ji swung his right fist heavily. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and Xiaoyu was knocked out again. This time, Bai Ji used all his strength. Even in the state of the spirit fusion skill, Xiaoyu, whose strength reached the Soul Emperor, was injured at this moment, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Nana. Seeing that Dai Mubai was still preparing to attack, Yan, who had already arrived with his team members, was shocked and angry. Flame Whip. In anger, Yan could not help but activate his spirit skill immediately. As the dark red flame condensed into a long whip in his hand, Yan swung the flaming whip and lashed at Dai Mubai fiercely. White Tiger Body Barrier. Although he had already noticed the shrill sound of breaking through the air beside him, looking at Xiaoyu who was already in front of him, Daimyo Bai still gritted his teeth and directly activated the white tiger body barrier, and the tiger claws as big as a palm leaf fan slapped Xiaoyu with the remaining force. However, facing Bai Ji, Xiaoyu did not expect that his moon blade could not cut through the Moyun vine, and facing Xiao Wu, it was because Xiao Wu's teleportation was too unexpected, so the two succeeded in succession. However, Daimyo Bai was in front of him, and Xiaoyu could not let Daimyo Bai take action. Looking at the tiger claw sent by Daimyo Bai, Xiaoyu's soul power shook, and the whole person turned around in the air, and the moon blade in his right hand went straight to Daimyo Bai's tiger claw. Not good. Seeing Xiaoyu's response, Daimyo Bai was shocked, but because the tiger claw had been used with all his strength, he couldn't take it back. Daimyo Bai could only choose to deflect the tiger claw and slap it on the back of the moon blade. But Xiaoyu suddenly injected soul power into the moon blade, which shook the moon blade violently, directly shaking Daimyo Bai's right hand numb. At this time, Yan's flaming whip had already come over. Just when the flaming whip was about to hit Daimyo Bai, a red figure suddenly took Daimyo Bai out, leaving the flaming whip empty. What a pity! Seeing that Xiaoyu had interrupted their continuous control, Bai Ji felt a little regretful. If Xiaoyu was hit by Daimyo Bai again, Ma Hongjun would also take over the control through the fourth soul skill Phoenix Roaring Sky attack, and he would defeat Xiaoyu in one fell swoop through Thorn Strangulation, Heaven and Earth Net and Ultimate Absorption. Even if Xiaoyu could not lose his combat effectiveness, he would make Xiaoyu exit the demon charm state, but unfortunately he failed. But this is also normal. After all, being able to become the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Xiaoyu would not be so useless that he would be controlled to death by a set of control that could not be guaranteed to hit. Leave this guy to me. Since Xiaoyu could not be hidden, Bai Ji could only entangle Xiaoyu himself, and Tang San, with Daimyo Bai, plus the assistance of Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling, should be enough to deal with the Soul King named Yan. Are you okay? Yan asked with concern after bringing 3 Soul Masters to Xiaoyu's side. Of course, Yan was not concerned about Xiaoyu, but Hulina who had merged with Xiaoyu. It's okay, this guy is very powerful, you are not his opponent, leave this guy to me. You take people to deal with the 7 treasures glazed tower and the 9 heart begonia soul master. Xiaoyu shook his head and said in a half-male, half-female voice. Okay. Yan nodded. Let's go. Condensing a flaming whip again, Yan turned and looked at Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling who were surrounded by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Ma Hongjun, there is no one behind them, you go and deal with that auxiliary. Seeing that Yan brought 3 soul masters and the auxiliary soul masters in the back row were unprotected, Tang San's heart moved and said to Ma Hongjun. Yes. Hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun immediately flapped his wings and flew to the back row of the Spirit Hall team. One of you goes back. Seeing Ma Hongjun's action, Yan also turned around and said to the 3 spirit masters around him. Hearing Yan's words, a slender spirit master turned around and ran quickly to the back, while Yan led 2 spirit masters to rush towards Tang San. Of course, to be precise, it was Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling behind Tang San. Entangle, blue-silver spider web. Facing the sudden attack of Yan and 2 Spirit Hall spirit masters, Tang San manipulated a large number of Moyun vines to entangle the 3 people while launching the blue-silver spider web. Anyway, if he could hit one, he would hit one. But facing the blue-silver grass that attacked like a venomous snake, Yan's mouth curled up a sneer. He was least afraid of plants. Chapter 344 Self-Created Soul Skill Full Moon, How to Deal with It. 2 halves. Flame Impact. With a low shout in his heart, as a soul ring around him lit up, a circle of flame ripples instantly spread out from Yan to the surroundings, and the blue-silver grass that attacked like a tide turned into ashes the moment it touched the flame ripples. Your opponent is me. But just when Yan was about to take advantage of the victory, a sharp shout suddenly came from the side, and Daimyo Bai, who had already activated the White Tiger Vajra transformation, suddenly rushed over. With the power, defense and soul power amplification of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower, plus the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Daimyo Bai's strength at this time was not inferior to Yan. Daimyo Bai's violent attack instantly repelled Yan, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Wu also flashed over and launched a charm on a Spirit Hall Soul Master. Because it was unexpected, the charmed Spirit Hall Soul Master had no time to react and was instantly hit. Entangle. Strangle with thorns. At this moment, Bai Ji, who was far away on the other side, and Tang San, who was not far away, launched soul skills at the same time. In an instant, a large number of Moyun vines suddenly emerged violently from the ring and instantly strangled the unlucky Spirit Hall Soul Master, and Tang San's blue-silver grass followed closely. While the Moyun vine strangled the Spirit Hall Soul Master, the thorns on the Moyun vine also pierced into the body of the unlucky Soul Master. As the poison entered the body, the Soul Master's face suddenly changed color. Dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Xiaoyu was a little angry when he found that Bai Ji had killed a Soul Master on his side from such a distance. Clang! The moon blade in his hand shook, and Xiaoyu slashed the moon blade diagonally towards Bai Ji. However, facing Xiaoyu's moon blade, Bai Ji flashed, and while dodging the moon blade's slash, Bai Ji raised his right hand, and a Moyun vine quickly grew and wrapped around the moon blade. Come here! Pulling the Moyun vine wrapped around the moon blade, Bai Ji exerted force suddenly. Although Xiaoyu's strength in the demon charm state is comparable to that of the Soul Emperor, that only refers to the attack power. In terms of strength, Xiaoyu is not as good as Bai Ji, so when Bai Ji pulled it like this, the moon blade in Xiaoyu's hand almost slipped out of his hand. However, compared with ordinary weapons, the most important feature of the martial soul is that it can gather and disperse as the Soul Master wishes. Because the moon blade was entangled by Bai Ji's Moyun vine, and the sharpness of the moon blade could not cut off the Moyun vine at all, Xiaoyu could only choose to remove the moon blade in his right hand first, and then summon it out. But this time, after seeing Bai Ji's strength and the tenacity of Bai Ji's Moyuntang, Xiaoyu no longer dared to get close to Bai Ji. Although his swordsmanship was indeed very strong, he could only summon 2 moon blades, while Bai Ji could summon Moyuntang infinitely. Once he was entangled, he was almost finished, so Xiaoyu quickly made a decision, that is, to fight Bai Ji in a different way and strive for a quick victory. Otherwise, Bai Ji could still exert influence on other battlefields when fighting him, but he couldn't, which was too disadvantageous for them. Waving a pair of moon blades in his hands, Xiaoyu suddenly moved after a series of attacks and actually withdrew from the close combat distance with Bai Ji. Your martial soul is very strong. I have never seen a plant martial soul that can resist my moon blade, and your strength is beyond my imagination, but strong strength and martial soul do not mean that your defense and reaction ability are also strong. Now I will let you see my true strength. Looking at Bai Ji in front of him, Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. You are the first person to see my self-created soul skill. I hope you can hold on longer. Suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. In the fusion state, Xiaoyu's pupils began to shrink sharply. The veins on his hands holding a pair of moon blades were exposed. His arms slowly stretched to both sides of his body, unfolding the moon blades and forming a circle. Take it, round moon. He slowly turned the moon blades in his hands and drew a circle in the air. Xiaoyu's eyes were bright. At the moment of calling out the round moon, Xiaoyu moved. His body started to spin like a gyroscope. In an instant, Xiaoyu and the 2 moon blades disappeared in front of Bai Ji almost at the same time, and replaced by a huge white disc with a hazy white light. Is this a gyroscope windmill? Although he knew Xiaoyu's self-created soul skill, Bai Ji still had some complaints in his heart when he saw the white disc in front of him. This self-created soul skill is to use the rotation and the sharpness of one's own martial soul. It has no technical content at all, and is not as good as Feng Xiaoshan's 72 consecutive slashes of the Wind Demon Wolf. But just when Bai Ji was complaining in his heart, Xiaoyu, who had transformed into a full moon, had already approached quickly. Because the full moon rotated too fast, there was no friction or air-breaking sound on the way, but Bai Ji did not dare to underestimate the damage of the full moon. Xiaoyu's moon blade is a top-grade existence among martial souls, and its sharpness is amazing. Because of the fusion with Hulina, Xiaoyu's strength has reached the level of Soul Emperor at this time. Bai Ji's Moyuntang cannot cut the moon blade with the strength of Xiaoyu's Soul Emperor, but in the full moon state, the cutting power of the moon blade has risen to the Soul Saint level. Now, Bai Ji's Moyuntang can no longer resist the full moon. Strangle with thorns, a net of heaven and earth. Facing the full moon, Bai Ji used 2 soul skills in succession, and countless Moyun vines quickly grew, almost wrapping the full moon incarnation of Xiaoyu into a cocoon in an instant, but the Moyun vines that had always been invincible before were defeated under the full moon at this moment, and were soon chopped into pieces by the sharp full moon. In this regard, Bai Ji was also quite helpless. If Xiaoyu was a beast spirit soul master, in the demon charm state, with the strength of Xiaoyu Soul Emperor, he should be able to barely withstand a small amount of ice and fire thunder explosions launched by Moyun vines, so that he could send Xiaoyu to the end with a single ice and fire thunder explosion. But unfortunately, Xiaoyu was a weapon spirit master, and his body defense was not good. If he launched an ice and fire thunder explosion, it would probably send Xiaoyu to hell directly, so that Shrek Academy would be directly disqualified from the competition, and his championship reward would be gone, so the ice and fire thunder explosion was still useless. But using other spirit skills, whether it is Thorn Strangling or Heaven and Earth Net, it is impossible to control Yuanyu, which makes Bai Ge very worried. Thorn Strangling. Summoning a large number of Moyun vines to temporarily entangle Yuanyu, Bai Ge moved his body, and the whole person instantly turned into a shadow and ran towards Tang San's position. Although Yuanyu's attack power is strong, it also loses flexibility and reaction ability. Because he can't deal with Yuanyu, Bai Ge simply gave up dealing with Yuanyu and decided to support others. Heaven and Earth Net, Thorn Strangling. Looking at Yan who was fighting with Daimyo Bai Ge instantly launched the Heaven and Earth Net, and seeing the Moyun vines rising from all around, Yan also reacted quickly. But just when Yan rushed to the gap between the Moyun vines that formed the Heaven and Earth Net, Bai Ge launched Thorn Strangling again, and suddenly, a large number of Moyun vines suddenly grew violently from the Moyun vines beside him, and Yan, who couldn't avoid it for a while, was instantly entangled. Chapter 345 7 people merged to defeat the Spirit Hall team. 1/2. After controlling Yan, Bai Ge once again activated the Moyun vine, and with the cooperation of Xiao Wu, bound the Spirit Hall Spirit Master who was fighting against Xiao Wu. Everyone, 7 in 1. After handling everything, Bai Ge shouted loudly. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Ma Hongjun, who was attacking the Spirit Hall's back row auxiliary Spirit Masters, immediately turned around and flew back, while Daimyo Bai and Xiao Wu also quickly retreated to Tang San's position. The 7 people retreated back to Tang San's blue-silver grass formation in almost a few seconds. After everyone retreated, Bai Ge's heart moved, and he quickly summoned 6 Moyun vines. 6 Moyun vines grew in front of Tang San and the other 6 people almost at the same time. Seeing the Moyun vines growing in front of them, the 6 people reached out and grabbed them directly. Holding the Moyun vine tightly, the 6 people injected soul power into the Moyun vine together, and with the injection of soul power, through the Moyun vine, the soul power finally merged into Bai Ge's body. After the master's research, the 6 kinds of soul power were injected into the Moyun vine in a specific order, causing almost no loss, but all injected into Bai Ge's body. As the soul power of the 6 people merged, Bai Ge's momentum began to rise, and he quickly broke through from Soul King to Soul Emperor, and finally from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint. For a moment, the majestic soul power fluctuations suddenly burst out from Bai Ge's body. How is it possible? On the side, Bibi Dong, who was watching the game in the VIP seat, stood up in disbelief. Although Bai Ge's strength suppressed Xiaoyu at the beginning, after Xiaoyu used Yuanyu, Bibi Dong almost determined that Shrek Academy would lose, because Yuanyu's attack power had reached the Soul Saint level, which was not something the Shrek team could resist at all. The result was not beyond her expectation. Bai Ge's previously invincible Mo Yuntang was almost useless under the full moon and was chopped into pieces. Afterwards, although Bai Ge suddenly controlled Yan and other spirit masters of the Spirit Hall team, as long as the full moon was there, Bibi Dong did not think that the Shrek team could win, but she did not expect that the Shrek team still had a trump card. 7 in 1? Could it be a 7 in 1 fusion skill? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong could not help but look up at the master who was in the audience, her eyes full of complexity. She knew that this 7 in 1 fusion skill was most likely created by the master. Strangle with thorns, draw it for me. Feeling the majestic spirit power in his body, Bai Ge shouted in his heart and directly stretched out his hand to launch the thorn strangle again. But this time, the Mo Yuntang summoned by Bai Ge was no longer as thick as an arm, but a Mo Yuntang with a diameter of more than 3 meters, like an ancient giant tree. Countless ancient giant tree-like Moyun vines were covered with red, blue, and purple lines, and the spikes were surprisingly thick, which made people shudder at the sight. Under Bai Ge's control, several ancient giant tree-like Moyun vines shook suddenly, and then the vines stretched out quickly and bent backwards. After bending to the limit like a strong bow, the Moyun vines suddenly pulled down, making a burst of explosions in the air, and pulled towards the full moon. Bang! With a loud bang, the full moon was directly pulled away, and the Moyun vines summoned by Bai Ji were almost there was no slight damage. Although the Soul Saint level Moyun vine did not have the strengthening of the Soul Ring, the toughness of the Moyun vine was increased by more than 2 levels just by the blessing of soul power. Yuanyu, who could easily cut the Soul King level Moyun vine before, faced the Soul Saint level Moyun vine. Yuanyu only cut a layer of fragile outer skin and could not cut the tough golden fibers inside. It was easily whipped away. Clang, clang, clang. The Moyun vine, which was like a big tree, was whipped away by Bai Ji. The dimly white light of Yuanyu cut several deep knife marks on the ground, and then the whole Yuanyu finally collapsed. One of Ziyu's moon blades was embedded in the ring, and Ziyu himself held another moon blade. After sliding more than 10 meters on the ground, he finally fell off the ring with a bang, and hit a big hole on the ground of the Pope's palace, and vomited blood directly. Facing the Moyun Tang summoned and activated by Bai Ji with Soul Saint level soul power, Xiayu's defense power, which was not even at the Soul Emperor level, was simply unable to resist. I admit defeat on behalf of the Spirit Hall team. Although she was very unwilling, she saw that there was only one auxiliary soul master and a soul master protecting the auxiliary soul master standing on the stage, while all the members of the Shrek team were there, so Bibi Dong could only admit defeat on behalf of the Spirit Hall team with an ugly face. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, the face of Zhuigui Douluo beside Bibi Dong suddenly became ugly, and only Ning Fengzi showed a satisfied smile, stood up and began to applaud. We won! Hearing Bibi Dong admit defeat on behalf of the Spirit Hall team, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but show a surprised smile on his face. We won! Dai Mubai also clenched his fists. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the final task. The God-level lottery opportunity has been issued. As Bibi Dong admitted defeat, the system prompt sounded in Bai Ji's mind. Because of Shrek Academy's victory, except for the master and a few people who did not belong to the Spirit Hall, such as Ning Fengzi, most of the Spirit Masters in the Spirit Hall and the Pope's Hall suddenly looked ugly. To be able to come to the Pope's Hall to watch the finals, they were either powerful Spirit Masters or decision makers in the Spirit Hall. As for the Spirit Bones, they all knew that they were left by Pope Bibi Dong to the Spirit Hall team Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yan. Although these 3 soul bones were taken out as the champion reward of the elite exchange competition of the All-Continent Spirit Master Academy, they all thought that the champion of this competition would be their Spirit Hall team, but they did not expect that this time it was the team of other forces that won the championship. Soul bones are extremely precious treasures in Douluo continent. If the meat is rotten in the pot, they may be able to accept that these 3 soul bones are finally distributed to the 3 soul kings of their Spirit Hall, but they can't stand it if they are taken away by the Shrek team. Looking at the Shrek team, the faces of the Soul Masters watching the battle in the Pope's Hall are particularly gloomy, with jealousy, greed, and murderous intent in their eyes, but no one in the Pope's Hall dares to be presumptuous. Unlike the Soul Masters watching the battle in the Pope's Hall, although Bibi Dong is also reluctant to hand over the 3 soul bones to Bai Ji and others, as the Pope, she represents the face of the Spirit Hall. Since it was said before that these 3 soul bones will be the final championship reward of the competition, then now that the Shrek team has won the championship, these 3 soul bones must be distributed to the Shrek team, otherwise good things don't go out, but bad things spread 1,000 miles, and the fact that their Spirit Hall did not keep its promise will probably spread throughout the entire Douluo continent soon. The final champion of this all-continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition is Shrek Academy. Congratulations, talented young Soul Masters! Looking at the Shrek team on the stage, Bibi Dong announced calmly. Please come up to receive the prize. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 346 Final Prize, the end of the competition. 2 halves. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, the excited people got off the stage one by one, and as a member of Shrek Academy, Master, Flanders, Lu Erlong and Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang and Dugubo, who are also honorary consultants of Shrek Academy, followed behind. On the rostrum, a red cardinal in a red robe came over holding a tray. The whole tray was covered by brocade, but 3 bulges on the brocade could still be seen faintly, with a faint glow. These were 3 bulges, nothing else, but 3 soul bones. Taking the tray from the cardinal, Bibi Dong looked at the 3 soul bones with some nostalgia, then turned her head and her face returned to calm. Looking at the 3 soul bones, except for Bai Ji, whether it was Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai or Flanders, Master, Dugubo, everyone's eyes were full of passion. After all, these were legendary soul bones. But no one except Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu suddenly lowered her head, grasped the corners of her clothes with both hands, and her body was trembling slightly. But even if they saw it, most people would probably think that Xiao Wu was too excited. Please invite the Shrek Academy representative to come forward to receive the championship award. Beside Bibi Dong, the Red Cardinal who had been the referee before said loudly. Hearing the words of the Red Cardinal, everyone looked at Bai Ji. As the strongest member of Shrek Academy, Bai Ji played a crucial role in the last game. Not only did he break the red fog produced by the demon, but he also directly or indirectly knocked down all the people of the Wuhan Hall team. This honor should be received by Bai Ji. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Bai Ji did not show modesty, but walked straight to the podium and came to the front of Pope Bibi Dong. When Bai Ji walked in, he found that Pope Bibi Dong was very beautiful, graceful, noble, and elegant. For some reason, the word Empress suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's mind. Although Bibi Dong is the same age as the master, she is already over 50 years old, but the years do not seem to have left any traces on this woman. This is because Bibi Dong was promoted to a titled Douluo when she was in her best years, and her body functions have been almost solidified at this stage since then. If the previous Pope Kyungsunji had not done something unspeakable to Bibi Dong and separated Bibi Dong and her teacher Yu Xiaogang, perhaps the woman in front of him would not necessarily be his master's wife. Bai Ji sighed in his heart. To be honest, Bai Ji felt that Bibi Dong was quite pitiful. Although Bibi Dong now had an extremely high status, which could be said to be above tens of millions of people, Bibi Dong might not be happy at all. Everything she did, such as developing the spirit hall and conquering the continent, was simply a woman who was hurt in love taking revenge on society, the world, and the spirit hall in Bai Ji's eyes. Even if Bibi Dong successfully unified the continent, how should a religious force govern the country? I'm afraid no one has ever thought about it. Unconsciously, Bai Ji looked at Bibi Dong with a trace of pity in his eyes, which made Bibi Dong feel a little uncomfortable. But as a pope, Bibi Dong never put her thoughts on her face, and her face was still calm. Looking at the token given by Shui Qinghe on Bai Ji's waist, Bibi Dong's eyes were a little complicated. Bai Ji, you are the most outstanding child I have ever seen. You are worthy of being his disciple. Are you willing to join the spirit hall? Bibi Dong asked calmly. Bai Ji understood that Bibi Dong's words this time should be an ultimatum. If he did not agree, the spirit hall might regard him as a must-kill person in the future. After all, his talent was too terrifying, and he also took away 3 soul bones from the spirit hall. But Bai Ji did not care. After all, Douluo continent was still a low-level world. Even if it was a titled Douluo, unless he had a flying spirit or a wind-attributed spirit, he would not fly. He not only had the blue bird Ziobai, which could transform into the Kixi blue bird that could carry people, but also had the external soul bone Tianyeo phoenix wing, plus a different dimensional castle to save his life. Who could kill him? After this game, he would apply for graduation when he returned, and then participate in the ennoblement ceremony to obtain the territory. He was ready to develop in the territory in the next few years. As long as he doesn't leave alone, with Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, and he is going to use the last spiritual ascension pill to promote Sumotion to a titled Douluo after he returns, with 2 titled Douluos, who can still kill him by force. Thank you for your kindness, His Holiness, but I am not going to join a certain force at the moment. Bai Ji refused in a dignified manner. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Bibi Dong's face sank slightly, but then she regained her composure again, and said with some regret, "What a pity, in that case, I wish you can achieve greater success in the future and enter the Douluo Palace one day." After saying that, Bibi Dong handed the tray in her hand to Bai Ji. After taking the tray, although he didn't care much in his heart, looking at the 3 soul bones shining with faint blue, green and red light under the brocade of the tray, Bai Ji was still a little excited. After all, this is the top treasure of Douluo continent soul bone. After Bai Ji took the tray with soul bones, a group of greedy eyes shot over from all directions. Ignoring these eyes, Bai Ji turned and left the rostrum and returned to the team of Shrek Academy. After Bai Ji came back, Meng Shu and Dugubo immediately stood beside Bai Ji on the left and right, and their cold eyes swept around. All the soul masters with greedy faces immediately lowered their heads. How should we distribute these 3 soul bones? Looking at everyone, Bai Ji said. I don't want it. None of these 3 soul bones are suitable for me. Xiao Wu was the first to speak, but compared to the excitement of others, Xiao Wu's expression was very complicated at the moment. I don't want it either. None of these 3 soul bones are suitable for me. After Xiao Wu, Daimyo Bai also refused. For Daimyo Bai, the biggest gain he made in this game was defeating his brother Davis, and from then on he had the opportunity to compete fairly with Davis. In addition, he reached an agreement with Bai Ge. With the influence of Bai Ge's elixir and the support of Dan Pavilion, he could quickly win over a large number of nobles after returning to the Xingluo Empire and compete with his brother Davis in a short time. I don't want it either. On the side, Oscar also shook his head. None of the soul bones here were suitable for him. How about this? I'll distribute it, and you guys see how it goes. First, this one, the right arm bone of exploding burning flame, is undoubtedly the most suitable for a fire attribute soul master. There is only one fire attribute soul master in our Shrek team, Hong Jun, so this soul bone is undoubtedly more suitable for Hong Jun. As for the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, I want to give it to Tang San. In the competition, Tang San's performance is also obvious to all. As for the last piece of swift wind hind leg bone, it is most suitable for agility attack soul masters. Let Yuren and Zuking decide for themselves. What do you think? Bai Ge suggested. I don't want this soul bone, so give it to Zuking. On the side, Meng Yuren shook his head. She had taken the black jade bamboo shoots before, which made her martial soul evolve. Compared with the soul bone, Meng Yuren felt that the opportunity of martial soul evolution was more precious. After all, martial soul can be inherited, and the opportunity of martial soul evolution is hard to come by. Although soul bones are rare, there are still ways to obtain them. Later, although Bai Ge also gave Zhu Zuking a spiritual marrow cleansing pill, compared with the immortal product that can make martial soul evolve, the effect of the spiritual marrow cleansing pill is still far inferior, so Meng Yuren decided to give this soul bone to Zhu Zuking. For Meng Yuren's choice, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang frowned, but didn't say anything. Yuren, are you sure? Bai Ge still asked. I'm sure. Meng Yuren nodded. On the side, Zhu Zuking still didn't know what to do, but Bai Ge had made a decision. Then this soul bone will be given to Zuking. After distributing the soul bones, the Spirit Hall did not intend to keep anyone for the closing ceremony. After all, the Spirit Hall did not even hold the opening ceremony. Moreover, the soul bones that were originally intended for their own people were sent away. Now the Spirit Hall is probably still depressed. They didn't even have time to drive Bai Ge and the others away, so why would they keep their enemies jumping around in front of them? After distributing the soul bones, everyone left the Pope's palace and prepared to go back to the hotel to pack up and leave. With the end of the competition, Ning Fengzi also removed his identity as the organizer of the competition and came to the hotel with Jian Douluo, ready to go back with Bai Ge and the others. Although he didn't think the Spirit Hall would take action at this time, for the safety of his daughter and son-in-law, Ning Fengzi still chose to protect them. Now there are Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Poison Douluo Dugubo, Dragon Snake Douluo Mengshu, plus the Golden Iron Triangle that can exert the strength comparable to that of a title Douluo, and Ning Fengzi who has been promoted to Soul Douluo. Unless the Spirit Hall sends out all the worshippers, otherwise only sending Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo is purely a waste of food. After packing up their things, everyone left the hotel, left the Spirit City, and headed towards the direction of the Heaven Do Imperial City. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 347 Return to the Heaven Do Imperial City, where each of them goes. 1/2. When they came, in order to ensure the status of all participating teams, Emperor Shui especially had 15 huge luxury carriages built, and sent nearly 500 knights from the royal knights to escort all participating teams to the Spirit City. However, because the finals were elimination-based, all the eliminated teams had already left before the finals were over, so the only ones left in Wuhan City were Shrek Academy, which participated in the finals, and Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin, who served as the organizing committee. Because they were all powerful soul masters, it would be better to travel by themselves, so that they could return to Tiandu Imperial City in less than 10 days, rather than taking a carriage and spending nearly a month to get back to Tiandu Imperial City. Along the way, although they had obtained the God-level lottery opportunity issued by the system after winning the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, the God-level lottery was too precious and too important, and Bai Ge really didn't want to use it before he was ready. Who knows whether it is good or bad with just a random draw? So in the end, Bai Ge decided to make careful preparations after returning to Tiandu Imperial City, stimulate the European energy in his body, and then use the God-level lottery opportunity obtained by winning the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. After 9.5 days of traveling, on the afternoon of the 10th day, everyone finally arrived at the door of Shrek Academy. You should apply for graduation when you go back this time, right? What preparations have you made now? Escorting everyone to the gate of Shrek Academy, Ning Fengzi asked when he saw everyone preparing to enter Shrek Academy. Ning Fengzi never gave up the idea of recruiting everyone from the Shrek team. Although Tang San, who founded the Tang sect and is a member of the Haoshan sect, could not be recruited, Ning Fengzi thought that everyone else, whether it was Ma Hongjun, Oscar, or even Jiangchu, was a rare talent. It would be great if they could join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. I'm sorry, Sect Master Ning, I haven't thought about this yet, but I should go back home first to see my parents, then go back to the academy to practice for a while, and finally go out to explore the continent, and then let's see the situation. Ma Hongjun scratched his head and said awkwardly. I haven't thought about it either. Oscar also nodded. Others also echoed, and in the end only Jiangju clearly stated that she would join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Although he was a little disappointed, Ning Fengzi could let it go. Although he failed to recruit Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who he wanted to recruit the most in the Shrek team, only Jiangju clearly expressed her willingness to join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, but Ma Hongjun and Oscar did not explicitly refuse. He really wanted to recruit the two. With the relationship between Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong, and the fact that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect could indeed provide a better platform for soul masters, if Ma Hongjun and Oscar changed their minds one day in the future, Ning Fengzi also believed that the two would definitely choose the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, so Ning Fengzi was not too disappointed. Well, I hope to see a brand new you next time I see you. The door of our Seven Treasures Glazed sect is always open to you. After saying this with some regret, Ning Fengzi took Jian Douluo Chenexin away. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he was a busy man and didn't have much time to stay in Shrek Academy. After returning to Shrek Academy, the master brought everyone to the conference room where the competition was discussed. Flanders, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wuji also came to the conference room. Now that you have all reached the graduation standard, have you thought about what to do in the future? His eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, and after a moment of silence, the master asked. It's the same as what I said to Sect Master Ning before. I'm going to go home to see my parents first, and then come back to practice for a while. When my strength is about the same, I'll go out to explore the continent, just like you and my teacher. Ma Hongjun laughed. You kid, it's a bit difficult to reach the standard of going out for training under my hands. On the side, Flanders pushed his glasses and said. It doesn't matter. At most, I can practice for another 10 years. I'm only 13 years old and can wait. Ma Hongjun curled his lips indifferently and said. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flanders didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he also felt a little emotional. When he was Ma Hongjun's age, he was only a great soul master, but Ma Hongjun was already a soul master. This is really the Yangtze River behind the waves pushing the old waves, and the old waves died on the beach. This made Flanders sigh a little. The running under the sunset that year was his lost youth. Oscar, what about you? The master looked at Oscar. Among all the people, Bai Ji and Tang San basically didn't need him to worry about them, and Daimyo Bai was probably going back to the Xingluo Empire. As for the girls, Xiao Wu followed Tang San, and the others followed Bai Ji, so he didn't need to worry about them either, so the only ones he needed to care about now were Ma Hongjun and Oscar. I haven't thought about this yet, but it should be the same as Fatty. I don't have any big pursuits, so I'll just work hard to practice and make money. Oscar also scratched his head and said uncertainly. Yet. Hearing Oscar's words, the master nodded and said nothing more. I guess I'll leave for the Xingluo Empire tomorrow, brothers. On the side, Daimyo Bai, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. So early. Ma Hongjun was a little surprised. Time waits for no one. If I leave one day earlier, I'll have one more day to prepare. Although my brother and I have the opportunity to compete fairly, my disadvantage is still too great compared to him. Daimyo Bai shook his head. I plan to attend the title ceremony in a few days, get a piece of territory, and then develop with peace of mind. Bai Ji also spoke. Ah? You want to be a noble? On the side, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were a little surprised. In their opinion, although nobles are good, they will be bound to the Tiandu Empire from now on. When the Tiandu Empire needs them, they have to go to the battlefield. It is better to be a simple soul master. There is nothing wrong with nobles. I have my own ideas. Welcome to come and play when the time comes. Bai Ge smiled and said. Hearing Bai Ge say that he has his own ideas, Ma Hongjun and Oscar also shut up. They were just a little surprised that Bai Ge accepted the title of the Tiandu Empire, and they didn't have any other opinions. Moreover, Bai Ge was just an earl, and Daimyo Bai was still the prince of the Xingluo Empire. Tang San, what about you? What are you and Xiaowu going to do? Bai Ge looked at Tang San. For us, I will stay in the academy and develop the Tang sect while practicing. Tang San said with a smile. He didn't have too many wishes. One of them was to make the Tang sect reappear in Douluo continent, and then find his father Tang Hao. However, his father Tang Hao was too mysterious, so he could only choose to develop the Tang sect. That's fine. If you are short of funds, you can tell me. I will do my best to help you. As for you, just give me a position like the honorary elder of the Tang sect. Bai Ge said half-jokingly. How can an honorary elder be enough? Deputy sect master. Tang San also smiled. Then it's settled. Chapter 348 Tang Hao shows up. If she is a soul beast, will you still love her? Two halves. After chatting in the conference room, Bai Ge invited everyone to the Gairan Hall for a farewell dinner, which lasted until late at night. After dinner, Daimyo Bai did not return to Shrek Academy on the pretext of having something to do, while Ma Hongjun dragged Oscar to visit the Tiandu Imperial City at night. As for what they visited, only the parties involved knew. Only Tang San and Xiaowu chose to return to Shrek Academy. After saying goodbye to Master and others, Tang San took Xiaowu all the way to the dormitory area. At night, the stars were shining and the moonlight was bright. On the way back to the dormitory area, next to a forest on the side of the road, Tang San saw a figure in a tattered robe. This figure had his back to him, but he was so familiar that Tang San couldn't help but tremble all over. Xiao San, long time no see. In the silence, a hoarse voice sounded. Dad. Tang San's eyes were slightly red when he heard the familiar voice. Dad, where have you been all these years? You know, I miss you so much. Tang San choked up a little. I went to do something that I had to do. I haven't been by your side for so many years. Do you blame me? Tang Hao turned around and asked slowly. No, you and Mom gave me life and brought me to this world. It is the greatest gift to me. Tang San shook his head. After hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao couldn't help but be silent for a long time, and then suddenly came to Tang San and hugged Tang San into his arms. His movements were not gentle at all, and could even be said to be rude, but in Tang Hao's iron-like arms, Tang San felt unprecedented relaxation. Although Tang Hao's movements were rude, they conveyed the deep fatherly love that he had never experienced in his past and present lives. Dad, what's wrong with you? But after a long time, Tang San finally couldn't help asking. Tang Hao was silent for a long while, and said, Nothing, you should graduate, come with me, you are still too weak now, there are some things you are far from qualified to know now, only by becoming stronger, you can know more, can dominate your own destiny. Some things, are they about your mother? Hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang San suddenly guessed the question. Yes, it's about your mother. Didn't you always ask me before, but I just said that your mother died of dystocia when she gave birth to you, but the fact is not so, but I can't tell you the details now, when you get my approval, I can tell you everything about the past. Letting go of Tang San, Tang Hao turned to face the cold moonlight, and said in a low tone. About my mother. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang San was stunned and fell into deep thought. When he was a child, he also asked Tang Hao about his mother, but Tang Hao was drunk all day and didn't want to tell him. As long as he asked, Tang Hao would be furious and said that his mother died of dystocia because of giving birth to him. Although he had some doubts, he accepted this explanation over time. But according to what his father Tang Hao said now, it seems that things are not that simple. Thinking of this, Tang San was silent. But the silence didn't last long. In less than 3 seconds, Tang San raised his head and said firmly, I am willing. Dad, I am willing to go with you. Have you made up your mind? Tang Hao asked. I have made up my mind, but Dad, can you take Xiaowu with you? Tang San was silent for a while and looked up. Xiaowu. Hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao couldn't help but turn his head and look at the girl in pink clothes not far away. At this moment, Xiao Wu's body was shaking constantly. She had no idea that Tang San's father would be a title Douluo. Although after taking the spiritual grade breath-retaining pill, the title Douluo could no longer tell her identity, the trembling feeling of facing a natural enemy still made her unable to calm down. Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xiao Wu shaking all over and looking a little pale, Tang San approached her with some worry. I'm fine, it's just a little cold at night. Xiao Wu forced a smile. However, Tang San did not believe Xiao Wu's explanation at all, but frowned. It was true that it was cold at night, but Xiao Wu was a soul master, and a soul master. With soul power protecting her body, how could she still feel cold? There must be something wrong. Tang San was sure in his heart. Little girl, are you afraid of me? Not far away, Tang Hao suddenly spoke. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Xiao Wu trembled even more. Even if her identity was not discovered, she was very uneasy about the flaws that kept showing. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid. This is my father. He won't hurt you. Tang San comforted. But Xiao Wu was unsure. She only believed in Tang San. She didn't even believe in Bai Ji, who had been in school with her since childhood. How could she believe in Tang Hao, a stranger? However, no matter how scared or uneasy she was, she couldn't show it on the surface. This would only put herself in more danger. After taking a few deep breaths, Xiao Wu adjusted her state and finally adjusted it back. Brother San, I'm not scared. I just got scared suddenly. Xiao Wu smiled. Scared? Don't be scared. This is my dad. You are my sister, so my dad is also your dad. We are all a family. What are you afraid of? Tang San touched Xiao Wu's head and said softly. Little girl, you like Xiao San, right? Tang Hao suddenly said on the side. Like, of course I like it. Not only Brother San, but all my friends. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Xiao Wu's body stiffened for a while, but soon gave a smile and answered. No, your name is Xiao Wu, right? Then I will call you Xiao Wu too. Xiao Wu, you should understand what I mean. When I say like, I mean love. Do you love Xiao San? Do you want to marry Xiao San? Tang Hao shook his head and continued to ask. Xiao Wu was a little stagnant for a while after hearing Tang Hao's words. Dad, what are you talking about? Tang San frowned. Xiao San, do you like Xiao Wu? I'm asking the truth. Answer me with your heart. Do you love her or not? If you don't love her, I will take you away now. Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang San was also stunned, and Xiao Wu couldn't help looking at Tang San, her eyes full of expectation. I love. Tang San lowered his head in silence. After a long time, Tang San raised his head again and said firmly. Third brother. Hearing the words she had been waiting for a long time finally being said by Tang San, Xiao Wu couldn't help but hug Tang San with emotion, and Tang Hao also smiled faintly. Xiao San, if she is a soul beast, will you still love her? Chapter 349 Tang San's choice, even if she is a soul beast, I still love you. 1/2. Soul beast. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang San couldn't help but suddenly raise his head, looking at Xiao Wu with an incredible look, and Xiao Wu's face turned pale instantly. Her identity was exposed? Dad, you are kidding, Xiao Wu is obviously a human, how can she be a soul beast? Looking at Xiao Wu carefully, Tang San smiled and shook his head. Soul beast? Human? Humph. Humans are sometimes more barbaric and cruel than soul beasts, and soul beasts can also transform into humans if they meet certain conditions, and the one in front of you is a human transformed from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Tang Hao said coldly. A person transformed from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Tang San muttered to himself, while behind him, Xiao Wu's body had completely stiffened. Soul beasts start to cultivate from birth, and are divided into 5 levels, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. Each level span is a qualitative change for soul beasts. When the soul beast's cultivation breaks through 10,000 years, its wisdom will grow rapidly, and when it reaches a certain level, it is no less than humans. In a sense, soul beasts are connected with our soul masters' martial souls. Although the years of cultivation determine their strength, their own innate talents are equally important. Just like if you are a soul master with full innate soul power, you will be stronger than ordinary 10th level soul masters at that time. The types of soul beasts are like the quality of martial souls, but this is not absolute. When a soul beast cultivates to the realm of 100,000 years, any soul beast will reach a very wonderful level. The strength of soul beasts at this level is almost the same. For example, your Xiaowu is a 100,000 year soft bone rabbit, but at the 100,000 year level, soul beasts also have to face a choice. Tang Hao paused. That is to survive the tribulation, or transform. The status of a 100,000 year soul beast among soul beasts is like that of a titled Douluo among soul masters. It has reached its peak. At this time, their strength is extremely powerful. In a one-on-one situation, it is difficult for a titled Douluo to defeat them, and they may even be killed by them. However, at this time, they are also faced with two choices. One is to maintain their own strength and live in a muddle. When they reach the 100,000 year level, they are already a heaven-defying existence. No matter what kind of 100,000 year soul beast, after reaching 100,000 years of cultivation, they will face the thunder tribulation in another 1,000 years. If they cannot survive, they will inevitably die. The mortality rate of the tribulation is as high as more than 90%. The other way is also a risky way, that is to transform. Transformation. Does transformation mean changing into a human? Tang San couldn't help asking. Yes, it means changing into a human, because among all creatures, humans are the race with the greatest potential. Although soul beasts need to practice again after transforming into humans, if they can practice to the titled Douluo level and then successfully break through the 100 level, they will be able to survive. If you can pass the test, you will not be limited by lifespan, be immortal, and become a godlike existence. And the little guy next to you is such a 100,000 year soul beast that chooses to transform. Tang Hao said in a deep voice. The 100,000 year soul beast that transforms. Tang San once again cast a complicated look on Xiao Wu. Although he didn't believe that Xiao Wu was not a human, his father Tang Hao would never lie to him, and there was no reason to lie to him. You may have doubts about my words, and I can't prove it. I could see her identity before, but now I don't know why, I can't see it anymore, but with your relationship with her, as long as you ask, I believe she won't lie to you. Looking at Tang San, Tang Hao continued. Xiao Wu, are you really a soul beast? Tang San asked softly with a complicated look in his eyes. I am. Do you want to kill me and take my soul ring and soul bone? After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu slowly raised her head. Her big, watery eyes had turned red without her knowing when. 2 lines of tears silently slid down her eyes. Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression now, Tang San felt mixed emotions including curiosity, doubt, guilt and determination, but not greed. Xiao Wu, no matter who you are always my sister. I swore that I would protect you no matter what, forever. This promise will not change because of your identity. If you want to hurt you, you must step over my body. Hugging Xiao Wu in his arms, Tang San said firmly. Third brother. Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu finally couldn't help it and threw herself into Tang San's arms crying. Dad, although I don't know how you know Xiao Wu's identity, I won't allow you to hurt Xiao Wu. Turning around and looking at Tang Hao, Tang San said firmly. Hurt? How can you tell that I want to hurt him? Tang Hao shook his head. I just want to remind you that without strength, you will never be able to dominate your own destiny. If you want to become stronger, then come with me. Dad, you promised to take Xiao Wu with you. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang San was a little overjoyed. That's natural. Tang Hao nodded calmly. Dad, you won't hurt Xiao Wu, right? As if thinking of something, Tang San hesitated again. Hurt? Don't worry, I won't hurt this little girl, on the contrary I will protect her, believe me, Xiao San, your father's promise is not so cheap. Tang Hao said slowly. But, are we leaving now? Don't you want to say goodbye to the master? Xiao Wu hesitated. Don't worry about this, I have left a letter on his desk, he will know. Tang Hao replied. You have made the Spirit Hall lose face and lost huge benefits. Although the competition has just ended and the Spirit Hall will not take action against you, the Spirit Hall may have people watching you. If you really leave openly, you may be monitored, so you too should follow me now. Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Okay, but give me some time. I want to leave a letter for Bai Ji and the others. Tang San said with a firm mind. Okay. Tang Hao nodded. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll wait for you here now. Come over as soon as you're done. Okay. Tang San nodded. Back in the dormitory, Tang San took out a piece of white paper and wrote on it with a feather pen. The general meaning of the content was that he and Xiao Wu left first, don't worry about them, they are safe, and 5 years later, he will bring Xiao Wu back to Shrek Academy, hoping to see everyone then. After writing, he pressed the letter with something, and then Tang San took Xiao Wu and Tang Hao and left Tiandu Imperial City overnight. Chapter 350 God Level Lottery, Galaxy Dragon Martial Spirit. 2 halves. On the other hand, Bai Ji didn't know anything about Tang San's affairs, and even if he knew, Bai Ji wouldn't say anything, because this was someone else's family affair. Now Bai Ji didn't want to think about anything, such as tutoring Ning Rongrong and practicing, which were all clouds. Now Bai Ji just wanted to draw a lottery, and have a burst of luck. After dinner, Bai Ji tied his snow-white hair neatly behind his back after burning incense and bathing, and then returned to the room in a white bathrobe. Pangu, Nuwa, Sanking, Hushan, Haoshan, Tei all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. Please bless me, let me burst out my luck once, can I draw an X? Sitting cross-legged on the big bed, Bai Ji closed his eyes and silently recited the spell in his mind for 666 times, and then suddenly opened his eyes. System, use up my God-level lottery opportunity. Feeling that the European energy was almost up, Bai Ji said to the system in his heart. The God-level lottery opportunity has been used, and the system is drawing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Super God-level Martial Soul, Galaxy Dragon. Galaxy Dragon Martial Soul, another Martial Soul. Hearing the system's upgrade, Bai Ji was stunned. He thought he would draw something else, like a technique, a magic weapon, etc., but he didn't expect it to be another Martial Soul. But a Martial Soul is a Martial Soul, but he has heard of Azure Dragon, Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, Kanglong, Yinglong, Tianlong, Chaos Ancestral Dragon, but what kind of dragon is the Galaxy Dragon? He seems to have never heard of it. Bai Ji was a little confused. But the Super God level Martial Soul seems to be very powerful. System, check the information. In the end, Bai Ji chose to check the information. In his mind, countless golden light spots emerged from the void, and finally condensed into a transparent attribute panel. Name, Galaxy Dragon. Race, Galaxy Dragon Clan. Category, Beast Martial Spirit. Rank, Super God level. Introduction, an epic dragon clan from an unnamed universe, hatched from a nebula egg in the universe, born and raised by nature, feeding on planets, and most love to devour stars, especially red giants. Each galaxy dragon is the guardian of the universe. They are responsible for destroying most of the red giants in the universe to prevent future red giants from collapsing into black holes and endangering the universe. Each galaxy dragon becomes a multidimensional god and demon when it grows up, and can be promoted to the law after maturity, and finally stop at the Dao realm, which is equivalent to the Douluo Jingxian of the prehistoric immortal way. Oh my god, so awesome, it feels stronger than Moyun Teng. After reading the introduction on the attribute panel, Bai Ji was shocked. The Galaxy Dragon Clan, not to mention other things, feeds on stars, you can imagine how huge their bodies are, and they can be promoted to multidimensional gods and demons after adulthood. Gods and demons are probably equivalent to the gods in Douluo, but adding multidimensional in front is different. They are definitely stronger than ordinary gods, and they can be promoted to the law after maturity, and finally stop at the Douluo Jingxian level. Douluo level, this is the Douluo Jingxian in the prehistoric world. This am I going to be invincible? Bai Ji was a little dazed. However, the martial soul is different from the bloodline after all. If the Galaxy Dragon Clan bloodline is drawn, Bai Ji estimates that he will be invincible directly, but if he draws only the martial soul, this will definitely be greatly discounted. Although the potential is also great, the growth rate should be far less than that. Thinking of this, Bai Ji rubbed his face and let his fiery heart calm down a little. System, is there no famous big figure in the Galaxy Dragon Clan that I can refer to? After thinking about it, Bai Ji asked the system. Yes, in the League of Legends world that the host knows, the creator of Valorant, the star-forging Dragon King or Lion Soul, is a member of the Galaxy Dragon clan, and his strength is at the Douluo level. The cold voice of the system sounded in Bai Ji's mind. Oh my goodness, the Dragon King is actually a Galaxy Dragon clan. Bai Ji was a little surprised. Star-forging Dragon King or Lion Soul is a master who can create planets. Although he may not be able to grow to this level in the future, after all, he only got the martial spirit, but it is invincible. Not to mention other things, it should be no problem to beat the Douluo continent and the God realm. Now he just needs to survive and develop. System, pass the martial spirit to me. Bai Ji said in a deep voice, ready in his heart. Host confirmed to receive. In his mind, the system asked again. Confirm. Bai Ji was of course sure. Host, please pay attention. The next process may be a little painful, but please hold on and don't faint. This will be of great benefit to the host's growth. In his mind, the sound of the system's upgrade sounded again, and before Bai Ji could react, a hot flow like magma suddenly poured into Bai Ji's body. In an instant, extremely intense pain suddenly came. Ah! The sudden pain made Bai Ji scream out, and the whole person fell on the bed with sweat all over his head, his whole body was red, and his body twitched, but then Bai Ji reacted and couldn't let the girls who were still in the castle worry. Thinking of this, Bai Ji quickly gritted his teeth and began to endure. A steady stream of heat continued to flow into Bai Ji's body. It can be seen that countless dreamy silver blue flow energy is constantly surging under Bai Ji's skin, emitting star blue light, and on Bai Ji's skin, fine star blue scales are constantly growing and disappearing. Those are pieces of charming star blue scales emitting blue-purple light, which look dreamy and magnificent, making people intoxicated. The heat like magma continued to flow in Bai Ji's body. Bai Ji endured the indescribable burning sensation. As martial souls, it was too painful to receive the Galaxy Dragon martial soul compared to the Moyun Teng. However, this pain was not without benefits. Just like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, Bai Ji could feel the pain in his body. The body is getting stronger under the heat flow. From bones, muscles, skin, to various organs, every corner of the body is constantly strengthened under the heat flow. It is a change like a rebirth, a qualitative change. What Bai Ji has not discovered yet is that under the heat flow in his body, his original snow-white silver hair has unconsciously turned into silver blue, the kind of silver blue as gorgeous as the stars, and his original pair of purple gemstone-like eyes have unconsciously turned into blue-purple. In the original purple gemstone-like depth, there is a dreamy blue. I don't know how long it has been, but I guess consciousness has become a little blurred, and there is only one thought left in his mind, that is, insist, and insist again. As the Galaxy Dragon martial soul completed the transformation of the body, the strong pain that seemed to pour rolling magma into the body finally disappeared, Bai Ge's body began to relax, and his consciousness fell into darkness.